To my world.
What a flop! A full house against quads? Oh, come on!
Please don't bluff. But you bluff also. You have nothing.
It's a four-way all-in with 3 players at risk. And we get a triple elimination.
Got an EPT's first. That is awesome.
Yes. Living a dream.
And Papa has done it. He has won his second EPT title.
I only got one question.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Let's go, day 2, baby.
It's actually day 3, Nick. Day 2 was already 12 hours long. It doesn't need to be any longer. We have reached the 3rd day of the main event. It is the 2nd day of our live coverage. We did pick up the action on Bubble Day. We played into the money. We played through the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. Now we come into day 3 and we will continue to follow the main event through to its conclusion. Tomorrow we play down to the final 2 tables. On day 5, we played down to the final table. That will be streamed on Wednesday, March 16th. Our start time every single day, 12:30 Central European Time, on a 30-minute delay because we are cards up on every single broadcast from every single feature table. So who are the big stacks coming into the day? We'll check on those in a moment. I want to remind you that we look forward to your questions and comments throughout the day. The hashtag on Twitter is PokerStarsTV. Also make sure you use the hashtag #EmbraceTheSqueak. And you can use the live chat on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels, and we will address your questions. So these are the chip leaders, 119 players from a starting field of 1,190 coming into day 3. Interestingly, there is a former EPT champion in the top 10, Piotr Nijinsky, who won in Barcelona in 2018. If we look at the full player list, there are numerous former EPT champions. There is the potential of what happened in 2019 happening at this event, that we could have a 2-time winner. In fact, we have got 2 of those former champs on the main stage, Dominik Panka and Dimitar Danchev. That means we've got back-to-back PCA champions, Joe. Danchev the winner in 2013, Panka the champ in 2014.
That's really cool. I'm so glad you remembered that. I would have never come up with those years.
Antoine Saoud, a 2-time World Series of Poker main event finalist, also on the main stage, along with Justin Steinbrenner, who we saw at the feature table yesterday. Tom Fogelsang. And this is the money they are playing for. Total prize pool here in Prague of 5.77 million euros. So everyone is now guaranteed a min plus cash, but look what's up top. More than a milli, a 7-figure score, plus the trophy, whoever takes this down on Wednesday.
So we're in the money.
Yes, Joe. 175 players got paid, 119 remain, so we are well into the money now. But there's still a long way to go before we reach these payouts, before we start paying out what I consider to be the life-changing money.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the question everyone really wants to know, though, James, what time is it today?
It is, Nick, 12:34 Central European Time, which is 11:34 GMT, which is 7:34 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
In Seattle, that's what you're saying.
No, that's Pacific Daylight Time.
Oh, okay, I see. So you're saying we lost an hour.
No, we gained an hour.
Okay, good. We clarified that, guys. Let's get into the action. Can't wait to see today's EPT coverage. I am so hyped.
And I kind of feel a little bit guilty, Joe, because we've been here a million times where we highlight the number of former champs, we highlight the number of big names. We've got plenty of online beasts like Tuan Mulder and Connor Beresford and Jareth East in the field as well. And the reason I feel guilty for highlighting them is there is still a long way to go. 119 need to become 6 to make it to the final table.
You know you're not supposed to talk about a pitcher throwing a no-hitter while a pitcher's throwing a no-hitter. And that's kind of
So we can get extra.
the curse
we can
of
cover.
talking about
We can
these
stack
former
them.
champs going deep again. You got to mention it. You got to point it out. But there's a long way to go.
So Danchev is a player who we've seen a lot of in the last 2 years, not face-to-face but online, where he plays as Coco Jumbo. In fact,
This is mine?
in 2020, Danchev won a WCUB title, and we got to catch up with him. We interviewed him about the fact that his computer went down while he was at the final table, and he had to scramble to fire up a laptop or find an iPad so he could continue playing the game.
He had to plug it in with the old wires into an orange trick.
You don't fold, they all use it.
High school science class finally paying off. A couple potatoes, some wires, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Needs must.
So blinds at the start of this level, 3,000, 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, they also have it. Everybody has it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, poker has to happen, huh?
Oh,
We could just hang out.
Still,
that thing, yeah, that thing again.
shot club.
Of course, Dimitar Danchev is cool, not Coco Jumbo. My apologies.
Just calculate the big line. 6 a second.
Coco Jumbo is somebody, though.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, thank you so much.
Is it another Bulgarian? Is that why?
Thank you. Thank you.
Ognian Dimov,
Yeah.
another Bulgarian
Ognian.
EPT champion.
Onyang.
Onion.
This is why I prefer real names in poker.
What you're saying, Coco Jumbo is not his real name.
No, his real name is Ognian.
Onyang.
Onion.
I'm pretty sure that's not how you say it. When I asked him one time, he's like, it's fine. Do your bit.
Ultimately, a firm fixture of your top 5 Bulgarian poker players.
It's such a hard list to get on, constantly changing. No one is safe at any point.
So Dominic Panker raises the button with Queen 6 of Hearts, gets folds. Hello to Steve Mark, who's tagged his tweet PokerStars TV to tell us that he's getting settled in to watch day 3 of EPT Prague. It is day 7 of 14 in quarantine. Thank God for poker. Oh, Steve, you've only got us until Wednesday.
Well, who knows? I mean, if one of us gets it, we might be here beyond that.
An extended stay in Prague from the inside of a hotel room.
So this is not Christoph Vogelsang, this is Tom Vogelsang.
You know,
No relation.
the one yesterday?
I can tell because he folded within 3 seconds.
Would you like a hashtag fun fact about Tom Vogelsang?
Yes?
Yes.
The last MTT he cashed in, he was eliminated by Martin Cabral.
There are so many people that hold that honor.
Yeah. If you guys haven't seen the bust out yesterday from Ramon Colilas and Martin Cabral, go check it out. It was a good one. I mean, and by a good one, was it a good one? It was exciting. Something happened. It was exciting.
The fact that there was a contender for Martin Cabral knockout of the day before that happened, when he got the clock called on him and he just waved all in.
Yeah.
Well, this is Casimir Seer versus Justin Steinbrenner. Seer raising from the hijack, Steinbrenner calling out of the small blind.
George, I need my calzone.
And threes still good on the flop and
Ooh.
very good on the turn.
I'm thinking of a turn, James.
Didn't even need that 3, though. The magic was inside you all along.
Exactly. I mean, it's just a shame he didn't have 2 black 3s, and that was the 3 of diamonds that could give him some more action here.
Into a pot of 36,000. Casimir bets 26,000, gets a quick fold from Justin Steinbrenner, a player with just over $20,000 in live tournament earnings. Casimir, on the other hand, got his first ever live cash here in Prague earlier this week. 123rd place in the Eureka High Roller for 3,880 euros.
That's about 3 times the buy-in, by the way, guys. Not too shabby. Do that a few times in Prague. You're having a good trip.
Whenever I see that shot clock, I can only think of that game, Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. You know that one?
Yeah. I don't know, it kind of got me like Super Mario vibes. I don't know, it looks like one of those boxes. You bring, bring,
Oh
bring,
yeah,
bring.
sure, drive through it, pick up a shell.
Sure. How do we pronounce this, you guys? Seer?
Seer.
Hey, Siri?
Oh boy.
Oh, triggered phones all across the world.
Yes. You'll notice that the shot clock is on the table, and we did reference this yesterday, but worth highlighting again that the shot clock comes into play at the start of day 3. So from now on, players will have 30 seconds on every single decision. They were given 5 30-second time bank cards at the start of the day, which they can play at any point to extend their thinking time, and that balance will be refreshed, or added to rather, at the start of every day going forward.
Yeah, it's a good thing. We had a lot of people complaining yesterday in chat about the slow play, but EPT is one of those that actually enforces this, you know, when it really matters. I think it's fine to allow a little bit of a slower play at the start, but at this stage, it's a really, really good thing to have, just to try and, you know, get action going. People aren't really exaggerating these weights, these wells. But I have to say that shot clock is daunting. I don't know. They could have made it a little bit more friendly, don't you think, Joe?
No, I think you got to make it intimidating. I think you want it to command attention.
Maybe a couple stickers.
I think you've also got to put practicality above aesthetics, and clearly you need it to be seen from every single angle by every single player.
Sure. No, you guys are absolutely right. It needs to be visible, and it needs to be daunting.
Visceral.
Yeah, absolutely. It needs to strike fear in your heart, which is what it's meant to do. Push the action. We got clocks in chess. Why not have clocks in poker?
Well, Seer's opponent in this hand is Colm Chan from Ireland. And we've only seen one of his hole cards. So tough to know who's ahead here. King Queen, a possible hand that Chan might have defended with in the small blind.
Yeah, James, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think the small blind is one of those positions where people just always have King Queen. It really is astounding how frequently they turn up with a hand like King Queen in the small blind, especially if you're playing, you know, button versus small blind, cutoff versus small blind. In this case, he's UCG +2, but I think that's probably a pretty reasonable read.
Feels very King Queeny.
It does. I guess, you know, King Jack could be in there as well once in a while, but he's going to bet and take that one down, plus 82,000.
Meanwhile, 3 eliminations since the start of 16 now. But we're not playing to a specific target, by the way. The plan for today is to play 5 full levels. So we tonight at around 9:30 p.m. local time.
2 sparkling water. You want to 3?
Rest of you asking, do you know why only 1 card is shown? You may have seen a member of the production staff. Gabby, just step in there, show everyone. Only 1 card was shown because only 1 card was shown. Gonna make sure you put your cards over that reader. A couple of seconds. Take it serious, dude. Asking about a hand from yesterday, the slow roll hand. There is a YouTube recap of all yesterday's action where you can catch some clips.
I mean, obviously, I don't want you to stop watching the stream to go and watch another video, but I think it's across all social channels as well. If you follow PokerStars on Twitter, for example, the video will be posted there as well. So, Jack 7-3 on this flop. It's second pair for Steinbrenner. And he bets 11,000. Danchev with ace high. And confirmation, courtesy of our on-screen graphics, that the next payout, or the current payout rather, for players who are eliminated is 11,140 euros.
I have to see the cards. You pull them off, you pull them like. Sorry? When you pull the cards up, you pull them like halfway up to see them. Yeah.
This is really the grind day, right? You just got to knuckle down, dig in.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we added a level to day 2 kind of robs day 3 of its identity to a certain degree, because normally on day 2, that final level, the 5th and final level, is where we would burst the bubble. So we'd come into day 3 knowing we were on the cusp of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. But that happened yesterday. So now, as you say, Joe, it's kind of, there's no target to get to. We know we're playing a certain number of levels. We don't know how many players are going to end the day, but you've just kind of got to navigate those mines in the field to just continue building a stack and make it to day 4 when the final table starts to become in sight.
Obviously, it's the marathon, not a sprint metaphor used all the time, and this is the real big chunk of the marathon is day 3.
Yep, absolutely. I think that's a huge thing to overcome. You know, as a poker player, you want to make things happen. You want to be successful. You want to go out there and you want to dominate. We use words like dominate. You want to crush the field and all that kind of stuff. But really, you got to let it come to you. And it is a marathon in tournaments like this, especially over so many days. You have to have patience, and you can't force it. You know, you got to let it. You got to let it happen as it happens. And as soon as you start to force it, you're going to find yourself in too many situations where you're not really sure what to do. You're overplaying your hands. You're entering too many pots. Your VPIP is a bit too high, and that's what you want to avoid.
So Dominic Panker got 3-bet there and folded. Panker, we've already highlighted, was the winner of the PCA main event in 2014. That was worth $1.4 million. And that means Dominic Panker is 3rd on Poland's all-time money list. So here is my hashtag fun fact, which I'm going to turn into a little quiz for my co-commentators. Who are 1 and 2 on Poland's all-time money list? If Panker is number 3, who is 1 and who is 2?
Marcin Horecki.
Nope.
Easy.
Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt this.
Hold on.
Never look, bro. Never.
Okay, I'll lead you in one direction.
Yeah.
There is a player who kind of burst onto the scene.
He's not really Polish, right?
2015, 2016, absolutely dominated the high roller circuit for a good 18 months.
Dima.
Only disappointment.
Dmitry Abanovic, correct.
Yeah.
Abanovic, number 1. Who is number 2 on the
Better
all-time money list in Poland?
Marcin Horecki.
No.
Still no.
No, I'm aware. I actually saw it in the chat, and I thought it'd be funny just to try and parrot it off. So no, I'm not going to attempt this.
Hold on.
There is no limit to who you could suggest.
No limit profit?
Victor Malinowski.
Correct.
Wow,
Who is? Limitless.
Limitless. Yeah, right, yeah. I ripped that off chat again. I'm sorry, guys.
When I set a quiz for my co-commentators, that doesn't mean you get to take part at home.
Wolfie Spirit, you know what's up, buddy. Thank you very much to you.
Next time I'm banning people. By the way, we have an all-in on the main stage. Tristan Forge from France, all in with ace-3. Casimir's got the snowmen's. Num-num.
Num-num indeed. Let's see. Yeah, it's not very many big blinds. It would be pretty surprising for him to fold this hand here. He's going to be absolutely crushing this shove range. That's it. He's going to isolate. He's all in. GL, one over card. It's going to be about 70-30 here pre-flop.
It's supposed to be Jordy LaForge because he's about to get beamed out of here.
Very nice spot here for the 8s.
I love reading the daily paper.
Queen, queen 4. Solid flop for the 8s.
That's pretty clean. If it was queen, queen, 9, 10, jack, etc., you have the counterfeit outs as well on the paired board. But in this scenario, you're looking pretty good.
So Forge has 6 outs. A 10 would counterfeit Casimir's pair. An ace would also work. To Kingo, 8 hold. And Tristan Forge, a Frenchman who lives in Morocco, cashes out for 11,140 euros, which he can add to his more than $200,000 in live earnings.
Lives in Morocco. That's pretty cool.
Morocco, less Forge.
Yeah. One is for him. Can I play of cards?
So that's 5 eliminations today, right? Down to 114, 20 minutes into the day.
Yeah, I put it on
113, in fact.
I put on the room. You have a pen?
Okay.
Hello, Team Pro member Cast in the chat. How's it going, buddy?
Play it.
It's fine. No rush.
Cool.
And get your 3-bet. Huh? You folded a 3-bet. Very aggressive.
The most asked question at any poker table. Would you have folded if I had that? Would you fold to the 3-bet? The answer, never honest.
Would you fold if I raised?
Yeah. What would you have done if you didn't make your flush? I would have bluffed and I would have won anyway. Yeah.
Man, I played a live tournament last week where it was insufferable after every hand. What would you have done if it had been a 7? What if it had been a club? Would have been a straight? Oh my God! Quiet.
All right, James. Again, wordsmith. What's the best response to those questions?
I was the
Oh my God! Quiet. is that your?
I'm a great believer in ignoring that is probably the best response.
That's what I did.
So we've got Vogelsang opening from the hijack with King 9. We've had a 3-bet with Casimir with Ace 4 of clubs. Saw Dominic Panker also fold Ace 4, and looks like
just as live
Vogelsang has also folded.
Oh, he's gonna be so mad when he sees this. Oh my God! He folded to the same hand.
What else could it be like here and there?
Oh no.
Was he German as well, is he?
Yeah, he's German. He's from my hometown also. I played with him back in
Another elimination, down to 112 players.
Super cool.
221k, a 36 big blind stack for the man known online as Sice25. Has some good online results, but we've already referred to the fact that he doesn't have a lot of live experience. His first cash just a few days ago in the Eureka High Roller.
And we sent that cash to web address 78XYQZTA. Should I keep going? Should I give the whole thing out?
Yeah.
It's only about 40 more characters.
And the private key if you get a chance. Yeah.
A reminder that it is Tom Vogelsang we have at the feature table. Only seen one of his whole cards, which is the 8 of clubs. Steinbrenner with Ace 10 in the big blind is defending.
We can't find George.
King 10, 8. Well, this is interesting. We know Steinbrenner has second pair top kicker. We know Vogelsang has at least a pair of 8s.
That's a flush draw.
I think we saw 10-8 already fold, by the way, guys. So blockers, I know they're not real, but you know, take that into account.
He's very unlikely to have a king, that's for sure.
What do you mean? It's 50-50. He's either got it or he doesn't.
Well, from that position, this could be Boatsville.
It could indeed. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joe. He is relatively early, so, you know, maybe, you know, he's going to have king 8 suited. He's going to have ace 8 suited. He's going to have 8 9 suited. He's going to have pocket 8, 7 8 suited. Yeah, that kind of stuff, but not a ton of stuff. If you actually break it down into, you know, the actual combinations, there's so many suited combos, but remember, suited combos only make up about, you know, every single combination is only 4 combos of all of those suited hands we just described. As soon as you start to mix in the offsuit combos, you're going to get, you know, 12 for every combo.
So 12,000 apiece on the turn and the deuce of spades on the river. Steinbrenner betting again. And a quick fold from Vogelsang. We can clearly see he's not related to Christoph. I have to say, Tom Vogelsang does look like a mix of Patrick Antonius and Peter Andre.
Ooh. Is that 2 Peter Andre references in 2 days? I'm gonna have to say that's it for the stop.
Damn it, I was hoping to bring a Peter Andre reference to the table every single day of our live cards up coverage.
You're all out. You're done.
I'm pretty certain I could get one under the radar without you even noticing.
Oh, definitely.
I'm guessing your Peter Andre knowledge is limited.
Unless it has to do with bananas or an open shirt. That's about all I know.
Is there anything else?
You gotta make sure everyone can see your sweet ass chain. Oh, he's no secret fan, Alex. He's a card-carrying Peter Andre fan club member.
I kind of fell out of love a little bit with Peter Andre when he got together with Katie Price and the whole kind of Peter Andre Jordan thing.
Yeah, that was the issue.
Yeah.
Let's give a little love to Alessandro using the hashtag PokerStarsLive. Wants a prediction. How many players will be left at the end of the day?
Wow, that's a great question. You guys have more experience in this. What do you think?
I'm going to say 54.
I don't think that's a bad line, Joe. I might take the under on that. I'm also going to say, Alessandro, thank you for tweeting, but please use the hashtag PokerStarsTV in future, because that will make it onto our timeline.
I'm going to say final table, guys. I'm going to go out on a limb. just the sickest bust-out bonanza you've ever seen. The post bust-out. The post bust-out bonanza.
All in.
Somebody in the chat was asking about Anna Marquez. She is still in. She looks like she's in quote-unquote survival mode, day 3.
So the all-in from Chan with the Snowmans.
Num-num.
Munke wants to know how many time bank cards they have. 5 30-second time bank cards. And if they don't use them today, they get to carry them over into tomorrow. And everyone gets an additional 5 cards at the start of play on day 4. Same deal on day 5 and day 6. Vogelsang, the table chip leader. Antoine Saut, one of the shorter stacks. Along with a player who recently came to the table, taking one of the empty seats, Alexios Zervos from Greece.
You know who I miss? Satirius Katupis. Like to see him come back.
How many levels are you
You
here?
guys notice that the chairs are
How
screwed?
many levels are you? 1.
Yeah,
That. You guys hear that?
What do you mean?
Yeah, switch it
somebody
up
was
to 1
unsuccessful in their marshmallow raid
Switch
last
the
night.
feature table after 1 level.
Do they? I don't know.
I don't.
Could be.
As predicted, though, these guys keeping it pretty stoic. First couple tables we had yesterday, people were chilling.
If you guys get me a case of Red Bull, I'll do it. I'll go out there overnight and just put little felt circles on the ends of all the chairs.
Well,
I'll do it.
I can give you a little bit of a glimpse behind the scenes.
Yeah.
at the start of every day, that is literally what they do. There is actually a box with those little felt
Really?
pins, and they are putting them on the bottom of the legs of every single chair. Within 30 minutes,
They're just off again.
loads of them have come off, and the chairs are squeaking.
Huh.
I feel like this is an anomaly, you know? The chair floor combo, it just, we might have found the ultimate friction, you know? The key to unlimited energy, perhaps. Right here in Prague.
No, different one actually.
Yeah, thank you so much.
But this one is also good.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Man, these green water bottles get me excited. I'm like, yes, let's go. We're in Prague. Let's start drinking. 1 in the afternoon, but nope, water. Boring.
Dominic Panka with pocket tens.
Come on, guys, let's jazz it up.
Remember when Panka cracked jacks with tens? And Sham Srinivasan was really not happy about it?
I do remember that part, yes.
Hey, PokerStars Drag in the chat. Good to see you, buddy.
Nick, I know you're meant to be the expert analyst here. Would you say that tens are the aces of the number cards?
I would say tens are the aces of the number cards.
Cool. That's
Absolutely.
how I think of them.
And at these effective stack depths, they're basically the aces
They kind
of the poker
of
game.
aces, yeah. They're basically the aces of the letter cards.
Oh,
Ooh, baby.
We've had a 3-bet from Steinbrenner with 10-8 of clubs. Dimitar Danchev, the other PCA champ at the feature table, has got ace-queen in the big blind.
Now, yesterday I would have said all these folks are really deep. Is that the case right now? 300K is still pretty deep, isn't it?
It's still pretty deep. I mean, you know, I think there's a lot of players who sort of go, yeah, you know, I like value, I like to be deep stacked, but really a lot of the money is won at these effective stack depths that we're looking at right now. You know, it's like learning how to play these effective stack depths is where you're going to make a lot of money. So a little bit uncomfortable, not super deep. You don't have chips to splash around in. You need to know how to navigate flops, turns, and rivers correctly. But I'd say that this is where a lot of the money is made. So focusing on these sort of shorter stack situations, very, very meaningful.
Dominic Panka responds by moving all in. Steinbrenner snap folds.
So tens really are the aces of the poker game right now.
Good enough.
Panka playing a 45 big blind stack.
Isn't it weird how when you have 40 big blinds, you're like, it's not really a great stack. But when you have 20, you're like, that's plenty.
Okay, guys, we all need to work together on this,
Okay.
right? I'm talking about the 3 of us here in Prague. I'm talking about everyone watching at home. When someone new comes in and they tune into the stream for the first time and they ask, is it just me or is this strange squeaking noise? Everyone pretend you don't know what they're talking about.
Love it. And
Yes.
anyone that doesn't join in is going to get a legit ban.
Legit ban, not just like a staged ban, like a real ban.
A real ban.
Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Vescu's in. Who else? Vamos is in. Wolfie's in. Veyer's in. Raksha already can't hear anything. Ouija's in. MHT is in. Supermax. Poker. Yes.
So we've had a raise from the cutoff. Com Chan's made it 14K with Queen 10. Dimitar Danchev, ace jack of diamonds in the small blind, has 3-bet to 56,000.
Yeah, so decision here, obviously. Queen 10 off from the cutoff. Absolutely a hand you want to be playing from that position every single time, basically, especially off 483K. But I think, you know, you're only really going to want to go ahead and defend with the suited variety because you connect in a much more meaningful way when you do. Queen 10 off seems like a pretty standard open fold and, sorry, open and then fold to the 3-bet, not open fold. And yeah, seems pretty straightforward. I wonder what he does with ace-jack off in that scenario, though. I wonder if perhaps ace-jack off is just a flat. He wants to control the size of the pot, and maybe ace-jack suited is where he varies in his 3-betting with that particular combo.
Canastal. What did we just talk about?
You know what to do, Joe. A serious point, though. I know people are interested in following the action from the outer tables as well and getting chip counts on key players. And I know that information is available. We've obviously got the live reporting team from Poker News doing sterling work. Just bear in mind, guys, that all of the reporting that they are doing is not on delay. So there is the potential for spoilers if you're trying to follow the live updates there, as well as following the live stream, which is on a 30-minute delay.
And I care a little bit about you spoiling it for yourself, but I care a lot of it if you spoil something in chat because you went to Poker News and read it.
Wild Wolf says, is there a swing somewhere? It does sound like a squeaky swing, but I like the idea that they were like, EPT Prague isn't Instagrammable enough, so let's put a swing in the middle of the room and, you know, get some more hashtags.
I don't
get some
hear
more
it.
tags.
I don't even hear what you're talking about.
But I am on board for hashtag Stars Fun and having, like, I don't know, maybe like a carousel in the center of the poker room, like, you know, with the galloping horses.
Yeah, but instead of horses, there's spades.
That would be really uncomfortable to sit on.
Or would it be awesome?
I mean, knock yourself out, buddy. I ain't joining in.
All right.
Thought you were a little more open-minded than that.
So hand 16 of the day. 112 players remaining in the EPT Prague main event. Pretty strong starting field, 1,190. Prize pool of near enough 6 million euros and more than a milli for the winner. And Danchev has just announced a re-raise after Vogelsang opened with a queen. Don't know his other whole card. Danchev has ace-king and has made it 36 to go.
Yeah.
I thought it might be fun to look up some of the news that happened in the year 1190, since we had 1190. It's really all terrible. We don't want to know about any of this stuff.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I regret that.
You're not going to find many hashtag fun facts from the year 1190.
No.
10-5-3. Could Vogelsang have queen 10?
You know, I don't mind this. I realize, you know, we're only getting half the information once in a while here, but a little bit of speculation. You know, do you guys remember when you used to do some hands blind during EPTs? You know, just like when you guys would sweat and try and figure, maybe it was in post-production or whatever, but
yes.
I always enjoyed those when you guys would go, you know, guess the hand or work it out based on the action. Having half the information here and kind of working it out is a little bit of a nice exercise for us and the people at home as well. They kind of go, what kind of Queen X is in its range? And also, you know, would he play it this way? Would he play it that way? And I think so far we've got a pretty good track record of nailing it.
It's kind of good practice because all you have to do is, you know, if you're playing poker, just do that with one more card.
Exactly.
Instead of guessing at one card, you just guess at both of them.
Vogelsang checks to Danchev.
Tom says chat is just mad that they can't chat pro with 100% certainty. Exactly. Taking away the power from the chat pros. Oh, you know, I would never play a queen something like that. Sure. We'll see.
Action goes check, check. We're going to the river.
So guys, let's have a guess in the chat. What do you guys think that, what Queen X combo do you think he's going to have in the hijack versus a cutoff, versus the cutoff here? I mean, obviously Vogel's open is going to be significantly wider.
Well, you start with the most common ones, right? Like, wouldn't you start with like King Queen suited, Queen Jack suited?
Sure. I guess Queen 10 could be in there once in a while.
Did we see it?
Especially the Queen 10 suited variety.
Did anyone see it? Ace Queen.
Hey, there you go. Ace Queen suited is definitely going to be in there. Absolutely. And then, of course, you guys, you need to take into account the effective stack depths and also the way they're going to adjust for the ICM at this stage. You know, not too much, as James already pointed out. There's not going to be a pay jump for a little while, but that potential, every single chip on this table has the potential to be extremely valuable moving forward. And as we get into those pay jumps, we're going to see that come to fruition.
Hello to Jimmy, who says, evening, Uncle Daddy Stapes, work wife James Hartigan, and the rest of the PokerStars crew, tuning in from Australia for EPT Prague for some live poker in over 2 years. God damn. Seems forever since my original comment about the form over function shot clock timer. Good to have you with us, Jimmy.
Good day, mate.
Oh, beat me to it. Beat me to it. How you going?
You know, we have a genuine Australian working on this production. He's probably really offended right now.
Nah.
Well, I'll bring him another shrimp on the barbie.
He's not been the same since he heard Neighbours was being cancelled.
All right, we see a UTG open with King Queen, 8-9 in the big blind, coming along, manages to make a pair on the flop here.
Yeah, and it's the flush draw for Steinbrenner.
Yeah, pretty juicy. 2 overcards in the flush draw. You're going to have the best hand, or at least the most equity, I should say, very frequently. Even if your opponent has connected, this is a perfect example. Even with the 8 of diamonds out of this deck, 2 overcards and the flush draw is still a slight mathematical favorite.
$12,000 each. Turn card.
Oh,
the king, not a diamond, but the king, and Steinbrenner now better than a 4-1 favorite.
That was definitely one of the turns that he was looking for. Now, will he bet the turn? Seems too good to miss, right? Especially when this guy's defending from the big blind. He's going to have all kinds of draws. He's going to have all kinds of pairs.
Nick, in a way, is it better to hit your king here than to hit a diamond, in that it's harder for your opponent to put you on like a random king versus a very obvious flush?
Yeah, 1,000%. It's much more disguised, but also even more important is when you're playing at this level that you recognize that the king is a scare card that people are likely to bet as a bluff very, very frequently. Like, you should be betting this turn a lot. You should be applying pressure to people that might have a 5, a 6, and 9. Some flush draws that might fold, some straight draws in particular that might fold. Flush draws a little bit less so. But this is the juice. What you want is the king on the turn, and you want him to come along, you know, get sticky with a 9 because they know that you're capable of bluffing the turn, and then complete like the 7 of diamonds that gives them the straight, that gives you the flush. That's the ultimate money card. And then you can say with absolute confidence that you're basically always going to have the best hand. You can confidently go ahead and value bet. You can even raise if they decide to donk into you or something like that. Uh-oh. Shot clock problems. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Makes the call. And, you know, like he hates it, right? In fact, I don't know. I'm not sure if he was the one that made that sound, but it sounded like a suffering, I'm seeing that shot clock call. But you can't fold on this turn. That's the point. This is what James is pointing out, and he's absolutely spot on. If you're folding on this turn, you're folding. Sorry, Joe, excuse me. James, great observation.
You're welcome, everyone.
Sorry, Joe.
I'm here all week.
This is exactly the spot that we're talking about. You can't be folding. Your hand is so strong. And I know it's not strong like, okay, you flopped a straight or you have a set, but you can't be giving up on this turn. Otherwise, you're going to get exploited to the max, especially in this field.
Yeah, I think Steinbrenner is a little thrown off by the shot clock, the way he fired in that bet at the last second.
Steinbrenner winning that pot. We're now roughly halfway through the first level of the day, and 7 eliminations so far. We came into day 3 with 119 players, 112 remain from the 1190 who started, and these are the stacks of the 8 players we have on the main stage, on our feature table. It's Colm Chan, who is the table chip leader, followed by Tom Fogelsang.
Wasn't Chan just all in with 8s a couple hands ago? Seems weird for a chip leader.
Team Pro, bro. Just a quarterfinal, bro.
Big stack bully. Rocker 445, clearly a big game fan, Joe. Says, I think Helmuth is okay, but I'm a huge Ernst Wiggins fan. Ernst Stavro Wiggins.
He changed his name after all the publicity from the run at 4 times hand. I got to give Ernest Wiggins credit. Like, anyone that does anything remotely interesting in poker, like, tries to capitalize on it for, like, the next decade, and he's like, I'm good. I'm, like, going to go back to whatever I was doing before. I've never seen that guy again.
This is like, you guys have to remind me who was the runner-up to this year, last year's World Series of Poker main event.
I like basically heard his name for the first time yesterday when someone asked Corey about the hand. George something.
George
Holmes.
George Holmes. Thank you very much. That was the guy.
Sounds like a boxer.
No, I'm embarrassed. I should know it. But they did an interview with him during the coverage, and they sort of said, you know, are you a pro? You know, any aspirations? He's like, no, I got no interest in being a professional poker player whatsoever. You know, I just like to play for fun. And I just love that because,
awesome.
You know, it's so rare that you see somebody going into an interview like, no, I like my job. It's pretty cool. Like, poker is fun, but I don't want to take it that seriously. I just prefer to jump in and then, like, you know, come second place in the World Series of Poker main event. No big deal.
When we're talking about, like, all-time money winners, whoever finishes second in the main and never plays again is definitely going to be a contender for actual all-time money winner.
Look at this flop for Steinbrenner. I'm thinking of a flop, James.
Is it 10 high?
And it would just be great if I could have a set. That'd be great.
Is it a couple of wavy lines?
5 of diamonds, you know, potentially has got a gut shot here once in a while. Potentially has a pair once in a while.
Well, the bet is 12,000.
We'll have backdoor diamonds more than once in a while.
Yeah. All right, guys. He's in the cutoff. What kind of 5x combos is he going to raise? Let me know your answers in chat.
Sourdough. Suited.
Ooh.
You forgot to say the magic word.
Let's just assume he has ace-5 of diamonds, guys, because that would be exciting.
This is my excited face.
No dice.
I would not be that excited about that river.
10's full. Like, how do I get the money in the middle now?
That's a good call. I think I have a very strong idea of which card it is, to be honest. What's that phrase about a bad penny? Credit where credit is due. Guillermo from the Spanish team figured it out first.
Steinbrenner adds 28k to his stack.
All right, we're rounding into hand 19 now. current payout is 11,140 euros.
Sinister 8601 asks, does anyone know why the chairs are making that sound? On his question, I have no idea what Sinister's talking about.
I didn't notice anything.
I think they're talking about the chip noise, the clicking and
Yeah,
that's probably what it is. Yeah, no, Sinister, those are chips.
That's what we have going.
Oh, and sometimes when the field ticker goes down, it makes it a like kind of
Yeah,
noise.
yeah, that's probably what it is.
No. No.
Also, you play good poker. Don't know about everyone else.
I believe you do too, sir.
Uh-oh.
You're still in.
Let's get some chat on this table. Digging it.
Where are you from?
Athens, Greece, but I live in London. You?
Dublin.
Huh?
Dublin.
Dublin.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. That's my boy. He has
You
arrived.
gonna play the Irish Open?
Yeah.
Explain.
Yeah, I might
Explain.
come for that.
She'll come.
I live in London, so
This is a
Norwegian Open.
very kind gentleman I've met earlier on my trip for the first time.
The week before.
Okay, I
Went
don't wanna
out,
spend 2 weeks in
had a
Dublin.
meal,
Why not? 4 days is fine. No
had some
offense.
drinks.
That's fair.
I believe he is a trader by profession, but also a longtime poker aficionado. I thought I recognized his dulcet tones, but as soon as he said, "I am from Athens, Greece," that's when I knew.
That's a cool city to be from.
It is, yeah, and he's a cool guy too.
Dominic Panka with ace-king in the hijack facing a raise. Dmitry Danchev's made it 13,000 from under the gun. Panka re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 39,000, and I think the action's already back on Danchev. I think the blinds are folded. Yep.
On.
Danchev all in. Panka calls. Well, we're going to see Danchev's hand now. We know it's ace-king for Panka.
It ain't King Deuce, I'll tell you that much.
Very fair.
And Danchev also has ace-king.
Yeah. Let's make
And they've got each other's suits.
I feel a sweat coming. It's very hard, but not impossible.
We've all gone broke in this
PokerStars will make it
situation
happen.
at least one point.
Yeah.
It is not
Who's the
impossible.
luckier one? I don't know. That one, I guess.
Okay, well, guys, we get to sing the song again.
Again.
This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh, Nick took a risk on that one.
I went for the harmonization. I thought we agreed on that yesterday.
Nice hand.
That was yesterday.
Oh, sorry. It was also Chat Pro Saturday, so I suppose, yeah.
Well, it looks like your risk paid off.
Okay. Yeah, okay, you know. I'll accept my award later, guys.
So sometimes when I'm playing live poker, obviously when I'm sitting there, I'm wondering if people recognize me, right? I'm like, oh, does anyone know who I am? And I usually don't find out until there's a chop pot, and then someone will be like, all right, come on. That's when I really find out if anybody
That's brilliant. man.
recognizes me.
That's brilliant.
I mean, obviously, the chop pot has become our thing. It's very much become the meme of our stream. but as the originator of this particular little ditty, I do kind of feel like George Harrison whenever Frank Sinatra would say that something was his favorite Lennon-McCartney song, and Harrison was like, oh, what?
Well, you're never with me at these events.
That's true. I guess it makes sense that people would think it's a Stapes thing.
Yeah, and when people credit me for it, I'm like, no, that was all hard again. Like, I definitely don't take credit. I honestly would rather be associated with almost anything else when I'm playing in a live poker tournament.
I mean, the fact that you gifted the poker world, all it takes is a chip and a chair, that is what you're synonymous with. That's what people should be quoting back at you.
I would rather be known for that.
Yeah, that's the one that people don't give you enough credit for.
I know, it's weird. That's okay.
Despite the fact that you invented that in 2014.
Well, there's people... There's always people spreading misinformation.
In this day and age, you know, fake news everywhere. Unbelievable. Okay, pocket fives for Danchev. Ah, no. GG's.
Chan still table chip leader. Antoine Saut still the shortest stack at this feature table. With just over half an hour left to play on the level. Just over 30 minutes till the first break of the day. Super Omega Fish asks, what time are we playing until today? So approximately 9:30 p.m. Central European time. So 5 levels today rather than 6. With no long break, and that does mean that we should play into mid-evening.
I don't know if this is a joke or a genuine question. Either way, I like it. Rocker asks, how come the guy has 2 cards now but only 1 last hand? Is it based on skill level?
I mean, Joe, I know over the years you've pitched some, I'm going to be polite and describe them as innovative.
Creative, sure, yes.
Variations on No Limit Hold'em. How about if you win a pot, you're only dealt 1 whole card on the next hand?
I love it. Hold card.
And you therefore have to make a 5-card hand based on 6 cards rather than 7.
I think that's fair.
Wow. I mean, we might be onto something, guys. That's another... I mean, does that make it more solvable, though, somehow?
Probably.
Reducing cards is usually a bad idea these days.
So King Jack under the gun has opened. Queens for Danchev in the small blind.
I'm not going to lie. I'm rooting for Alexi here in the big blinds. You buy me dinner, you get the roots.
What else did he get? Not sure about this comment from Hero Value saying, then you're disincentivized to win hands. Pretty sure you still need to win hands, you know, for the chips.
NATV says, Joe, is it hold or hole card?
The whole, like, W-H-O-L-E joke is played. Everyone's like, oh, I say hold, then you're like, I thought it was hole. Like, I've heard it a million times.
I see.
Exactly, Eki. Is the game No Limit Hold'em? Are they the cards you're holding in your hand?
Yeah, real funny joke saying it might be hole cards, buddy. Well done. We all know it's hold. Let's move on.
109 players remaining.
I don't know if you saw, but a guy sent me a clip from a baseball game a couple years ago. So the guy who's at bat is at bat. The guy who's up next is on deck. And the guy who's behind him is in the hole. But this baseball commentator is like, actually, it's in the hold.
Like 110, right?
And it somehow over the years became hole, but the real word is hold.
Servos all in then. Gets folds.
My man.
Hey Zervos, where's Crow? That's probably way too deep of a reference for everybody. Forget that. Take that back.
Love that sound, boys. Sound of chips in the air.
Raised to 14,000 in early position with ace 9 of hearts. Dominic Panker with queen 9 off in the big blind.
This would be me having to defend queen 9 off in the big blind. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh, interesting.
Yup.
Jack 10-6. Open-ended straight draw for Panker. Nut flush draw for Chan.
This could be real bad for Panka. A lot of dirty outs.
Yep, dirty outs indeed. King of hearts, 8 of hearts. Absolutely murderous for Panka. So hard not to do.
Queen of hearts. 4 of hearts, not a dirty out, but a dirty card. Panka dead.
5 strawberries for Colm Chan, and he has a lock on this.
Okay, 61K in the middle. What's he going to make it? 40,000? That's what she said. That's a pretty easy fold for that size for sure.
Not to be overly critical, why would you go that big when you've got pretty much the nuts locked up?
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting spot. I wonder if that was a little bit on the big side. I mean, it's not exactly the turn that you're going to be barreling as a bluff that often.
Yeah.
And it's usually the cards that are your good bluff cards that you want to have the larger sizes going into a turn for, right? So a continuation on that kind of a turn, I think, generally is quite strong. And I don't think you necessarily need to go that big in order to in order to sort of maximize your balance, where you're going to have some bluffs and you're going to have some value. I think checking is out of the question. I don't think there's anybody who thinks that checking is going to be a good idea on that turn, unless you have a specific read about
that
your
was going to be
opponent.
my next question. Yeah, you can't check either.
No. I think unless you have a specific read that your opponent is going to blast off versus the check, if he's that kind of guy. But I don't think on this table you're going to run into too many of those. So I think the continuation is definitely warranted, but perhaps a little bit on the smaller side. Zervo is going for it, baby. He is all in. 134,000, which is around 20 bigs right now, guys. Where are we at? All right, taking it down. Yeah, he's picking his spots really well so far. He's navigating that shorter stack. Not super short, but this is a guy that deals with probability on a daily basis in his usual trading profession. Poker is just an extension of that, or perhaps trading is an extension of poker. Joe,
I think the game of poker probably existed in some form before the concept of stock trading.
that is, yeah, I think that might be true. What do you guys think in the chat?
I'm actually not interested in what chat thinks.
It's not Saturday anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so Jam made it 14,000. There's 29,000 in the pot. That means there's 15,000 in there already, which means the blinds are 3, 6, 6. Nick, you were just asking. The human calculator is on it. Your boy again in a good spot.
Yeah, I think they're good. I'm check for yourself.
Not getting action on these all-ins. Down to 108 players.
Jim Barino says, is it possible to play poker without chips? Just like have your stack displayed digitally?
No, no one's ever thought of that. Franz Vase says stock trading was invented by the Dutch East India Company around 1650. Don't think poker was a thing yet. That sounds plausible.
Just go with it.
That sounds plausible.
Okay, somebody Google how old are playing cards? When was
I think poker came around like in the 1700s.
I mean, playing cards absolutely have been
Yeah.
around for centuries, but poker, the evolution of the modern game, doesn't go back, I think, as far as that.
The poker, right? Like
Yeah.
the French word. I
Poke,
think.
yeah.
Poker,
Yeah.
whatever, is from the 1700s.
Arlen.
But I don't know that stock trading. You may have been able to have
50.
stocks
Yeah,
in the Dutch
yeah,
East India
right,
Company. I don't know
right.
about stock. There was like a stock exchange.
Sure. Like, you know, I'd like to buy some stocks in this and not some guy going, buy, sell.
Yeah.
Sell high, buy. Sell high, buy low.
So we've got Antoine So shoving from the button here with King 9 and Com Chan, table chip leader, with the decision in the big blind, Queen 8.
He doesn't look very calm to me. He's only got 6K out there. This feels like, yeah, it feels like you can release that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
This comment's very dumb, but I like it. Petrimon says, even Jesus know what coin flip means.
Oh. Oh, wow. And so the game of poker was born.
107 remaining now. And certainly we are seeing more hands during a level than we did yesterday. The shot clock is certainly having an impact.
I like that too.
Good work, Bernie.
Timing there? It's a power move.
Soul Sander says, some historians say poker's origins can be traced to a domino card game
Gabriel was shouting,
played in the 10th century by the Chinese emperor.
Time bank and
I
a full
really
free
hope
throw.
that's a complete fabrication. That would be fantastic.
I do love a hashtag fake fact.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying it's a fake fact, but I appreciate it. I appreciate if it is. I don't mind if it's true or not. I like it both ways.
I'm always skeptical of the some historians, in the same way that I've been skeptical in the last 2 years of people quoting some scientists.
I tweeted something about 10 or 11 years ago that it's more true today than it was when I said it. Thanks to the internet, no matter how dumb an opinion you have, there is always someone out there who will back you up.
San Diego. Historians say that the original translation was lost thousands of years ago. What's that reference?
What's that?
San Diego.
Oh, that's from Anchorman. One of James's favorites.
Nailed it.
I was telling Joe recently that I stumbled across it on TV and tried to watch it for the third time. And I honestly think it's one of the least funny comedies I've ever watched.
I think you had to be there. It's kind of an inside joke, you know. It was something you shared with others.
It was a
made
cultural phenomenon more than a funny movie.
Yeah, you made reference to it because it was a thing that you had with your friends that you watched together one time, and less of a, you know, comedic genius situation. situation. Scholars maintain the translation was lost thousands of years.
So we've had a raise from Justin Steinbrenner. He opened in the cutoff with Jack-10, but Chan with a dominating hand, Ace-Jack. And I think Chan might have 3-bet here. Yeah, he's re-raised to 40,000. Action back on Steinbrenner, who quickly folds.
Never personal, never personal.
You took enough of my chips already. Give me some back.
Rocker 445 asks, what would happen if a player gets put out but refuses to leave his seat? That's actually how I got this job.
Second one's never a bluff.
I know. That's what I thought.
They eventually lured me away with a cookie.
What about the third one? The third one.
The turtle? It's a lizard in the grey box, not a turtle. Panker opening from under the gun +1 with King Jack. Round to the blinds. In fact, round to the big blind. Zervos, 9-6 of clubs.
Like 150 now?
200, start with 200.
Okay, thank you.
Let's go, Alexi.
Oh, come on the clubs. Has he got, yeah, straight draws and flush draws and a pair.
Why not? Look at that chip shuffle. Expertise. Composure. Okay, 35K was the pot.
See how your boy handles a pair and a flush draw, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody's favorite.
12K to go.
Oh, so you can do something besides move all in when this happens.
We've seen this a couple times, Joe. We've discussed it as well. It's like when the board comes ace high and you got one of these, your opponent's going to have plenty of that. So it's kind of, there's not too much value to turn your hand into a semi-bluff because you're not going to generate that many folds, really.
Well, we get the big switcheroo on the turn. The King of Spades and Panker now a 3-1 favorite with second pair.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. He was sort of bluffing on the flop, sort of, and on the turn he actually picks up. Equity. Sorry, he picks up showdown. Excuse me. So it doesn't need to continue anymore. And that is not the run out you're looking for. Joe, how many times have you had a pair and a flush draw and missed?
In the last 6 months, literally every time. I actually remember the last time I flopped a pair and a flush draw was about a year ago. I distinctly remember it. I was at the Commerce Casino, and Maria was like, I have my first live tournament. I don't really want to go by myself. If I take like half your action, will you come play with me? But that is the last time I flopped a pair and a flush draw.
Nick, I know you're a busy man, but I do encourage you to listen to the most recent episode of the podcast where Joe gets a poker lesson from Thinking Poker's Andrew Brokos.
Yeah, no, I spotted that. I'm a fan of those guys too.
But Joe gives the background to how he's running, and we get a real insight into Joe's mental state right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've become quite fond of Joe's mandatory poker wine.
It did you know what? But Andrew did help a lot. In that, you know, everyone is used to me poker whining, right? And it's kind of annoying. Believe me, I understand.
I don't find it annoying. I think it's all right. That kind of stuff doesn't tilt me, but I know that the poker community at large does have a bit of a thing about it.
Yeah, and the person I talk to most about it, it's hard to get, and he's understandably like sick of hearing about it. What was important to me, which he did brilliantly, he was like, hey, I mean, I forced him to. He was like, I believe you. I believe that you're running this bad. And he goes, I want you to know, you might not ever run good. You might not ever get dealt aces again for the rest of your life. That is possible.
Oh, that's so funny.
And
Yeah.
just the acknowledgement. He was like, I absolutely believe you. I don't think you're exaggerating what's happening. And that meant a lot to me. And I was like, cool, now I can listen to what else you have to say because you've acknowledged my trauma.
He disarmed you with the acknowledgement and then hit you with the sucker punch.
Yes, but
Yeah.
I did force him to do it.
Okay.
I was like, before we go any further, I need you to answer these following questions.
Do you think this is fair?
Correct.
That really reminds me of a conversation I had with a friend. I sort of said, so yeah, you're a good player. You play well. I think you should take the plunge. I think you should try and maybe go pro, but you know, up to you. And he turns to me. This is a guy who is a winning poker player, consistently beats the game, and he has done for many years. He says, but Nick, what if I lose, like, all the time?
That happens.
I'll never forget. We still talk about it today. I go, mate, you remember that one time you said to me, what if I just lose all the time? And he never looked back. Needless to say, very successful guy. He's done well in the game, but I guess that's a good mentality going into poker. Maybe just try not to lose, like, all the time.
So Casimir defended his big blind after Zervos opened in the small, and ace high still ahead on a king 995 board. And that bet on the turn will win the pot for Zervos.
Speaking of wine, have you ever considered creating your own vineyard, perhaps? Joe? What would you name your wine if you had a vineyard?
The Grapes of Wrath.
That is a great name.
I'm sure that already exists.
Stapes grapes.
Stapes. Stapes, grapes, and gripes.
All right, James, you're good at these. What would you call your poker themed wine?
Poker themed wine.
You know, so you know, like they said, okay, we'll help you set up a vineyard, but you know, we got to keep it on brand for for one of the greatest poker personalities of all time.
Deuce to 7 Merlot ball.
Oh no, you got me. Excuse me, guys.
We killed Nick on the second day of our live coverage. Vogel sang with Kings has opened in the hijack. Zervos flatting on the button with King 9 of hearts.
Simple Hacker says, the squeeze. I like that a lot.
Squeeze is good.
It's a subtle nod. It's a subtle nod, and I think that people would appreciate that. And those that don't will discover it months later and realize that they're part of something bigger than themselves. I love that.
I like Alex's Sauvignon Blanc.
There you go.
Ace, Queen, Deuce. Always an ace on the desk, and now Panka takes the lead.
I mean, good for Zervos for getting none of this. Get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, in the game of Texas Hold'em, sometimes it's good when you just don't connect and you just stay out of trouble.
Yeah. Vogelsang about to get buzzsawed. Luckily has continued for a small percentage of the pot, which seems pretty reasonable based on this board texture. Those have the backdoor spade.
Panka now an 87% favorite. And action goes check, check, and Panka improves to 2 pair on the river.
Oh, Kings, what are you gonna do?
You know what they say about kings? Looks good, but it never wins. Right? Isn't that?
Look.
Oh.
Bernie's pressing the flash button.
Bernie!
65,000.
Going for value on the river. Panka bet 65,000.
That shot clock is keeping people in line, and I'm here for it.
Who's this Tom Vogel saying? Looks like he should be on the cover of a romance novel.
I'm telling you, Antonius and Peter Andre. It was like a genetic splicing of the two.
Frustrating fold, Tom. At least you get to walk around looking like that.
Friendly hum.
Down to 102 players now. Oh, I think Gabby wants Tom's autograph.
If you make it up to Gabrielle F. We had some good wine. That was a hand we actually had to pay attention to for a second, but we had some good wine things come in. Bordeaux.
Oh, as in board.
Bordeaux, yeah.
Got it,
Royal
yeah.
Blush from V. Jane.
Nice.
There was one I liked right when the ace hit and cracked those kings. Where was it? Oh, up the Chianti. I think I might go with big blind Chianti. And another hand developing.
Yeah, Zervos has raised to 14,000 with the ladles. And Seer with ace-6 of clubs on the button. And I think that's a call. Yep. Panka out from the small blind. And it's Antoine Saut in the big blind who also folds. So, heads up to the flop we go. 8-5-3.
Is that Casimir who keeps sighing?
I think it is.
He might want to work on his live tells a little bit. That is definitely club in the window. Wrong black, sigh. All right, well, we're going to station, I don't know why I'm saying we, Casimir stationing with the backdoor club draw. Very hopeful. And hope springs eternal. Or sprigs eternal. That looks kind of like a sprig, doesn't it?
So 22,000. Nut flush draw on a paired board. Zervos near enough a 4-1 favorite.
Seer. Boy, I'm not really sure what Seer's hoping to rep here. I guess if ace-6 suited's in the range, ace-8 suited is also in the range. And now would be a bad time to continue bluffing.
Yes.
Looks like it's check, check. Okay.
Yeah, the full house. We'll see. Zervos
do you mean?
ship the pot.
Ooh.
I wouldn't mind seeing his hand.
This is the first day in the tournament.
What do you mean?
That you don't know you have to show first? You're needing to show first or for the past 2 days too.
One can hope, you know?
It's not very nice.
Maybe he was in the mood of showing. It's not?
No.
I will admit that with all the poker I have done commentary on, that if I was in that situation, I wouldn't know who's supposed to show first when it goes check, check on the river. I have no idea. I'm not even joking.
The player who's out of position is meant to show first.
Oh, so you're okay. So you act first, even in showdown.
There used to be this rule about last aggressor shows first, and it just became too complicated for people to keep track of who was the last player to put a bet out. So now it's simply, if you're first to act, you're first to show.
I mean, it's not like we're on a TV table and everyone's going to see this later on or anything.
Well, I think they were kind of ribbing the fella for showing first. We didn't have to, right? Is that what just happened?
I think there was a half serious, half joking comment about how long it took.
I see.
For the jacks to be shown.
All right, we're running on hand 35, guys. Everyone currently getting paid at 11,140 euros. Nice little payday. Cheeky investment. A little bit over a double on your initial investment. Zervos has got some chips in front of him. I think ace-5 off is a little bit wide. Yeah, he does decide to put it in the bin. Jacks, on the other hand, seems like a hand that you're going to want to play. Look at the hand placement. The control. All right.
Raising with the ladles, raising every day. Raising with the ladles, you get out of my way when you got ace king. Don't wanna hear you sing.
All right. Looks like we're gonna go to town here, guys. Ace king is gonna wanna do something. From the small blind here, a lot of the time you just want to 3-bet and get it out of the way, right? You're like, this is not a good position to play this combination. So why not raise and take it down right here, right now? I don't think we've seen Steinbrenner get too out of line either, so Seer's not going to be particularly happy.
Except for the time he traded Jay Buhner. You're not up on your 1980s, mid-1990s Yankees players.
Joe, I was born in 1989, buddy.
Okay.
Jacks all in, called by ace king. Classic race underway on the feature table on day 3 of the EPT Prague main event, and it is Seer at risk.
I feel good about this one.
I feel good about this one. I think if you want to be a tournament player, you got to have that mindset.
Of having a good feeling?
I feel good about this one. You got to say that to yourself a lot.
I don't, yeah, I don't. That's never happened.
Always an ace on the desk, and Steinbrenner takes the lead. And only a jack on the river
Steal some
will save Casimir Seer.
Could definitely be there. GG, bro.
All right. Good luck, guys.
And he is eliminated in 101st place.
He's
He's going to cash out for just over 11,000 euros.
GG, bro.
I think he's happy with his performance today.
Cannot lose all my.
It's a pretty standard situation, pretty standard spot, especially at that effective stack depth. Getting those jacks
That
in.
was just a bit
lose
too
the
much
flip.
confidence, I believe.
You bust the EPT, nothing to be mad about. Nice little payday, just over double his initial investment.
I don't know why he would bother playing a poker tournament where you can just right-click save the video of the poker tournament.
You had a good feeling.
So 100 players remain. Next elimination, and we will be down to double digits.
I mean, it's better to have a little bit too much confidence than a little bit too less.
That is true.
Words to live by.
Ace-5 suited. Artisanal sourdough for Antoine Saut. And he announces all in. He is presented with the red triangle of death. It's the glass one, by the way. And if that gets thrown a bit too enthusiastically by the dealer, it can do serious damage.
Almost. First card, king.
Not just to your soul like it usually does.
Bloody knuckles at a poker table can be a thing when the glass triangle's involved.
Going back.
Yes.
It's familiar. This wall next to me.
Moving closer to it. You have enough space?
No, it's good, man. It's all good.
Oh! 11 Poker says, am I too late to the wine pun party, or can I offer you a cold glass of German Riesling?
Ah.
That was
Very
worth
nice.
the wait.
That was worth the wait.
Yeah. Considered contribution. I appreciate it. Well played.
I think you would age that in a triple barrel.
Let's go. See, there's so much out there. The opportunity. I'm surprised you guys haven't capitalized on this before.
I've never thought of getting into the wine business, Nick.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm making reference to, James. I can't believe you haven't capitalized on this before. You missed a trick here. Just think of all of those Poker and Their Ears viewers sipping a glass of States grapes.
It's hard enough being the world's 7th and 8th best poker commentators. You expect us to stomp grapes in our spare time?
Hey, it was good enough for Francis Ford Coppola.
You guys can outsource that. It's all good. Come on.
We are down to 99 as we approach the end of the level and see Chan and Danchev go to a King 10-4 flop. Top pair for Chan. Mist Warden asks, if you get knocked out, can you ask for your red triangle of death as a souvenir? No, but you can use your payout to buy one from the PokerStars store.
Many have tried.
Yeah, I mean, you know, perhaps as a last hurrah, you just sort of grab it and dash. You know, this is my last EPT ever. I'm taking you guys down with me.
You're going to get clotheslined by Tony on your way out the door.
And then literally nobody can go all in for the rest of the tournament. We just don't have the facility anymore. You've stolen the red triangle of death. We got nothing left.
So we get to the river. Chan has a lock on it. 63,000 in the middle.
Is there any more value?
Well, Danchev decides to bet the river with just ace high.
Pot was 63,000.
Yeah.
He makes it how much?
Danchev has bet 7,000 and Chan raises.
Ooh, this is kind of spicy.
27,000.
Incredible. Incredible.
I mean, Chan's got it right here. He knows he's got the best hand. Interesting size, though, right? If you're like, okay, he's got a jack, he's trying to value bet, he's got a 10, he's trying to put in a sneaky value bet, something like that. Maybe just like a little bit over a click, but, you know, who knows? I think ace deuce obviously is going to be a fold, but I wonder if jack 10 would call a size like that. Oh, he's using some time bank. What a spot to use some time bank.
It is a weird hand to raise with.
I would agree. I think a lot of players would just play it safe and just go ahead and get to showdown when you know you got the best of it. But you know he's got to read based on the action. You know, based on the way this hand was played, he's like, yeah, I think I got him narrowed down here.
It's funny how you attribute, not you, we attribute thought patterns to sort of mimic our own.
Oh my days.
Danchev responds with a re-raise to 100,000 and Chan's thinking, why didn't I just call that 7K?
Hey Joe, you remember that one time when you raised the river because you're going for thin value and then the guy shoved ace high on you?
I don't want to be rude, but okay, at this point, I agree. It was thin value, but
I mean, this is exactly why a lot of players will just default to a call here. You don't want to get played on, but I mean,
No.
oh wow, what a spot. 0. Okay, time bank reset.
Did you notice there how quickly Bernie was in getting that 30 seconds back up?
just put a delicious fly on the button.
I mean, he was confident enough to raise. Is he confident enough to call? He obviously didn't put him on a very strong hand going to the river, otherwise he wouldn't have gone for the thin value. This would be a sensational hero call.
What hands can raise this amount on the river for value? I mean, ace-queen is not in this range, flatting in the big blind.
Queen 9.
Okay, here's the thing though, Joe. Look at the pot odds he's getting here. He only needs to have the best hand like 1 in 3 times to make this a profitable call, something in that region.
Queen 9's a good one, James. Hadn't thought of that. But that's,
He makes the call.
wow.
Let's go.
Good call with a pair of kings and wins a huge pot from Dimitar Denchev as we go on break. Coming to the end of the first level of day 3. And that is going to see Kom Chan increase his advantage at this feature table. And I do believe we are going to stick with this table for the next session when we come back after the 20-minute break. Kom Chan now playing 81 bigs. Antoine Soot is in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Just 8 bigs. We're going to 4-8 when we come back in 20 minutes time. More live action just around the corner. 20 minutes away here from the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Our live coverage of the Prague main event continues shortly. We'll be back soon. Action forward to Mikkel Nielsen, who's got aces. He raises to 80k. Andrea Dato has 8-10 suited. He folds. Ace-king suited for Panka.
Things are about to get pretty rank for Dominic Panka. Do you know it's actually harder to get dealt ace-king suited than it is to get dealt aces? It's kind of messed up.
Here comes a 3-bet. Panka re-raises to 190,000. Kirill Radzivill folds the small blind. Andre Letao in the big blind. Also passes. Back on Nielsen.
Folks aren't folding much in position, so I would suspect we're going to see a 4-bet.
He makes it 310,000.
4-bet's a little small, but I don't think it's going to matter.
Panka shoves.
Call.
And Nielsen calls. Panka at risk and behind.
Last time I saw a cooler this big, Rocky was punching meat in it.
Here comes the flop. 2 hearts on board.
Dominic Panka. So good.
He now has 9 outs. And that's one of them!
Me.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
Nielsen's not drawing dead. With an ace or 6 on the river, he'll make a full house. No.
Must be nice.
That hand was the worst thing to happen to a Nielsen since Dracula Dead and Loving It.
Dominic Panka doubles up to over 2.6 million. Mikkel Nielsen down to 1.6 million. Dominic Panka, who did the dirty on Nielsen, has ace-queen of diamonds.
Hope you're happy with yourself, Panka.
He raises to 100k.
Probably gonna crack aces again with this hand.
Radzivill folds. Letao is out.
Gerald Karlik in the small blind has ace, king of clubs.
Like a good ratatouille, it's time to throw a little garlic in this pot.
This is a 3-bet to 260,000. Popov folds the big blind. It's back on Panka.
He's not folding.
He shoves.
Makes sense.
And gets called.
Once again, this is just kind of coolery. Can Dominic deliver another brutal, brutal suck out?
Karlik is officially the player at risk. Well, that's a fine and dandy flop for his ace-king. He's set for a double up here. Dominic Panka only has 2 outs. Karlik just has to fade a queen on the river. Oh, it's a queen!
Dominic Panka not making a lot of friends today. Karlik and Nielsen are going to start a support group.
He does it again! Another brutal suck out.
Good luck.
And this one sends Gerald Karlik to the rail in 18th place.
I feel so bad I can't even do another garlic pun. Stinks.
We said that earlier on. If you wanted to know about poker, you had to find books, and there were only about 2 of them in existence, Super System 1 and Super System 2.
Yeah, we hadn't even had Harrington on Hold'em yet at this point, had we?
The revolutionary. Harrington on Hold'em.
Falconer with pocket jacks. I believe
75,000.
75,000?
I believe Falconer had limped. And Shipley, he said 75,000. But doesn't really matter. Falconer was all in for around 300, it looks like. I guess this is what you did back then with jacks.
Danger hand. You don't want to see too many cards coming out.
A lot of tanking with jacks so far in this era.
Some tanking now with King Queen suited from Shipley.
There it is. And we are flipping this time potentially for the first ever EPT London title. Wow, what a flop again. 2 spades and a queen. That's the spade on the turn. Shipley takes it down, wins the flip, wins EPT London, numero uno, 200,000 pounds.
Once you see their thought process, the reasons behind it's completely up. So essentially, they just got lucky.
How do you get to the point where you're like, I think people should pay me to teach them about poker? Like, how do you get to that decision?
It was actually, of course, it was my decision, but back then when I played Sitting Ghosts, I had a bunch of guys approaching me because it spread around that I'm doing quite well on Sitting Ghosts, and they asked me, hey, can you maybe just teach me? Can you coach me? And I was actually, sure, why not? And then I've received that feedback that people really enjoyed it and that they have learned so much, because I would say I had a complete different play style than most of the players. I studied my opponents very well. So I discovered a lot of different spots that I could take advantage of. And of course, I passed this knowledge along. And then they realized, oh my God, I've been doing so many things wrong. And this is where they literally just wanted to pay me a lot of money to teach them what they have been doing wrong. And this is where then after I have had private coachings for a year or two, I was like, well, it's a very repetitive pattern. At some point, you teach the same things over and over again.
Right.
So why don't just put it in a course? And everything that I've been teaching there, and of course new stuff, I put it in a course. And back then it was my first sit and go course, and it was just me, some PowerPoint slides, and talking about everything I know. And back then we weren't that big, but it was again very well received because there was literally no sit and go content out there. And then once I started with tournament poker, same spiel here. I had a lot of tournament poker coach or tournament coachings, and I saw the same pattern as well, but this time I also wanted to take a little further to talk a little bit more about the mindset side of things as well, because, variance is very, very big. Wanted to talk about variance, wanted to talk about, I'm not claiming to be a mindset guru or anything, just, I've been doing this now for 10 years, and I can claim of myself that I've seen a lot of stuff that others can learn from. And I was just, okay, I had these issues with my mindset and downswings, and this is the way I was coping with it. Maybe give it a try. So I wanted to make it a more holistic approach, very practical, and I just wanted to do the same for a tournament. And then this is basically how it started out.
Yeah.
With Raise Your Edge and my coachings and people paying me for that. But it was never really. I've never one day was like, oh, I should make money out of it.
Right.
Yeah. No, I just actually really enjoyed doing the coachings. I really enjoyed working with people,
But it started because the people came to you. It wasn't like, I have all this knowledge to impart. They wanted your expertise. Looking at the poker training industry in 2021, how competitive is it now?
It definitely has gotten way more competitive. I think for us, not necessarily that competitive, because you have a whole bunch of sites that are just putting out solvers and training software that solely focus on teaching GTO poker, and a lot of these tools are really great. I just do believe in a different approach of having someone that explains you the reason behind something. So with Paired, we have a software where you can also do GTO quizzes and solves, but the main focus is on when you do a quiz, after every question, you have the option to see an explanation video where I explain, okay, this is the reason why we bluff here. This is the reason why we don't bluff there. This is the reason why we want to fold this hand, and so on and so forth. I show that based on solves, but my goal is always to teach why we want to do certain things. And this is, in my opinion, the most powerful way to learn, because you can have a great software that shows you how you're supposed to play in spot in theory, but you don't really understand why. It's like, why do we want to overbet here? Why do we want to bet small here? Why do we bluff these suits and not these suits? How does blocker effects play an important role in this spot? And this is just something this can also be very confusing, and these solvers are not simplifying at all as well. So what we want to do in poker, since it's so complex, we want to simplify a lot. We want to see heuristics. We want to see patterns that we then can also mirror onto other spots. And this is impossible to do with the solve. I mean, you can do it yourself, but I always compare that with in school. Basically, learning with a solver is if you go to a math lecture and you have everything written on the board, and then you have to teach it to yourself, right? This is basically working with a solver. Or you have a teacher, ideally a teacher you like, is explaining you how it works, right? So this is how I believe studying is way more powerful versus just checking results and seeing, okay, I did this right, I did this correct. But and this is something I've also discovered in our Discord. very often when our students post hands, and we're a very active community, that they might have played the hand in a way that I would say you played it well, but once you see their thought process, the reasons behind it's completely up. So essentially they just got lucky playing the hand in the correct way. So, and they did it for the wrong reasons. And as you know, in poker, you can get luck a lot of the times, or also bad luck. And also you can get lucky the way you play a hand. And it might look from the outside that, oh, you played a hand very well, even though you did it for the wrong reasons, which will then lead you to make fundamental mistakes in other spots.
Blinds are 30-60, and Davide Katai is the super short stack with just 8 bigs. Action folded to Andreas Klatt.
I'm a kitty Klatt. Meow.
The chip leader passes, so it's round to Katai.
Okay, let's see.
He has ace, 9 of clubs.
He's in relatively early position, so he's probably a little worried about that.
I'm all in.
He decides to go for it. Gets through Diego Zaita. And Raffaele Sorrentino. Kolkovic folds. Paniak has jacks.
This guy is across all the yaks. He is pan-yak. He is also pan-jack and definitely not folding.
He calls out of the small blind. Nardan folds the big blind. The cards go on their backs. And Caroline is already calling for an ace.
Sorry. I'm so sorry for you.
Even Paniak's tickled.
No ass. Maybe the turn?
She's a machine.
We are going to lose Davide Katai unless there is an ass on the river. Boom!
Whoa! What the actual? This is fairly unbelievable. What a lady.
How can I lose this tournament?
Davide Katai's fiance comes to his aid again.
I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sukanik to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. What about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At Kings Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making Kings Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at King's to become a part of poker history.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Prague in the Czech Republic. Players are returning from break here at King's Casino, which, if you are watching that video, apparently has won over 35 World Series of Poker bracelets.
Exactly.
That is crazy. Who knew they were even eligible? Joe Stapleton, Uncle Daddy here with Nick Walsh, it is, right? Nick Walsh.
Yeah.
Nicholas Walsh, we say sometimes. Cards back in the air here on day 3 of the glorious return.
You can call me whatever you want, Joe.
I'll call you Nick Walsh if that works for you.
Okay.
Very good.
No problem, Uncle Daddy.
I go by many names. Uncle Daddy, Stapes. Well, I guess two names. Antoine Saoud. Here at this feature table. Long pedigree of making final tables.
Uh-oh. Steinbrenner with the queens here in the hijack. Sitting there with a pretty chunky looking stack too, so he can do some damage if he finds a player to come along with him. Zervos probably will with the king-9 off, facing the straight min-raise. Or slightly above it, excuse me. That 9's looking dangerous.
Dangerous for Zervos. Steinbrenner way out in front with the ladies.
It's just one of those flops, you know, Joe?
You know, the ladies are the mascot hand of my quarantine poker club, Club Quarantine. You gotta play the ladies.
I do not. I already.
One diamond for Zervos as well.
Deuce of spades doesn't change anything. Queen's probably still very confident with their hand here. The only consideration, you know, assuming we're not seeing the cards here, if you're looking down at queens and you're in Steinbrenner's seat, you are blocking hands like queen 10. You are blocking the diamond draw. So that's some consideration. That will come into play some of the time. 60,000 on the turn. That's
no, not 60,000, 60 chips. 61,000 chips. Okay, I get it.
Slightly below pot, but really, really chunky. He knows that this is a very wet texture. This is the kind of spot where your opponent is going to have plenty of draws that we're going to want to come along again. Alexi's like, yeah, no, let's continue, please. The king would be so savage.
Don't say it. Just a 5.
Just a 5. Now, 2 streets are one thing. 3 streets is a whole different matter altogether. King-9 with a quick check. I think on this kind of a river, Joe, it's like, it's not the run out where you're just going to have a ton of just barreling off, you know what I mean? It's not, the scare cards having come, there's no reason for you to sort of increase the frequency at which you're going to put chips in, really. They're 2 bricks, really, apart from maybe completing the 7-8 straight.
Ooh. Well spotted, Nick. You're never afraid of Jack-9? You're never afraid of the big blind uncapped range?
I don't know. I think with this run out, you're just doing so well. Alexi knows that he's got a relatively strong hand here. It's just whether or not he wants to put the rest in. It's like I said, I don't know if this is the run out where he's just going to turn up here with, like, you know, 7-4 of clubs or something crazy, you know what I mean?
Something crazy like the 5 of clubs?
Well, yeah, I don't know. 5 of clubs is showdown. If your opponent is calling your bets out of position here, the 5 will get to showdown quite often because they're, of course, going to have a lot of missed draws that you're still beating.
Well, let's flip this from Zervos' perspective. Are we... How do I keep saying we? We's for sweatless hands only. Stop it. Okay. Is Zervos calling off for tournament life with second pair? I think faced with aggression on every street.
I think it could be justified, absolutely. I mean, you know, you do have a good kicker with your 9 as well, but like I said, I think with this particular run out, I'm not sure if this is the board where you want to put it in on the river. 2 streets absolutely probably mandatory, I think, especially given the fact that the deuce was such a big brick on the turn.
ABC Figum says, nice river bet instead of those angsty little thin bets.
Five, 4.
Plowing through the time bank cards.
That's another time bank, or is that another time?
How many you got there, pal?
You have it, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I never thought of that. You could just ask.
You could just ask him, sure.
About what?
Trying to get a read. I actually like Steinbrenner's action here. He made it look really fast. And generally speaking, if you want to try and make it look weak, you make it fast. It looked kind of fast. It looked kind of reckless. I think he's actually done. Yeah, okay, good fold, Zervos. He's going to see it in a little while. I'll give him a call. I'll give him a call in 2 hours' time. I'll let him know. Let him know the good news if he doesn't see it on stream.
So, Nick, I got bad news and I got bad news.
What's that?
We had a bunch of, this is the day where like a lot of the name players go out.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that we are kind of rooting for name recognition. And I have some eliminations to report on. Out in 105th place, Connor Beresford.
Oh, wow.
I cannot bear the news.
I don't remember ever seeing Connor bust out of any tournament ever.
It's very rare.
It's so rare.
Good timing, eh?
104th place.
Thank you very much, guys.
Jorrit Van Hoof.
Oh, yeah. What a guy.
The guy's name is, his first name looks like a typo.
She would have met me. I want to go
Someone
to the
accidentally
toilet
hit the T key at the end.
about you,
102nd place, Rafael
You know what
Moraes.
kanka means in Turkish?
Kanka?
Kanka means...
No
not
Moraes.
Kanka is friend. Best friend.
101st place, Juan Pardo.
Pardon me, but you need to leave now, sir.
Exactly. Pardon me as I burst into flames. And in 99th place, fan favorite, perpetual chatterbox, local hero, Martin Cabral.
Yeah, that really is a big one, isn't it, Joe? I mean, we've seen so much of him on our first day of coverage here in Prague, and to see him bust in 99th, I mean, especially after the beatdown that he put on Ramon Kalilas. If you guys haven't seen that, by the way, make sure you check it out in the recap. What's the official term, Joe? Highlights?
Yeah, the YouTube recap, sure.
Sure, go and check it out, guys. It was a doozy, and my boy Ramon getting absolutely executed, and it was a little bit of a slow roll too. IMO.
So Cabral, Cafel, 99th place. 96 players remaining. Well into the money.
Okay.
How much you playing with?
Servo sitting with.
Hey!
You must be
It's
the
the
captain
Mad
of the
Turk.
table.
I just got those chips in the last night.
Are you the captain of the table, sir?
You're the captain. I have to obey your orders.
Fair enough.
For now.
Getting a little master and commander here.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
We'll see.
How long? 20 minutes? 30 minutes?
Who are you, table captain?
I'll tell you in the break.
You tell me in the break.
Yeah, sure, why
I
not?
have other people to tell me in the break. You know?
They call me Cable Tapton.
Thank you.
Okay, we're rounding now on hand 40 of our second day of coverage here in Prague. Ace 10 off. UTG. He's only got 65K. Is this the time? I think the all-in is imminent. It don't get no better, buddy. This is the spot.
All right, you want to do a little trivia? Antoine Saout trivia?
Yeah.
It's not really Anton.
I mean,
Saout
and
trivia,
if I trivia, you mean asking me questions that I'm not going to know?
Antoine Saout finished in 3rd place the first time he made the World Series of Poker main event final table.
He finished in what place?
3rd place.
Oh my days.
Who finished in 1st place that year?
Okay, this was 2009.
Who finished in 1st place that year?
It's probably Chris Moneymaker. Just kidding.
Chris Moneymaker was 6 years prior to
Yeah,
that.
I know. I'm only joking. You know, I honestly, I don't even want to hazard a guess. I am hazard a guess? I don't want to hazard a guess. I'm pretty poor on my poker trivia knowledge. Lay it on me.
See if anyone in chat's got it yet. Foo wrong is actually foo right. 2009 World Series of Poker main event champion Joseph Cata.
So Saut with the effective all in here. Pocket sixes probably will come along here. Yep, makes the call.
We are going heads up to the flop. Just 10K left behind for Saut, so we're not flipping.
Not sure.
So Saut can still get away from this on a bad flop, right, Nick?
Yeah, I think this is the definition of pot committed. Oh, what a flop for sixes as well.
Sure, I think someone, but
It doesn't really make much difference if he shoves the same scenario, but you know, you're thinking, I only got 10K behind. Yeah, there it goes.
There may be a pay jump situation on the horizon. That could be why Saut's looking out into the field before committing those final 10 yellow 1K chips.
Nicht schlecht, as they say in German.
What does that mean?
Not bad.
Oh.
Depending on where you are, they pronounce it all kinds of ways. Nicht schlecht.
6 Sauts for Antoine. And that is one of them.
Still plenty of equity though for Chen. 23%, not the favorite, but you know it's gonna happen like 2 in 10 times.
It's gonna happen 23 times out of 100. I would venture a guess.
I think human calculator over here. Geez. All
All
right.
right. Back now. You have to pay them.
Saut gets the full double.
You actually have to pay them.
Play the man.
Fly in.
All right, I'll just take it. You thought you made a straight or something? I didn't know what that was.
And knuckles the table. Begrudging congratulations to Antoine. 95 players remaining.
Disqualified, otherwise.
Every so often I have to take it out to the read it.
Blundell in the chat is asking, Stapes, where did you get that pink shirt in the recap video? I would hazard a guess and say he got it in the closet.
I did get it from my closet. But before that, I got it from the internet. Thank you for your question.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, internet. Guys, check it out.
It's actually quite big on me. It's my homage to Mike Sexton.
Joe, actually, I had a suit tailored recently. Complete custom job. Did it mostly for the experience. I've never been in a position to do that before.
You liked when that guy took your inseam?
Yeah, that was exciting for me.
Was it a little Italian guy? Who did it for you?
It was a really nice English guy called Martin.
Well, did you have it done on Savile Row?
I had it done at Gresham Blake, which is like the Savile Row of Brighton.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know. I'm not really sure. This is for a wedding, I guess. I got some weddings coming up and all that.
Chan folds. Avoids a second race. 2 hands in a row.
I'm good.
Easy game.
Go ahead. Sorry, buddy. I just want to make sure we didn't miss a flip.
No, absolutely. Thank you for keeping me in check. But then I was thinking, Monte Carlo's coming up pretty soon.
Yep.
Is that a suit situation? We got some suit situations going on in Monte Carlo.
It can be.
Me and you, suited and booted out in Monte Carlo. What do you think?
Well, Nick, I don't know if you know this or not, but some people, not me.
You're kind of a big deal.
No. Some people might not fit into the same suit that they wore pre-pandemic. So I may have to make a trip to the
tailor yourself.
Yeah. The one with a lot of fabric.
You got plenty of time before Monte Carlo, buddy. I want to see it. Me, you, and the Hardigan out in Monte Carlo, suited and booted. Champagne and caviar. All right, guys, back to the action. Current payout now $12,350. We have seen a slight increase in the payouts. And we've got action here from Vogelsang, who makes it raise to 1,600. Steinbrenner in the big blind. These guys are relatively deep. I think we're probably just going to see a flat here a lot of the time. Yep, there it is. Ace high.
Right in the window. Steinbrenner, top pair, BG kicker. Vogelsang only catches a spade.
Yeah. I feel like at this effective stack depth, he's probably going to want to c-bet, and he's also probably going to want to go a little bit on the large side. Like 1/3, it seems like pretty standard here.
Sorry, is 1/3 large?
No. I should say it's not particularly large, but larger than perhaps if we were 20 big blinds effective, where I think a quarter pot c-bet would be more standard than a third, right? Doesn't seem like a big difference, guys, but
it is.
When you're studying the game, you realize how monumentally big it is between those two, because not only does it influence the sort of price you're giving yourself to get your bluffs through, and also the price that you're getting when you have value, but it's also going to influence the effective stack moving forward, right? So if you use a larger size pre and then a larger size post, it's going to be easier to get chips in versus if you're using a smaller size, which is going to limit what you're going to do. Now, he's got a Tabasco bottle in front of him. Can we get a story on this, please? Anybody? Is anybody going to talk about the Tabasco bottle?
Yeah. It's delicious. It goes good on everything. 0 calories.
Oh, I thought he was going to put the Tabasco in. I was channeling him.
Saving it for a spicy flop.
I dig it. I don't know, man. This is a alpha power move. Tabasco at the table. Yes, please.
Isn't Rob McElhaney from Always Sunny related to the McElhaney Tabasco fortune?
I hope so.
I think I remember that being true.
How much do you think Tabasco makes a year? Big Tabasco. Let's talk about Big Tabasco really quick, 'cause I don't want to get political.
Yeah. Six on the river.
Ched Cheese says Tabasco is trash, all heat, no flavor. Kind of like you. You're banned.
Check on the river. Steinbrenner's going to pick up this pot.
Nice hand.
Tabasco is definitely not the best hot sauce in the world.
Not by a long shot. Like, not even close. Like, not even in the realm.
But as far as, like, versatility is concerned,
Sure.
and classic
Sure.
ness.
Like, Joe, you strike me as somebody that likes a good Bloody Mary.
I do like a good Bloody Mary.
And I think as Americans, we can appreciate this more. Bloody Mary is more of a tradition in America, and guys know how to. People take pride in their Bloody Marys at bars. You know, in England, not so much. They're kind of kicking onto it now. But Tabasco is a great way to add heat to your Bloody Mary without altering the flavor, which some people like. I kind of dig putting in some like crazy hot sauce in there and trying to alter it a bit. But I'm still trying to perfect my own recipe. Are you a good Bloody Mary maker, Joe?
This is going to sound like I'm bragging, or I'm doing a bit. We got some exposed cards here. I am good at making almost everything. I'm a pretty good bartender, pretty good cook. I do make a pretty decent Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary is one of those things, though, that to do it right, you need a lot of ingredients.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And I prefer just to go to like a Bloody Mary bar, a place that does it right, and I'll make some good ones there. So I don't have to.
Well, like when you want to enjoy a Bloody Mary, you're usually not in a state to go out and make sure you got all the ingredients and then take it home and then cook it up yourself, right?
Like I prefer a Bloody Mary out.
Yeah, I think you always enjoy a Bloody Mary. It's like, what's a good example of something that you always enjoy when somebody else makes it more?
I think for me, a lot of breakfast foods are like that. Like I prefer to eat, like I make a great pancake, but I prefer to go out for pancakes.
Yeah, amen to that.
Omaha Steaks. Do you want my attention, your name, and my hometown, and all the cities around it? Cool, you got it. Thank you for your comment.
All right, guys, let's get back to the action. Hand number 44 coming up now.
For?
Payout is still 12,000.
Wait, just in case you get a bad beat, you just drink.
Wait a minute. He's asked about Tabasco.
No drinking Tabasco.
Bosco.
Is that all we're getting? He asked him about Tabasco. He said, "No, I'm not drinking it." I mean, come on.
Ace queen suited for Saud. Remember, it's only got about 18 bigs.
All in.
All right. So picking up a few chips.
Send it, says Risky 35. Hello, Pappy.
Only 89 left, Joe.
Oh, wow, yeah. Across the 90 mark.
I know you guys were aiming for the 50s, but I think we're on for that final table. Let's go.
How much to play?
Here he is again, Senor Panka. We've seen him so much in the past. So much coverage with Panka. How much you play, he says.
Do you find the 7, this particular 7, to be don't be aggressive, but also like a little sexual?
I love a good 7, Joe.
Just the curvature of it, the angles. I don't know. It seems like it's kind of got a sexy little bod on it.
Oh,
Way
yeah.
higher than a 7.
It's kind of got a pear shape at the bottom there. You know, it gets fatter at the bottom. If you know what I mean. Okay, Mr. Chan here.
Ace 4 suited in position. We know Chan does like to call in position with suited aces.
Yeah, it's pretty dreamy. There's so much dead money out there. You can play from absolute position, and the 7s just like give them an even better price to continue. Vogelsang's got to continue here as well, right? King 8 suited, big blind. You got the most insane-o price going multi-way here. You're pretty much going to connect in a meaningful way, or you're going to get away most of the time. And I think these guys are good enough to, fold some top pairs as well if they feel like they're out-kicked too. So I think it's a mandatory call there from big blind for sure.
Vogelsang is in, and Danchev coming along as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players headed to the flop. Artisan asks, is it just me or does Panka look like Michael Cera? Should I text Michael Cera and ask him if he thinks Dominic Panka looks like him?
Oh, there's the 7, those sexy 7s.
The 7, it is always coming. However, that is not the only piece of this board that has been acquired by folks at this table. Top pair, second kicker for Vogelsang.
Yeah.
Up and down for Danchev.
This is definitely one of those spots too, Joe. If I have 7s and I'm first to act here in Vogelsang's position, let's say we just swap the 7s and the King 8, I'm gonna be donking like hard and big. You got to be leading into this situation
with King 8.
With this, I'm saying if they swap 7s and
yeah,
King 8, I don't mind. I don't mind leading with King 8 either. What I'm saying is that I know it's one of those situations
you gotta donk
where you
it
want
hard
where you want to like
3 7s.
disguise your. It's not a spot where you want to disguise the strength of your hand. You just want to get value from all those draws, and this is such a texture where people are going to have plenty. Yeah, guys, if you didn't notice, by the way, Joe does have Michael Cera's number, so you know.
That's okay. I didn't know the poker was going to heat up so much.
I mean, I feel like it would be
when
good.
I dropped this name on the ground here. Let me bend over, pick that up.
We could just like FaceTime Michael Cera live on stream right now just for the memes.
Michael Cera does not have a smartphone.
Really? Downgraded to a clamshell.
He does not want to participate in any of the nonsense.
Wow.
That the smartphone brings along with it.
I feel like my life would be enriched by that philosophy. Absolutely.
It absolutely would.
I'm putting off installing the timer.
Ooh,
oh my
baby.
God! I don't want to know how much screen time I'm getting, Joe. I'm putting off putting the screen timer on there.
My screen time came in. I was down 10% this week, only 6.5 hours a day.
Is that because you're on a flight from LA to
the flight helped
Prague?
a lot, and I think being in commentary helped a lot.
I know it's actually until 9.
So not only just a bad card because it improves Panka's hand, but also just sort of seems very innocuous
Right, it was supposed to be only 1 level more.
to Vogelsang. Wolfie Spirit just writes Panka's face, which is there. So thank you for your comment. He does in fact have a face. Vogelsang betting again, 40,000. Firing deep into the abyss, and that abyss is going to get even deeper if an 8 happens to hit the river.
Oh yeah, that would be incredibly spicy. I mean, that would be Tabasco spicy.
That would be Tabasco levels of spicy. I agree.
It's not like, it might even be like the bomb levels of spicy. If you guys are ever giving that one a go. Liquid death.
I mean, I was home at like 2 o'clock, so it was not great. Towards the end of the day, it was
Giving it some thought. Making use of that time bank.
River is the jack of diamonds. Okay, so things don't get any worse for Vogelsang. Some straights the open-ender got there.
Sure, 9-10 is going to be in there for sure. I mean, maybe Jack 10 once in a while, probably not against the double aggression, but it's not like he was going super, super big either, so perhaps that's not out of the question. I think the interesting thing is, though, Vogelsang has the kind of hand that he can probably just, check and get to showdown a lot of the time. He knows that he's probably not going to get, if he checks here, he's not going to get bluffed off this too often. But because Vogelsang can still have the missed flush draws, because he can still have some random floats, I think he's going to make some money here if he sizes it correctly. But the question is, are you going small or are you going really big?
I like a check back here for deception. Really disguise the strength of your hand.
Quads on the river, slow it way down. He bets 175,000, and we see this so much, Joe, when we're looking at high stakes poker. In situations where we are kind of going, is he going to size down for whatever reason? More often than not, they're going for the big one on the river, because they want to polarize and they want to maximize their balance in a situation where they can have bluffs and they can also just go, if this guy's really got a big hand here, he's going to pay me off for a larger sizing, and that's going to pay dividends.
Yeah, me too. It's
River check, jam, fold. Yeah.
Yes. It won't cover it.
We appreciate the effort. Yeah, I'm with you, Risk. He says, come on, show the quads.
Big nose in this pandemic,
Patrick, I want to know what this Tabasco is about. Get on it.
This guy's been part of the team for one stop. He's already barking orders at Patrick. But seriously, do it. Just kidding.
Well, I was getting him drinks last night, so it's the least he can do for me. I want to know about the Tabasco. Chat, if you have any theories about the Tabasco situation here in Prague, I would love to hear it. The more outrageous, the better. Go.
Steinbrenner, 10-9 suited, otherwise known as the Grafton.
Oops. Oh, there was 3 blue ones there.
Okay, I get a good price.
Zervos optimistically flicking it in with 6 deuce of spades. And that's 2 spades on the flop, my babies, as well as 2 aces and a neener. Did I catch a niner in there? Zervos checks. Steinbrenner continues. I mean, this is about as much as you could hope for. The big blind special. It's the big blind special.
Woo.
Shine a light on me. Eight on the turn. Does not change much. Ghost Rider asks, should there be a penalty for players not wearing their mask correctly? I think everyone at this table is trying to wear their mask correctly.
Jess Alice says, if you chug a bunch, it'll disguise your tells, in reference to the Tabasco sauce. Okay, you know, like when you're trying to throw off a polygraph.
Or hot ones. You ever seen hot ones?
Yeah, I love hot ones. I also like cold ones. You ever watch any cold ones?
Is there really a cold one?
Yeah, yeah. I think they're.
My God.
I think they're two Aussie guys.
What are they eating? Ice cream?
They just drink a lot.
Oh.
Cold ones like beers.
I will throw back a couple of cold ones. That was not an Australian accent attempt, just for the record. 40,000 the bet from Steinbrenner. Servos does not want to chase the flush on a paired board. Seems reasonable. You know, it's a great episode of Hot Ones. Michael Cera.
Yeah. Where have we seen that guy before? EPT Prague 2022. Just kidding. Risky says the Tabasco on the table is actually indicating that he has multiple other hot sauces in all of his pockets, and he didn't have any more room. Naturally, Tabasco being the bottom of the shelf hot sauce, it ends up on the table. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, the story checks out.
Oh, you're right. I did drop that name a second time. It's so slippery. It just keeps popping right out.
That reminds me of when we did our charity Reach for the Stars? Stars Call for Action.
Yes.
When we did that, and I was eliminated by Breaking Bad's
Bryan Cranston.
Bryan Cranston. Yeah, and that's about as big of a name drop I got. And I didn't even see him face to face. It was all done online.
I think we cut to that table shortly after you were eliminated.
That's right. Yeah. It was looking real good, but Bryan Cranston got the best of me. I'll take it. Heisenberg took me out. You know, how many people can say that?
Okay, so for this joke to work, Nick's dad's name has to be Bran. Bryan Cranston to Cryin' Bran's son. Okay, all right. Let's focus on the poker. Pocket Kings for Vogelsang makes it 16,000. Danchev trying to take advantage of position. 3 bets with ace-8. Zervos with a bit of a decision now. This feels like one that you could maybe just
you could
get away from.
Yeah, I think given the 3-bet, he's not loving this spot. I'm not sure Danchev has the kind of stack where he's really going to be getting super out of line here either. It's not out of the question for him to have some, you know, some weaker stuff here. And in this case, obviously, Ace-Jack is ahead of Ace-8.
But not ahead of Kings.
But is he going to get out of line often enough to make the cold 4-bet jam worthwhile? And it's in the bin. Good fold, buddy. Vogelsang's like, ah, yeah.
See if Vogelsang puts in another bet or decides to flat.
Feels like a good spot, Joe. Looking down at Kings here, facing a 3-bet. I mean, I've seen worse situations in poker.
All in. I guess you could say Vogelsang's turning up the heat.
Too? I guess. Maybe.
Getting spicy. You know, I wonder if there's a teller there, though, as well, Joe, right? So you've 3-bet from the small blind with Ace-8 off, and then the big blind is welling up. Are you thinking this guy's always got Ace-X, and that's another one of the cards that I really want to have in the deck still?
Yeah, back in the day, I remember a player giving me a hard time about insta-folding an ace one time and being like, oh, like, you should have thought about it for a second. So I could have known you. And I was like, first of all, that seems out of line. But people don't talk about that much anymore. Kings for Saout now. slight little timing tells that if you have a real decision. But you could read into that too, like sixes, right?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. That was my afterthought as well. That's kind of where there are just so many hands that need consideration there, and I think it does balance out. You can't necessarily always just go, oh, I must have an ace, because actually, technically, you shouldn't have as many of those left. Okay, ace queen,
re-raising. Back over to the pocket kings of how do you say this? Antonio?
Antoine.
Oh, Antoine. Spelled like Antonio, but with the words, the letters mixed up.
With the words mixed up.
The words mixed up. So we're in a similar position as the last hand.
Same response.
Same response, and really not a lot you can do with this sort of stack size.
168.
Get it in now, before there's an ace on the desk. Seven Priority asks, is final table tomorrow? Yes, but not this one. Thank you for your question. I'm sure there's a final table somewhere. Chan needs to call off 128,000. Are there some are those both those packs? Excuse me, hold on. Let me try this again. Professional broadcaster. Are both of those stacks Chan's to the right and the left of him?
I believe so. Stacks to the left of me.
So we've
stacks to my right.
The call's been made.
Here I am.
Going to a flop with you. Chan looking for an ace, looking for clubs, looking for more than one queen.
Stuck in the middle with you.
She's like, this is my wall of chips. This is my walking around chips.
I got my
Oh no! Whoa! I don't even know how to feel. Every range of emotion right there.
It was looking real spicy for a second, but that king is pretty much going to seal his fate. There's only about 3% backdoor equity here for Chan.
Backdoor.
I mean, an ace is kind of cool. That's interesting. 10 is kind of cool. Jack is kind of cool. Nah.
6 less cool. Double up, Saud. The second double up.
Yeah,
in a short while.
Big exhale there. He was happy about that. I would be too.
Full house.
Can I just say, applause to the dealers. They've been doing a stand-up job so far. Basically haven't seen any controversy on our coverage thus far here in Prague. Antoine Saud,
clap.
44 big blinds, 356,000. That is a very, very significant pot.
Do you agree with Optimus Clang? It says Saud with a decent stack suddenly. Yes?
That was somewhat sudden, wasn't it,
a little
John?
sudden. And Chan down to 45 bigs, 366,000. So just about even for these two players.
Underscore says, geez, does all of the chip playing drive anyone else here crazy? I could sleep to that sound, my friend.
It drives me crazy.
I love it. I love it.
I think Dostoevsky wrote that the sound of chips clattering was enough to give gambling enthusiasts seizures.
Really?
Like in a good way, though.
Like pleasurable seizures.
Yeah, pleasurable seizures.
That's that's me. Yeah, I can confirm that. It's the sound of fortunes being won and lost, Joe.
Mad Turk finally playing a hand. Calling in position with ace-10, has Vogel saying dominated. Saud with some connecting cards decides to get out of the way.
100 more, 90 more.
Thank you.
King, Jack, 4. Heart, heart, heart. 10 of hearts for Ibanoglu. Gut shot draw. Flush draw. Best hand. Nice try, Vogel saying.
It's kind of like a row of flush. Draw.
Yeah, sure.
But not quite. But it kind of is.
Deuce on the turn. Actually, breathes a little life into this hand for Vogel saying.
Okay. He decides he's going to go ahead and bet 16,000 here. Ace 10 with the call. Obviously, that heart is going to give him the 100% here on the river. There's Vogel saying, he glanced at his chips there, guys. Don't miss those kinds of tells. And he is all in on the river, and that's exactly what that glance usually means. Aggressive action. I wasn't expecting the all in this scenario, but certainly when people glance, that means that they're looking to put chips in. The consideration is there prior to the action.
It's weird that the guy with the Tabasco keeps being all in, because really a few drops is enough.
You only need a few.
Fun spot here with the 10 of hearts, huh?
I mean, he says all in. I'm not sure if the Tabasco is over the line yet, Joe.
You don't want to use all.
That mask ain't over the nose line, I'll tell you that much.
Amen to that, buddy. So at this stage, he's thinking, I'm only losing to the Queen of Hearts. I'm only losing to the Ace of Hearts. That's only 2 cards in this whole deck.
Yeah, but those are the 2 cards he's most likely to be shoving with.
That's kind of what he's representing. He's recognized he can put his opponent under a lot of pressure here. He's only got 62K left. I think he's probably going to lean towards a call in this scenario, but I appreciate the pressure. I think it is a fantastic move.
Like a one-legged man in a phone booth? Leaning towards the call?
He's just trying to work it out in his head. He's trying to play back what happened, and he's trying to say, would he have played the Ace of Hearts like this? Would he have played the Queen of Hearts like this? And he gets the fold. Well played, sir.
Wow.
Ace 3 off. Just getting away from it.
That is exactly probably the top of the line, right? That you can get to fold.
That's probably the line right there. I think second nuts is kind of like side call. But I don't know. It's this is the beauty of tournament poker. It's not just, you know, do I think I'm going to have the best hand today, like you might say in a cash game. It's like, do I want to exit the tournament like this when we're in the money, the pay jumps are coming, and potentially I'm gonna walk away with like €1 million at some stage.
Quick peek at the stacks. The Mad Turk, incredibly short stacked after that hand. Can you describe what I'm doing right now?
You're batting?
Batting. It's a hammer.
Oh, you're hammering.
I'm warming up the hammer. You know what today isn't?
It's definitely not. It's definitely not Chat Pro Saturday.
It is not Chat Pro Saturday. So let's have a little cull here in the chat. We got a lot of chat pros. Poker Pro, for example, says terrible fold. You banned.
Yeah. What you guys can't see, Joe just did like 3 shots of tequila. He's come back with a vengeance.
Fold second nuts with a Omega lull. You banned exponential. Third nuts fold with a Keck W. You banned. Thank you for your comment. What a bad fold. You banned.
Never drink and Twitch, Joe.
That's a pretty good bluff. Exactly. Let's keep it positive. Nice one, Olo. Bust your ass.
And you're banned. No. Okay, we're going to a flop here. We got some dealer versus big blind action.
Donkey fold, you banned.
Steinbrenner with the suited ace and Panka. King 10 off has not connected.
Donk fold. You bet.
This strikes me as a situation where you can bet to try and take it down on the flop, and or king high is going to be the best hand often enough for you just to go ahead and take another card, and I think that might be the line. Going to a turn, 10 of hearts, no change for Steinbrenner, but Pank obviously picking up that 10. It's one of these weird ones, right? I think the check on the flop is really interesting because when you're playing at this level, both players kind of can understand what kind of hands they're going to be checking on this flop. And it is going to be these sort of high card combos. So ace-6 off on this turn is going to feel like they're going to have the best hand some of the time, or perhaps they might think, am I going to be out-kicked? You know, in a situation where my opponent has ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, and they've just slowed down on the flop just to control the size of the pot and get to showdown a little bit cheaper. I think at this stage in the tournament, you know, I think you're just going to bin this. There are situations where you want to get sticky there because you kind of disguise the strength of your hand to a certain degree pre-flop, and you will have the best hand on those kinds of textures an alarming amount, much more than people might think. But, you know, we're playing tournament poker. It's the EPT main event, and these guys aren't going to be giving you an easy ride going to the river. So even if it is that is a bluff, I think a lot of the time it's going to be followed by another river bet, and you're just not going to be able to stand up that pressure a lot of the time.
This stream is free, my babies. Nick Walsh dropping knowledge, educating the masses. I bet you weren't even listening.
Clockwork says, can you play poker with a bad hangover? Well, you can certainly do commentary with one, as I'm showing right now.
I actually have a slight hangover just from sitting next to Nick.
Yeah. Reminds me of 2019 Prague.
Bitchin' asks, Stapes, can I get a thank you for the question? No.
Hey, Gordo, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. Or if you've been here a while, I apologize for not noticing you sooner.
Vogel sang. Making it 16K. See, they use UTG on this, and I prefer FTA, first to act.
Yeah, FTA would be an interesting one. I'm sure if we Googled it, I bet FTA would be some sort of like crazy organization already, though.
Probably.
Let's take a look. Free trade agreement. That's important.
That is incredibly important. Can someone answer Murstyle, who wants to know what the phone booth thing was that I referenced? 757 ace high. Doing fine. Channel the queen jack, which never, ever, 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 ever connects with anything.
All right. Again, we got some action. UTG versus big blinds. Check the initial aggressor. Betting to take it. I dig it a lot. Don't forget, guys, PokerStars EPT.
Wait, we're going back to Monaco?
Presented by Monte Carlo Casino.
Oh my God, I have something that day.
We are back in Monaco from April 28th to May the 7th. Highlights include the 100K SHR and the 5K main events.
I can't move it.
Both tournaments will be streamed. I don't know, Joe. You already agreed to Suited and Booted Monte Carlo with me. Now you're telling me you forgot.
I didn't know that it had been announced already.
It's right there on the screen, you guys. Yeah, Monte Carlo coming at you. That's going to be really, really exciting. So, you know, stick around.
I have dinner reservations at Buca di Beppo that night.
Buca di Beppo.
200? Yeah, 204.
Yeah, if you guys want to keep up to date with all of those dates, make sure you follow us on our social media channels, both James and myself, Instagram, Twitter, that kind of jazz, and of course all the PokerStars channels as well. They will be giving you guys updates as and when they happen.
Ace high is winning for now. Vogel sang with considerable equity. Got a gut shot.
You got a gut shot. These are always really interesting boards. These are the kind of ones that I think people benefit from running in solvers especially as it's simplified, it is a heads-up scenario. There's not too many other considerations apart from the pre-flop range of the under the gun player and the pre-flop range of the big blind. So it stays kind of true to form, right? You want to find some sizes here. You want to see if you're going to be checking back. You want to see if you're going to be betting. And when you got 2 overcards in the gutter, you know, generally speaking, this is a great opportunity to kind of semi-bluff when you've got considerable equity. Even on this turn, 24%. Not too shabby, you know, considering it's only a queen high.
That's all this hand will ever be. Queen high. It does not make hands.
Put it this way, he's never not missed this river before.
When you see queen jack, do you ever assume that it's the queen and the jack having an affair? And the king's like, yo, what the king's all.
I always imagined there was more to the story.
Right.
A hidden, you know, behind the scenes.
Or maybe they're a throuple.
I mean, maybe they're poly, I don't know.
The king and the queen and the pool boy. You guys are watching EPT Prague, the triumphant return for the first time since 2019. And hopefully more EPT stops beyond Monte Carlo. That's all we have announced thus far. And I got, ooh, that was a good one.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
I actually don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, you're gonna smell it eventually.
Hashtag embrace the squeak. All right, queen 10 off. Senor Panca. Makes it 18 to go.
Maybe that's the noise the queen makes when the queen and the jack are have 7 minutes in heaven.
Perfectly timed squeaks. And he takes it down. Gordo says, "I want to see EPT in Canada." Gordo, you do know what EPT stands for, right, buddy?
Take a second to explain geography. Oh, you know, it's hard to take the high road on that one, though, considering we used to do EPT in the Bahamas.
That's true.
So
that's true. That was
I'm
on
willing
tour.
to let it slide.
That was on tour, though.
$83 players remain. My guess was that we would end the day with 54 players today. James took the slight under on that. Leto asks, someone living in North Italy felt an earthquake like 5 minutes ago. Interesting. I kind of felt like I felt an earthquake today. I did. I did. I'm not saying I did feel one. See what storylines are developing. Obviously, we have got former EPT champion Dominic Panka at this table. Old school EPT favorite Yücel Imanoglu, aka the Mad Turk. Two-time World Series of Poker main event final tableist Antoine Saout. I believe Adrian Mateos is still in the tournament. We've got EPT champion Dimiter Danchev here at this table. Imanoglu all in against the limp from the 8 for, maybe it was a raise, I'm not sure. Either way, it's over.
No more friendly game, Turk.
What is king, man?
No more.
Nobody
How friendly
folds.
could he be with
Raise,
8
what
big
can I do?
blinds?
I have a suited hand.
I wish somebody raised, I would have go in.
That's a very generous interpretation of 8-3 of spades, calling it a suited hand. Kupopi asked me if I would be at the Patrick Antonius event. It's doubtful. It's doubtful. I don't really get to go to poker events unless I'm working.
Here we go again. Queen Jack off. We've discussed it at length today.
Around 3?
Leave the first word off of that, and that's what I think of this hand. It's a real J-O hand. Not like pocket tens, which you don't even need to hit anything. Sometimes it's just the best hand.
Yeah, this time around, though, we were talking about those tens being the effective aces when you're shorter, but I think at this effective stack depth, I think he's justified in just playing a little bit slower from position. So under the gun +2 open to Queen Jack, to 1800. Vogelsang from the hijack decides to come along.
Nice fold.
Just as a flat. Big blind here looking down at ace-10 off. Small blind here looking at ace-10 off.
Man, I can't tell you how many times I would just ship ace-10 off there and get snapped by the tens, and it's just lights out.
It looks very, very tantalizing with all that dead money out there. I agree, but a disciplined fold.
Vogelsang's tens faring quite well on this king high flop. 2 spades. Oh, quick fold. I got confused for a second. I was like, there's no way Christoph Vogelsang folds tens that quickly, and then I realized it's not Christoph Vogelsang. Tom Vogelsang, no relation to Christoph. Last tournament he cashed it was eliminated by Martin Cabral, and was the biggest stack at the table at one point.
Look at that wall right there. Man's got chips. Steinbrenner UTG with the absolute garbage 10 deuce off. Chan similarly strength. Vogelsang similarly strength. Danchev with the first playable hand here in the hijack.
So the time I had a hand when you limped in.
I'm okay with this.
When you limped in, I had a hand.
Marble a little behind, but with an interesting comment. Bahamas was an old UK Commonwealth, so I'll allow the PCA. If it's in Canada, it would be the APT.
Very nice. Hey, Joe, you know how they named Canada, right?
I do. I know how they named Canada. Do you want to tell the people at home how they named Canada?
No, I won't. I'll probably butcher it anyway. I think it should probably have a C, A.
So far, so good. Yes, what else? Is that it?
I think it should probably have an N, A.
Okay, sure.
I think it should probably have a D, A.
And that's how they named it Canada.
That's how they did it. Joe taught me that one a long time ago.
Great story, buddy.
Great story, buddy. I'm not your friend, buddy.
Antoine Saout picking one up with a pre-flop shove.
You know, when I was a young boy and I thought to myself, I would love to do commentary for the EPT, never once did I imagine that I would learn such knowledge from the
I'm
goat.
just a bit of a history buff. What can I say? A bit of a history buff.
Joe State's dropping the knowledge, A.
I'm all about the fun facts. Here's a fun fact. You know the way that they kill cows in a slaughterhouse?
Sure.
You do?
I guess so.
They make them go up a giant escalator and they fall off the other side.
What?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's how they do it.
That's your fun fact?
No, it's not fun, I guess, but it's just another little piece of trivia.
Where's the punchline?
There's no punchline. I mean, it's kind of funny when they fall off. Vogel saying, opening this pot, queen 10 off, ace king for Saud. Ace king going around right now.
Yeah, these guys are still pretty deep here.
James Hardigan writes in to say, I'm sure Joe hasn't forgotten the Sky Poker cash game featuring the Mad Turk. You know I have. I know I recognize this fella. I just don't remember why. He's a bit of a character, if I remember. So picks up another pot. Saud from 0 to hero.
Yeah, absolutely.
This level.
Just chipping up. I mean, it all kicked off when he got those kings in against ace queen. Am I right, Joe? That's where it started.
One a flip, one another flip.
Yeah, I don't know what's in that Tabasco, but it's working for him.
You ever see the episode of Curb with Bob Odenkirk, who plays the adult film star, and he tells the Tabasco story?
No, I have not, I'm afraid.
I'm afraid I can't. I can't really tell anymore.
If you guys want to hear that story, you have to get on our Patreon. It's called Nick and Stapes. Check it out, Patreon. You guys, $5 a month, and you get all the uncensored behind-the-scenes action from this year's EPT.
Uncensored, still heavily censored. Steinbrenner with the King Kong. And look, he's going to climb the top of the Empire State Building.
So they have, in fact, decided to go with the rules that James suggested earlier. Saud coming off a fresh win, being dealt only one card.
I don't see a lot of hands that can call a 3-bet with the 6 of spades in it.
Yeah, so it's 44 more to call.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. So 10x is 440K.
Whoa. Well, that narrows the range a little bit, doesn't it?
I mean, I think he basically always has to have sixes here. Am I right? I mean, it is dealer versus small blind though, so maybe a hand like ace-6 of spades once in a while. But that's about it. I think it's pretty much going to be one of those two.
We're going to find out real quick if it's 6s or ace-6 of spades.
Absolutely, yeah.
Any idea when we get?
I mean, why though? I mean, for kings, look at this flop. I mean, come on.
Yeah. So size bet 35K, and I guess it was 6s in that case. The world will never know.
Risky asked, does Nick have any nicknames? Do you have nicknames, Nick? I guess technically your name is a nickname.
It is, yeah. In Brighton, the majority of the poker scene, which isn't particularly big, call me Sick Nick. And at some stage, another Nick, I don't want to say joined because he was always there, became Sick Nick, but I was then upgraded to Sick Nick 1, and he became Sick Nick 2.
Wow. How about Big Nick Energy? That's what Risky wants to give you.
I dig that. Yeah, let's get that going. If you guys could circulate that, how many people are watching this stream today? Just check in. 3,500. If you guys can start circulating that now, if you have any newsletters or anything, get that going. I feel like that could be a good one for stream. I'm not sure if it's
over 3, but not by
we got a big hand shaping up here, but I do have a question for Nick that I was wondering about recently. See if we have time for it.
Yeah,
after we get through this monster.
Let's watch the queens first.
Okay, talk to me about ace queen suited here against under the gun. Obviously, you can't fold ace queen suited. Can you flat with it out of position, or do you have to 3-bet this?
So generally speaking, I think people in the small blind prefer the 3-bet,
Yeah.
just because it's such an awkward position to play.
But against under the gun, are you gonna get shoved down like a whole bunch?
I think the way you balance that out, Joe, is you 3-bet your ace queen suited, and then you just flat with your ace queen off or something like that. I'm not saying that's necessarily the exact range, but that's a way that you can incorporate a little bit of both without going too overboard.
Didn't it used to be that you should be re-raising the offsuit?
There are situations where that's absolutely correct and absolutely correct to do. What I mean to say is it's a situation where if you aren't sure about what frequency you want to incorporate, if you're using just the suited combos, it means you're only using 4 combos of
I see.
what is going to be maybe 16 if you include the 4 suited combos and then all the offsuits.
Chad makes the call, is once again a dog. Danchev with the possibility to double TF up. We've seen a lot of aces spike. When folks have had big pairs like kings and queens. Of course, that has no bearing on what happens in the future. King high. So more outs now for Chan. 3 aces, 4 jacks, more than doubling the number of outs Chan can hit. Turn card is a 7.
7 of clubs, no good. What are you going to do with that?
7 is kind of the jack of number cards, though. It doesn't count in this case.
Unless you're at EPT Prague, and then it's just straight sexy. Am I right, Joe?
It's an attractive looking number. River is a tray, double up Danchev.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot from Chan. He's been in a lot of these spots where he's 3-betting hands like ace queen. I think previously it was ace queen off against the kings, and it's like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
He's kind of in these spots where he's got a hand, he's got to play, and he's got to do it in a specific way, and then he's kind of got to call it off too.
What are you gonna do except run better, aka stop being poor? Dimitar Danchev up to almost 40 bigs.
Nice hand. Keep it controlled, man.
That's a yellow.
Kom Chan, you got this under control. He's still got 27 bigs. He's taking a couple hits. Nice deep breath, buddy. I believe in you. You got this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look at that wall right next to him as well. Love that. Sick troll. Underscore, thank you very much for bringing us back to Anchorman. He just needs to go on every hand. 60% of the time, it works every time. What was that question you were going to ask me, Joe?
You're a bigger guy, right? You could be imposing physically.
Yeah, I'm very tall.
You're tall. You're a wide frame.
I'm about 6'4". I got broad shoulders.
Yeah. You ever been in a fight?
I absolutely... Well, okay, I'm gonna say I abhor violence, but that's more like I just really freak out. I don't like aggressive things, and I just trip out and I just kind of cry or something probably.
So you don't?
No, I would be terrible in a fight. If I'm gonna fight or flight,
you're a flight.
I would probably just crash.
Okay, fair enough. I would have guessed that, but
no.
But sometimes people pick fights with bigger people for some reason.
So actually, I think that is true, and that is something that I've observed. But I'm also the guy that's really good at diffusing situations too. Okay. You know what I mean? I'm a lover. I think there's only been a handful of times when that's happened, and more often than not, ended up at the bar doing shots. About 10 minutes later with the same dude. So it's all good. But no, I'm not good with confrontation. That's why I hide behind a microphone. Just kidding. How about you, Joe? This is when Joe goes, oh yeah, I love to fight.
I don't love fight. I actually also abhor violence, but I've been in many fights in my life, especially in my youth, because I got a big mouth and I run slow.
Please put that in the memoirs, Joe.
Steinbrenner still behind at King High.
That's the opening line, Joe. I got a big mouth and I run slow. My name's Joe. And this is my story. I'm not sure
Been
why.
a long time. Queen on the river.
Not sure why you were from New York there for a minute, but
Could cost Steinbrenner.
yeah, absolutely. This is going to be.
Call this a value cut.
This is definitely going to cost him a bit.
Stickety, snaw, snaw.
I was-
Chan makes the call, shows the kicker. Tap, tap.
I was going to say, Joe, this is a spot where we've seen Chan. You remember, he was the one that put in that sort of thin raise on the river with the king six and then called off the shove. Am I right? So I don't think it would be that wild to assume that perhaps he might try and go for value on the paired board there as well when he hits that queen on the river with the with the nice king kicker. But the flat is good too, buddy.
That is true. Interesting stat from Statric. We've got eyes on a player out in the field. Maybe their first live tournament.
Oh, really? I mean, if you're gonna jump into a tournament, why not make it an EPT main? Steve Hortis says, I have a big mouth and I run slow. My name is Joe is actually a sick bar. So if you ever get into the rap game, Joe.
It's not a sick bar.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'd say it's below average even.
Uh-oh. Blackout graphic, and we are straight back.
Oh, yeah. This is like when Luke turns off his targeting system.
Could bullseye a Womp Rat from some distance. What's the quote?
20 meters?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm going to get so many people.
So
I'm surprised Hardigan's not writing already. I'm just waiting for it to pop up. James Hardigan is typing.
Well, that's no bigger than a Womp Rat.
Here it is. James is typing. What's the distance that Luke can hit a Womp Rat from?
We used to bullseye Womp Rats from 40 yards. I guess
Definitely not yards.
It's not yards?
No, it's about the width.
It always is.
Not much more than 2 meters. I knew that part. I thought there was a different thing about how far away he would hit him from.
All right, Chan, ace jack off in the high jack. Can he get it right this time? Been pretty unlucky with some. I'd say they were pretty cold decks, generally. Vogel saying to cut off a pocket fives.
Speaking of cold decks, Cinco. Vogelsang is in. Obviously, Zervos rejects 10-8. The Mad Turk in with King 7 of spades. Did anyone hear that? Did anyone else hear that?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. That was the sound of the graphics machine frying, I think. Looks like the pocket fives fold to the shove from the... I feel like you can't say Mad Turk anymore with to take mental health issues seriously.
Sure.
We'll say the struggling Turk. Mental health struggles Turk.
The recovering Turk.
Epoch fails as bro, you're my favorite commentator of all time. Sending love from Mongolia. I'm a big fan of your barbecues.
I'm a big fan of your throat singing.
Ooh, there you go. That's cool too.
Yeah, that's some cool things.
That's probably really insulting.
Yeah, no, that's a genuine attempt at a cultural heritage tradition. That's fine. That is actually what it sounds like, or close to it at least.
Oh, the guy really liked it. He was so excited he got banned.
Round 3.
300.
Round 3. Here we go.
1 out of 10.
We got
I'm gonna work on the throat singing, guys.
chips in front of Vogelsang. Chips in front of Panka. And it looks like Vogelsang is the aggressor. Waiting on Panka.
The aggressor.
That's another raise. Oh boy. Winner, winner. So James has come through with a Star Wars quote. Do you want to play General Dodonna or Wedge Antilles?
I'll play Dodonna.
Okay, that means you're also going to play Luke.
Okay.
All right.
The shaft is ray shielded, so you have to use proton torpedoes.
That's impossible, even for a computer.
It's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats in my T-16 back home. They're not much bigger than 2 meters.
It's like you didn't rehearse this.
I'm not good at reading.
Not good at reading.
Yeah, we're gonna work on the delivery, guys. That was just a warm up. Don't worry. We're gonna come back with some more quotes in future. No rating needed.
I will say that Nick's performance was worthy of one of the prequels.
I was the that was the Jar Jar Binks of performances.
Misa show Womprats.
You all in?
Yeah.
Misa like a
We've got an all-in here. Jack 9 is what the Mad Turk shows. And I believe Antoine has called with 2 sevens. Gotta say the 7's the slight favorite here, both literally and figuratively, as we know. The 7, it's coming. We're playing the games with the flipping. Some of the Star Wars fans have walked off the job. That's why the graphics aren't working.
I'm not surprised.
I'm out of here.
Misa like a these.
The flop has a 9 on it. The going through a hard time mentally Turk takes the lead. And maintains that lead on the turn.
Yes.
And the jack only improves the hand further. Double up.
The happy Turk.
Thank you, Ghost Rider. You are blocked. Congrats. Man, people are weird.
Yeah.
People are so weird.
Okay, first axe puts in the bin. UTG plus 1, no good. UTG plus 2, no good. Alex here. Shot clock has begun. He is going to say all in. And he's going to take it down, picking up that big blind ante and the blinds. Okay, hand 67 now. Under the gun makes a raise. Vogelsang makes it 16,000. First act. FTA.
FTA, first to act. Some more suited cards. Old Steiny here.
Steinbrenner with the big stack. He could definitely afford to come along here. Calls the 12,000 more. And Shannon, the big blind, probably just going to pass the queen 8 off. Yep. All right, so neither player connects, but queen 10 picks up that gut shot.
Is this what we would call a range advantage for the under the gun raiser?
I would say this is a huge range advantage. He's going to have a nuts advantage as well.
You know what we used to call that in my day? That's a razor's board.
A razor's board. Is that like a razor's crest?
No.
Oh.
As a board that favors the razor.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, Star Wars people. Have that.
Yeah.
Take that little slice.
Chris is typing. He's the biggest Star Wars geek of them all.
He really is. I've got a friend staying with me here in Prague. And I said, yeah, you know, I was on The Mandalorian. He was like, what? I was like, Mandalorian. He's like, are you making up words? I'm like, you've never heard of you've never seen or heard of Mandalorian. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay. What do you say to a guy like that?
Nothing. You just excommunicate them from your life, I think.
I think he might be listening now, so sorry, buddy. Get out of my room. You're
Tell
not
him
staying
to
with me
go
anymore.
enjoy his sports and sex with women.
Excuse me. AKA the Baby Yoda show. Yeah.
The Baby Yoda show. Here's what I'm wondering. We got the graphics back, by the way, so we can talk poker for a little bit. Chan Jam over the button raise of Steinbrenner.
Yeah, the time has come. This is a great spot, though. That button open's going to be super duper wide, and you're going to get tons of folds, and you're just gonna pick up lots and lots of chips here.
So if the Mandalorian's nickname is Mando, right?
Well, no.
They call him Mando.
The other people's nickname for that particular
Right.
Mandalorian is Mando.
So does that mean that Lando Calrissian's full name is Landalorian Calrissian?
And it's actually his religion, Landalorian. Oh, Lando's a great character, though. The old rascal.
You know, he makes a hand in the Han Solo movie called The Straight Stapes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Those poker scenes are really funny in those movies. What's the name of the game?
Sabak. Got a new feature table when we come back from break, which is looming. You want to know who's at it? Big name here.
Let's hear it.
You ever heard of Lars Kurtz?
Sure.
What about Andrea Cortolazzi?
What about Michael? Oh, I picked the wrong one, didn't I?
Oh, you sure did.
Michael.
You're in it now.
Here in Sevich.
Princevich is what I would say.
Princevich? I apologize, Michael.
I don't know if that's
don't mean
right.
to butcher your name.
You just have to say it confidently.
Yeah.
Michael H.
How about Henning Andre?
Henning Andre? Sure, we saw Henning Andre yesterday, I believe. Dinesh Alt also at the table, but the star of the show. Heading this way to the featured table post-break. Buenos dias, Adrian.
Adrian Mateos, let's go. I mean, I say it a lot on the live streams we do on the Twitch channel for Sunday Million and various online events over on the PokerStars channel, twitch.tv/PokerStars. However, I'll say it again here, and Adrian Mateos getting to see the cards of action, the way he's going to navigate this table. It's a real treat, you guys, and that's the kind of level that you want to be soaking up. You want to take some of that from here, scoop it up, put it in a bag, and you want to take it to your home game and annihilate those fools.
That's all you have to do is watch what Adrian does and then do the same thing. Easy.
It's pretty straightforward.
Pocket Tens making another appearance here at our featured table. Zervos in the big. And with that stack size, a shove makes perfect sense.
No worries.
Yeah, I had a little bit more balance.
That's true.
Couldn't find a king or a queen.
Just a jack, but very bad one. Not very bad, decent, but not good for sure.
These guys are becoming best friends. It's been a while. QWERTY here. It says scared money players. This is very wrong. That's your band. Thank you for your comment.
You guys, it's not Saturday. Save it for Saturdays.
They can't help themselves. You bet. Panka v. Chan. This could get interesting. Still lots of action behind. Ooh, Chan just folds the ace-10 to the under-the-gun raise. That's the power of raising from UTG, otherwise known as FTA.
Yeah, again, we see these small blind action.
Ooh, man.
We've seen a lot of these ace kings in the small blind, and you're just going to want to play them aggressively. I think that's a pretty straightforward shove and a fold, though.
It's good.
Twitch troll 1790 living up to their name. Well played, Panka, with a fish symbol. You banned.
You banned.
Thank you for your comment.
Thanks, buddy.
Stepped away for a bit. Did the Crazy Turk double?
Well, no,
he
then
did.
you're calling me, right?
Yes,
Want to
sir.
flip.
Yeah,
Jack
he did.
9
I had
versus
like
7,
150.
but we're not
You're
calling
never
him the
folding.
Crazy Turk.
No, I had like 150.
Careful with your...
Vieko Jack is happy. Dominic Panka is their favorite player. Cool. Big Dominic Panka fan myself. Maybe eventually we'll get Panka and Adrian at the same table. That should be quite the matchup. And guys, what are you doing? This is rude. It's rude. He's not even, they're still in a hand.
Nobody's going to watch him win this pot.
Zervos versus Panka. Top pair for Panka and a gut shot.
Yeah, this is a really nice flop for 8-7 here. You got the diamond blocker too. Never hurts.
Babu Sapu says, I'm afraid to be in the chat where people get banned. Just don't say anything stupid. You'll be fine. There you go. Listen to Jess Alice Shea. Don't be rude or an a-hole. You won't get banned. Easy, easy. Panka has decided to fire 16,000. What's known as a donk bet.
Indeed.
And don't let the name donk bet fool you. It does not mean a bet made by donkeys.
Yeah, absolutely. It just means, I mean, for a long time, there was a convention that you always check to the razor. So I think that's perhaps where it got its name from, right? You know, what kind of a donk leads into the razor? That's not how you play poker, but he's going to bet, and that is going to be a takedown.
And that will be the last hand before the break. Fitting that it goes to former EPT champion, a PCA winner, Dominic Panka. One of two at this table. We are changing feature tables after this. Here is what these players will be taking to their outer table after the break. Alexio Zervos, the shortest stack. Ivanoglu did double up, but is still approaching the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Steinbrenner, the only super healthy stack, but Panka, Chan, Vogelsang, all doing quite all right. We are going to take a short break here, but when we get back, more action from day 3. Coming up, 50K super high roller champion Timothy Adams, what a stud. Japanese poker player and vlogger Masato Yokosawa, adorable. And world famous bubble coverage begins and ends. All in today's daily roundup of EPT Prague. Hello, my babies, and welcome to your daily recap from EPT Prague. I'm Joe Stapleton, and as always on day 2, the real star of the show is the world famous bubble coverage. But before all that, let's take a look at one of today's most interesting hands featuring the walking, talking video highlight himself, Czech local Martin Cabral.
Good luck to you.
Good luck to you.
I need it?
Probably, yes.
I am not depending on the luck.
And that could potentially scare someone out of this pot. This is not guaranteed to get to showdown.
This poor guy. He is us right now. This is every normal player in the world. Calls once with Jack Seer, folds to the second bet. Maybe we'll get to showdown.
Well, if this goes check, check.
Can I bluff you?
No.
No?
No bluff.
No bluff?
That sounds like yes, actually.
Then it's tough to win then.
Old Life Reads McGee over here.
I have to give it a shot. You
Like
want?
that.
You want?
Oh.
It's not possible because if I like put this, then you fought, so it's not possible, you know?
Hey, didn't we miss live poker? Did we miss this? Did we miss this unnecessary chatter?
I'm having the absolute best time right now.
So there is a bet from Cabral into a pot of 36,000. Cabral makes it 5-6.
Yeah.
Gets called, and this is going to be a chop pot. And it's been a while since we've been able to do this in person, fellas. You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
After watching him torture the featured table for what probably seemed like hours to them, we asked Martin to explain the method to his table talk madness.
Yeah, I'm talkative because I'm like, I want to enjoy myself, and it's pretty boring game, especially on day 2 of main event because it's so deep. You have nice double peanut stack. You know what? I give you a chance. People are scared to bust now before the money bubble. So yeah, I'm like, I like to talk, I like to meet people and like just having a fun.
Another player worthy of a mention is internet sensation Masato Yokosawa. We asked him about his experience so far here in Prague.
This is second time to visit Prague for EPT. For me, I love the city and I love the people here. The poker is not so popular in Japan yet, but you know, we are making it more popular right now. Actually, this is my first time to play on the feature table in my life. You know, European people is always tough, you know, aggressive and tight, and they know how to play, like, you know. It's also really fun for me because it is always good to play against a good player, and it's really exciting for me.
More than just the main event is happening here at EPT Prague, like the 50K super high roller taken down by one of Canada's best, Timothy Adams. Tim does his best to explain to an idiot like me the difference between online crushing and playing live poker.
I haven't played very much live poker in the last couple of years, and I really missed it. I really love the dynamics of live poker and the social component, seeing friends and seeing staff and stuff like that. It's, you know, there's just a different vibe to playing kind of isolated at home on the internet, for instance. So I really miss it, and I'm very happy to be back. The craziest run out I saw today was I was just all in with pocket fours versus ace 10, and essentially it came ace 4-2, so I flopped a set. I almost flopped him dead. Then he turned a flush draw because he had a 10 of clubs in his hand, and then he made a flush, but I made a straight flush. So yeah, I ended up winning the pot, and it was a bit of a dramatic run out.
Despite this miraculous river in the main event, Adams didn't last much longer, busting shortly after on day 2. He'll have to cry himself to sleep on the 700K he won in the super high roller. Perhaps the most notable bust out of the day happened on the Bubbles Bubble, involving a stomach-churning slow roll, and you guessed it, Martin Cabral.
Like a James Bond. Wow.
Fortunately for the collective blood pressure in the room, the real bubble burst a couple hands later. We spoke to the unfortunate Bubble's soul, and somehow he hadn't quite lost his spirit.
I was in the big blind and I had 2 options. I had the 14K before the start of the hand and the blinds were 2-5. So I had to put 5 in the middle and 5 in the big blind. I could fold and I'm standing with 4K, then I have to put 2K in the small blind. Or I could go in and win 25K. I'm not sure about that spot, never studied that spot, but I had a decision to make and I make my decision, and I had pocket 5s and he had 10-5 of clubs, and then it comes a 10 on the flop, and it was like I had 1 out and he didn't come, but I'm happy with it. Okay. I'm never gonna play that spot again, so yeah, no problem.
Among the notable names advancing to day 3 are Hossein Ensan, Adrian Mateos, and Dimitar Danchev. Less fortunate, but still notable at least, were Neil Farrell, Ola Shemian, and Koray Aldemir. They did not make the money, whereas Davide Katai, Sebastian Malitz, and Nicholas Ashtet walked with small cashes.
Tomorrow on day 3, live coverage continues with the post bubble bust out bonanza. Be sure to check out our YouTube channel for all of the coverage. And let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. Thanks for watching.
Well, let's stick with this table because we've got Action Anderson. And looks like he's going to tangle with Vamplu again. David 3-betting to 21,000.
Now it's the Vamps trying to pick on Cal's initial raise.
You go 200 to start, or?
The blinds are folded, so the action is back on Anderson. And he is going to call Vamplu's 3-bet. An ace-deuce-4 flop.
This isn't the wettest of boards.
Anderson checks to the razor. Vamplu will continue at 26,500.
And because there aren't a ton of draws out here, when Cal calls, I think he has an ace or a flush draw a lot.
5 of spades on the turn. Anderson checks a second time. Crowd building on one of the adjacent tables. Looks like there's an all-in there. Vamplu betting again. Looks like around 50,000. Make that 52. Anderson shoves.
All in.
Enough to put Vamplu all in. He calls!
That escalated quickly.
They won't play the hand out yet.
Okay, main event has 2 tables with all in and call at the moment.
We'll start with table 17.
And the reason we start with this table is because Taylor Poor has fewer chips than David Van Plu. He's all in with King Queen. Alexei Kovalchuk has called him with Ace Jack. So Poor at risk and behind. Needs some help on the turn or river.
Jack changes nothing. The entire room needs to dodge 6 outs.
Poor looking for a king or a queen. It's a 6. He is the bubble boy.
We have 80 players remaining. Congratulations, players. You have made the money.
So whatever happens in the Van Plu-Anderson hand, the bubble has burst.
Miguel Sierra Di Pentima made it now with as many chips as he has words in his name.
We're moving over to our second all-in table.
The cards now go on their backs. Van Plu flop top pair. Anderson turned a straight, and Van Plu is drawing to a chop.
Anderson peeled one with a gutter ball, and he got there. Gross.
Van Plu looking for a 3, but it's a deuce. He is out. Van Plu and Poor actually went out on the same hand, which means Chad Brown, who busted an 82nd, is officially the bubble boy. Van Plu and Poor will chop 80th place prize money of 16,000. That's 8,000 euros apiece.
But you still don't want the deal, right? Let's play for it all, like for the glory and stuff. I call.
Mallets completes with ace-3 of hearts. 10-9 for Uri Reichenstein. He checks his option.
Cool that Uri's not taking a super long time with his decisions to torture the kid.
Oh, wow. Reichenstein is up and down while Mallets flops the nut flush draw. Uri bets.
Huh. Really? I raised 3 million.
800,000 becomes 3 million.
Kind of a weird raise. He's got showdown value already, and Uri might not fold a pair. If Uri wanted to get an edge, he could just start making water sounds or tell him his middle name is Nate.
Reichenstein calls the raise. The turn card is the 8 of hearts. What a card!
Welcome to Cooler City.
1 million here. This is 23.9. 5 million.
So Mallets has turned a flush. Reichenstein has turned a straight. This could decide the tournament.
Let's just fold and I can go to the bathroom. I mean, you don't have any strong hands when you just lead, like, yeah. I'm pretty sure you're going to just fold, so.
I can't tell if he's talking too much or just the right amount.
Reichenstein doesn't look like he's folding.
Oh, you call. Very brave, very brave. Very brave indeed. Very brave indeed.
The river card is another 8 pairing the board.
Very brave indeed.
Flush not quite as strong now.
All in.
Strong enough. Mallet shoves on Reichenstein.
Here we go.
All in to call.
I think I cover you, right? Yeah. So you call and it's over, baby. Like, you know, like Scott in Nguyen, yeah? Like.
True story.
It's so sick that you're telling the truth and my hand is insanely strong.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any strong hands. How can you have a strong hand? Like, you lead, Like never strong hand, never strong hand. So just fold and I can go to the bathroom.
It's like I have a hand that's impossible to fold, and everything you say just makes it slightly possible. I don't like.
I don't know. Like I just want to go to pee. I really want to pee. So I'm just convinced. Like I don't know. I guess you could have like 9-10 or something, but I don't know.
What about 9-10? Is 9-10 good?
It's a straight, but like I have queens in my range, jacks, sixes. You don't have those hands in your range, so.
I don't think you have any of those hands. I think you might have a flush though.
It's your choice, man.
Wow.
It's so sick. Nobody ever talks like you without having the nuts. It's so sick.
Totally agree.
Where is Mallets going?
How are you doing, guys?
Hey, how are you, man?
How are you?
Are you good? Okay, or what? Are you going to win, no?
I'm going to win this. Like, I'm a winner. EPT champion over here.
Who's that guy?
Reichenstein calls, he loses it all.
You're so big, you are, man.
Yeah.
Did that guy just take a selfie with Mallets?
Is he a paid extra?
What is that, man? Jack Daniels?
Yeah. Do you want to?
Yes, please.
What is going on?
This is incredible. Poor Uri. Taking it well.
Reichenstein calls! And it's over!
I have no words, James. No words.
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion, taking down the biggest EPT of all time.
Best last hand ever. This little one is going to have quite the sugar crash. Oh, there he goes.
It is clear that this means the world to him.
Every emotion possible in the last 10 seconds.
Uri Reichenstein, the runner-up.
A great player, and he classed it up big time in the face of some pretty weird situations. Good for this kid, though.
Bruno Lopez has picked up 10s on the button.
Everyone's been calling with their big hands from the button today. Let's see if Bruno keeps that trend.
38.
He's re-raising.
He's breaking that habit and he's bumping it up. I like it. He's protecting his hand pre-flop here. He has the button, he has position, and he has the 10s.
And look at this. Seddon puts Lopez all in. Insta-call. Cool Shen at risk with the 10s. He's flipping against Seddon's ace-jack.
Both of these players put in 30 big blinds in a heartbeat.
Lopez is still good, but he doesn't want to turn a set. No one has a spade.
10. A set would give Andrew Broadway.
There's another spade on the turn. Now a 22% chance of a split. They could both be playing a flush if it comes 5 spades on board. And there is the 5th spade. Everyone gets their money back. Hurrah!
Chop up the blinds and annies. You're both winners today.
Don't think Lopez is particularly happy about it.
De ton père, un double up, de merde, chien, casse les couilles ce jeu de merde.
Yeah, I get the distinct impression he's not overly delighted.
Expert analysis on the situation.
Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour and day 3 of the Prague main event from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, how you guys doing?
So Nick, this is level 3 of 5. We're playing 5 90-minute levels on day 3, and we have mixed things up during the break. We've got a new lineup coming to the main stage. 79 players remaining. We started the day with 119. We are down to 75. sorry, to 79 rather, and these are the players who are going to be taking their seats, headlined by a former EPT champ. So we had Dominic Panka and Dimitar Danchev in action earlier on today. Now we get to see Adrian Mateos, the player who won the EPT Grand Final in Monte Carlo in 2015.
Yeah, this is really exciting, James. Adrian Mateos, obviously just an absolute beast of the game. And I was saying to Joe before we went on break, I say it online a lot, but when we get to see behind the scenes and the way that these guys are playing cards up, it really is valuable. So keep your eyes on seat number 2, guys. That's the guy who knows how to do it. He's probably one of the best to have ever done it, in fact.
And this is what they are playing for. At the moment, we're still paying out a min plus cash, but once we get to those top spots, and we'll start paying this money probably on late hours of Tuesday, $1 million up top. The biggest single slice of the 5.77 million euro prize pool in this main event, with 1,190 runners all paying the 5K entry fee. We played through the bubble and beyond last night, well into the money now, but the trophy's still up for grabs, along with that 7-figure score. And in addition to Adrian Mateos, Nick, we've seen Adrian play a lot online in the last 2 years. Right. Another player we've seen online is Nasty Minder. That is Dinesh Alt, who's also at this new feature table.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Not to diminish the other players. I know I pointed out Adrian Mateos being, you know, the big boy at this table, but don't forget we've got some other really big names here on this table as well, and I think we're in for a good show here.
So a reminder that the shot clock is in play on day 3, and for the rest of this MTT, 30 seconds per decision, time bank cards allocated to every player, 5 30-second time bank cards. We've seen many played already. They will get a reset at the start of day 4, so they'll get an additional 5 30-second time bank cards. And of course, if you haven't used any of time bank cards in day 3, you get to carry them over.
Yeah, absolutely. I think keeping it brief right now is going to pay dividends later, James, because, you know, how many times have we seen, I'm actually reminded specifically of the EPT that Manig Loiser won.
Yeah.
And you'll recall him using about 2 or 3 time bank cards before making some absolutely unimaginable hero calls that led him to his victory that year. I believe it was Monte Carlo.
It was Monte Carlo in 2019. So these are the headline stats on Mateos, by the way. $25.4 million in live earnings, and more than $8.5 million in earnings on PokerStars as a Mardi 017. And he's not even 30.
What? Is that true?
That is a hashtag fun fact.
Oh my gosh, that makes me feel really bad.
Blinds are now 5,000, 10,000 with a 10K big blind ante, and action is underway after the break. So not trying to reach a target today, not trying to play down to a certain number of players or down to a certain number of tables, just playing 5 levels and then bagging and tagging for day 4. Joe set the line at 54 earlier on. I took the under, I stand by that, although we saw fewer eliminations in the second level of the day than we did in the first. Let's see what happens during this level as we get a raise with ace-4 of spades from Andreas Berling.
I mean, we got Adrian Mateos on the table now. I'm still banking on that final today, James. I think we're gonna get there.
Good luck with that, Nick. Berling has been playing on the EPT since 2013. Won a side event in Dublin in 2016, which was worth 44,000 euros. Andrea Cortolazzi is in the big blind. Also has spades, but obviously not as good. Jack 7. And that looks like a fold as well. It is raise and take it for Berling.
Nice hand, sir. Easy game.
Cortolazzi, who we just saw fold the big blind there, has only 1 recorded live cash. That was a couple of years back for $4,000.
This could be a really big one for his Hendon mob.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's already technically broken that record.
Absolutely.
He?
I mean, he's at least 3x that.
Beautiful. Love to see it. Nice suit, too. Okay, 2 in the bin.
Dinesh Alt with 9-7 of spades. We mentioned a short while ago he plays as Nasty Minder on Stars, where he's won $5.9 million.
That's a lot of dollars, James. Yeah, we've really had a lot of action on the PokerStars Central Twitch channel, following along with their cards up coverage when we are in the PokerStars arena, of course, and it's just a masterclass every single time. These guys just making no mistakes, like, and it just goes to show you, like, you know.
Yeah.
I was in a situation the other day. Looks like we're going to probably see a 3-bet from the Kings here.
Yeah, and we highlighted the fact that the Italian player, Andrea Cortellazzi, only has 1 cash. Lars Kurtz, who has the Kings here. Kurtz is also a player with only 1 live cash on their resume, and that was for $3,000 last year.
All right, love to see some new high scores getting up on the board. Okay, I'll jump back in that story in just a minute, but Kings obviously the 3-bet. I guess 9-7 suited, probably just going to be a bin. Yeah, I was going to say, James, the other day I was getting my hair cut, and I was talking to my hairdresser who just started playing a bit of poker, and he said to me something along the lines of, I mean, I learned the rules, but I just don't understand. I don't know if there's that much more to it. Seems pretty straightforward. And when you see these guys play, you realize how much more there is to actually learn, and how much perfection you can actually build into your game. And when we're watching these guys play cards up on at the PokerStars arena online, and indeed here at the EPT, you realize how controlled and how few mistakes you can actually take out of your game if you're really, really study. How much more there is to this very simple game that we play. This time around, Mr. Alt makes it 20K to go. Just the min raise with the ace-king suited. Not all that dissimilar from the previous spot when he opened 9-7 of spades.
Meanwhile, Vowel Boss is questioning Statric's work. Definitely wrong for Cortellazzi. He made a deep run in some EPT already, I'm sure on that. I think it was Barcelona. Go to his Hendon mod page. 1 cash, $4,000. It's on there.
That's what it says.
It is possible, by the way, to make a deep run in EPT Barcelona and not cash. The field there is normally ridiculously huge.
That's very true. Yes, guys, we do have a new feature table if you were joining us from the previous break, for those of you asking in the chat.
Raise and take it for Dinesh Alt. And down to 78. Looks like an elimination from one of the outer tables.
Ich habe die Hand verpasst, ich war schon in der Pause.
Willie Mister says, a minute to learn, a lifetime to master. Amen to that. Absolutely right. I mean, or in Adrian Mateos's example, less than 30 years.
Yeah. And let's keep it poker, guys. Otherwise, I will authorize Tom and Raksha to go emote-only mode.
Not emote-only mode. Cortellazzi in the cutoff here with 9 deuce off. Gonna put it in the bin, obviously.
So round to the blinds. We saw Henning Andre yesterday. The Swede has 5-4 offsuit in the small blind.
Nice walk.
And Berling gets a walk. Yeah, for those of you asking about Martin Cabral, I believe he was our 99th place finisher. Made it to the top 100, but no further than that. Martin Cabral no longer in the EPT Prague main event.
That's right, I remember that 99th place finish. Okay, UTG here. 20,000, just the min raise. Seems to be the standard for this table, as you would expect at this level. Pocket fives.
Demetrio Caminita opening here. Just shy of 100K in live cashes and has already cashed 3 events at this EPT Prague Festival.
3 events, let's go. It's a nice little showing.
There has been a 3-bet. This is an interesting dynamic. Under the gun open, under the gun +1 3-bet with Queen 10 of hearts.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. He's got about 30 big blinds behind, so about 30 big blinds effective. A little bit more, in fact, about 35 because of the 3-bet. But, you know, wants to play Queen 10. Doesn't want to just flat from so far out of position. Maybe just wants to get it heads up versus the under the gun raiser. He understands that Caminita probably is going to have quite a wide range with such a big stack here. And that I mean, that is a huge stack. It really is.
Yeah. Jess Alice J just making a really good point. And again, final warning. We're hovering over the emote only button right now.
Absolutely, guys. Let's keep it EPT here.
Meanwhile, over on YouTube, Max Smirnov is asking, where's Tremzin? Gleb Tremzin was the 2nd place finisher in 2015. Haven't seen him in this event. There's no guarantee, by the way, if you make the final table one year, that you're going to make a deep run every single year. This myth about the same guys making the final table every single year is, well, it's a myth.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the same faces. But for the most part, no guarantee, guys. Ace Queen off. Going to be an open here from under the gun from Kurtz. Kodalazi with a really pretty hand.
The crunchiest of all the King 9s.
But versus UTG, probably not one you're going to want to continue too often. Unless he knows something that I don't. Which is a lot. There you go. What I don't know won't hurt me. He's all in.
Wow.
That is a really interesting all in, and I don't think there's any chance he's going to be folding ace queen here.
I mean, this is an interesting move against an under the gun open.
Yeah, it looks super strong from this position, but I mean, what are you going to do? It's like 22 bigs, James.
Sorry, that's one call. Yeah.
Okay, makes the call. Yeah, pretty standard, I think. And King 9 suited is like, uh-oh. Still plenty of live cards, though. 36% here going to the flop.
So, Cortolazzi at risk and behind.
It's a queen high board.
Still behind, and that does take away the 9s. Cortolazzi with 3 outs, looking for a king.
Oh!
And hits it on the turn. And now just has to fade an ace or a queen on the river to survive. I kind of feel for Kurtz here. 2 pair on the river for Cortolazzi, gets the double up, and yet Kurtz horribly unlucky there. A questionable move from Cortolazzi, but he is rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, the power of live cards. I'm in your boat, though, James. I'm not sure if I love that shove with the King 9 suited. Perhaps he had some sort of a read on the situation. He thought maybe this guy is just going to be on the steal a little bit more often and would get some folds. I mean, certainly there's going to be plenty of open folds there, open and fold versus the shove.
Yeah.
So he's going to make some money at non-showdown quite often, but in the end, he had 2 live cards and 36% pre-flop is a whole lot of percents, James.
So it is Demetrio Caminita who has the biggest stack at this table. A 7-figure stack, 1.14 million. And it's the Swedish player Henning Andre, who's the shortest stack with 125k. Ahead of him, Alt and Kurtz. The horror.
Caminita's got to be pretty happy with that stack. That is a ton of chips at this stage in the tournament, and looking really, really good for prospects moving forward.
Mateos not playing 7-deuce off under the gun. Cortolazzi with ace-3.
What did I say, guys? Pay attention. Pay attention. 7-deuce off, not playable under the gun.
Folds it, and he gives himself a +1.
Coming on to the cutoff. Pocket sevens.
Andreas Berling.
So I think Joe has kind of a thing for the font of the sevens. Have you heard about this, James?
Yeah, it's strange. I don't know what the issue is.
Yeah. Strange boy, that Joe Stapleton. King 5 off. It's not the worst candidate to throw in a sort of 3-bet bluff, but I don't think there's any reason to necessarily. I think the fold is also perfectly reasonable. Probably what you're going to do the majority of the time. 9-10 does come along. He does have 2 overcards. He's going to be slightly below. It's going to be like a 45, 55 kind of situation. Oops.
And it is a 9-high flop. So Kurtz takes the lead in this race, inverted commas.
Yeah, it's the kind of flop where sevens is gonna think they have the best hand quite often as well. Quick checks on the flop, straight to the turn, ace of hearts. And the turn is when he decides to make his move. How much is it though? 59, so he makes it 15,000 more. I think this is way too small to fold a 9. I think you're just going to have the best hand too often. I think we're probably going to see a call here every single time. And the 4 means that 9-10 is still the best hand. He's got sevens. He has showdown. I don't know if he necessarily wants to turn his hand into a bluff. He might have just been betting to try and quote-unquote protect his hand. Check, check on the river, and 9-10 will take it down. 89,000 going in Court's direction.
Gets a little bit back after that huge hand against Andrea Cortolazzi.
It's a new one.
Well, that is the universal sound of someone breaking a plate/glass. That resonates at every single poker tournament in every single room across the world.
The glass heard around the world. That ever-present shot clock, guys. If you are just joining us, don't forget that we do have the shot clock in play to try and get action moving.
And we've already seen the impact of it in terms of how many hands we are playing per hour, significantly more than yesterday.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. There was some particularly slow play yesterday, especially once we were changing final tables. And, you know, you need to play hands. I mean,
yeah,
poker is a game, and I think people underestimate this. It's a game where you know, you need to give yourself as many opportunities as possible to make better decisions than your opponents. And if you're not playing hands, and you're just not getting the opportunities. So the impact of a slow table versus a fast table is actually massive, and people just don't even realize how much that might impact on your ability to, as a successful player, as a winning player, to accumulate chips in a meaningful way.
Okay, so Michael Horenzovic, who had no live cashes prior to coming to this EPT festival, has opened, and we've only seen one of his hole cards, 4 of diamonds. He raised to 21,000, and now he has been 3-bet by the table chip leader, Dmitro Kamenita, who's got 10s on the button. So Horenzovic cashed the Eureka main event and a €550 Hyper Turbo, the first 2 cashes on his record. Not going to play this hand.
Yeah, there's not too many combos of 4x that you're going to want to call 3-bet with there, or indeed go all in. Or raise. Dmitrio Kamenita there with 117 big, think about that, guys. 117 big blinds at this stage in the tournament. That is just absolutely ginormous.
Yeah.
And as we get later into today and indeed closer to the money, excuse me, closer to the bigger pay jumps, I should say, we're going to see that guy change gears, as it were, the old poker term, and really start leaning that stack into the shorties and putting him into ICM handcuffs.
Well, we're down to 74 now, so no bust outs from our feature table, but clearly some KOs from the outer tables.
Yep, 74 left, getting pretty exciting now. Pocket 10s, 10K to call. I think he's probably going to want to play it as an open. We've been seeing a lot of min raises from the early position and from the button, etc. 20K it is.
And his nemesis, Cortolazzi, in the big blind.
It's a raise and take it kind of situation, James. Check again. It's not getting better.
I mean, he was at risk of having to use a time bank card there to decide whether to fold Jack-4 offsuit.
Yeah, I mean, is he perhaps the kind of player that is punished by the shot clock? It took him that long to pass Jack-4 off.
Punish him. So this EPT main event playing 8-handed throughout. The only exception will be when we are down to the final table, which will go 9-handed. On the penultimate day, we'll probably play down to the final 6 and come back with a 6-handed final table.
Atletico Madrid, that one is the good one. And Juventus. Juventus? Juventus.
Dinesh Alt, King 8 suited.
Where's the with Villarreal?
Yeah, really pretty hand. Definitely playable from this position. Dinesh knows that. Just a min raise as usual. Coming out of now hijack a little bit too wide there. Ace-4 off, facing the open.
That's a fair question from Zylo or Zylov. What happens if they go over the shot clock without playing a time bank card? Does the hand just get auto-folded, or do they get a penalty? Neither. Assuming that they still have time bank cards, the dealer will monitor how many they've used, and at the end of the hand, whether they've elected to call or elected to fold, the dealer will ask for the requisite number of time bank cards. Now, obviously, if they go over and they have no time bank cards left, then yes, the hand would be folded. And we have an all-in here. Cortolazzi shoving from the small blind with 9s, gets folds.
Yeah, he's got to be happy to see the open there. He's got the exact kind of stack where you're just going to want to go ahead and put it in, instead of just playing the 9s, where he might raise and take it down pre, or maybe with a c-bet on the flop. He manages to get some decent chips from the initial opener there.
Yeah. So reminder, we are at the 5,000, 10,000 blind level. And the player in the big blind posts the ante of 10,000. It's really weird. We just got used to the idea of the big blind ante, Nick.
Yeah.
Then live poker disappears for a couple of years, and obviously in online poker, posting the ante is all done automatically, so every player posts the ante. Now we have to get used to the idea of the big blind ante.
Yeah,
again.
exactly. Hey, can we get a poll in Twitch chat? Ask how many people like the big blind ante. How many people like the old ante structure? I can't imagine that many people are still pro old structure, except for, you know, people that don't like change.
If you've ever sat at a live poker table where the poor dealer is trying to police people putting in their antes,
I used to be one of those dealers, so yeah, it just slows everything down. I mean, like you say, online, who cares? Whatever.
Matthew Fair asking on YouTube, what's in the box? That is the shot clock operated by its inhabitant, Bernard the Lizard.
What's in the box indeed? SW says, yeah, I like the big blind ante, except when I'm in the big blind. Amen to that, brother. Okay, guys, there's a poll in the chat. If you guys want to jump into that at the top of your Twitch chat, place your votes now. Go, 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 go. Place your bets now. Shark says Mateos hasn't played a single hand. Take note. This is how you do it.
And I always joke about the fact that folding is boring. And for those of us who don't get to play poker very often, it's so awful to sit at a table and just be folding, folding, folding. But the reality is that level of patience is needed to become the top-class pro that Adrian Mateos is.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. There was a really interesting post from Ben CB recently, and he was saying the more that I study ICM, the more I realize how utterly important it is that you just play a tight, pre-flop game at the, during the early and middle stages of the tournament.
Yeah.
More so the early, and I think that that's just so interesting, and it makes a lot of sense, obviously, guys, because the chips really don't have value until you're in the money, Okay, a little bit of small blind, big blind situation, it looks like.
Love a blind v blind battle, and we only know one of Burling's hole cards. He has the Jack of Spades. Andre with 10-6, so has a pair of tens. What does Burling have?
I sincerely like when we just have the one card. I think it's interesting. Adds a little bit of a sweat dynamic.
Too big.
Well, we know he has a straight draw, James, at least.
He could actually have a straight.
Absolutely. Is there value to be had? It feels weird not to bet a 10. I'm pretty sure. There hasn't been a ton of action on any streets, so like, how are you not ever winning here? There we go. Makes the bet. Good job, sir. I like it.
And Burling folds.
No straight.
Either that or he was scared by the paired board. And the fact there are 3 diamonds out there. That was a straighty flushy paired board, Nick.
It's true. Never discount the straighty flushy paired board.
What was the result of the poll?
Big blind ante, 66%. That's not as high as I thought it would be. For those of you that voted for ante from all each hand, shame on you. No, I'm just kidding, guys. I understand. Your opinions are yours.
I mean, that's fair. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but there are some opinions that are just plain wrong.
It's not Saturday anymore, people. All right, hand number 85, guys, getting underway now. 74 left. Adrian Mateos with the professional fold.
So I think Andre's still pretty short. Yeah, 12 big blinds, 10-9 off on the button folds, and, oh, that's a walk. Straightforward, nice and easy.
I'll take it.
Boom.
Okay, swapping out the deck really quick.
My hand was even worse than your 7 deuce.
Quick check. Good job, Bueller. Wash those cards.
72.
I don't know.
Confirm that Andre is the short stack at this table. Remember, this is just one table of many, our feature table. 72 players in total.
Still one to go.
22.
Okay, let's get into the next hand.
begins. Cortolazzi folding 6-5. Queen 8 for Beresford. Round to the button. And Andreas Berling betting ace-10. Raises to 26,000. Alt has folded the small blind. It's Caminita, the table chip leader in the big blind with deuces.
You know what they say about deuces, James?
They sometimes are the winning hand.
They infrequently fail to make the best hand.
I'm going to say that the ace-10 is looking like a sizable favorite now.
But what you forget is there are still 2 more streets to come. And you know what they say about deuces? They rarely contend with hands which can beat them.
Try as you may, I am unconvinced. I think ace-10 is going to win this one. 15,000 on the flop. Called by Caminita. Oh, not called. Check raised.
Wow, wow, wee, wah.
Timing might be a little bit off here.
Wow, it's a big check raise, too.
Yes. And the question is whether Berling just calls here in position and takes his hand to the turn, or yeah.
Yeah, seems good. I think you're always flatting here. I mean, you're either winning and you want him to continue barreling off if he's got a bluff, or you're winning and you want him to continue barreling if he has the best hand, or if he thinks he has the best hand and you have the best hand, or, you know, you're just running into a monster and you want to control the size of the pot. Or limit the pot, I should say. It's getting out of control pretty quickly here.
Well, the board just got straightier and flushier with the 9 of hearts on the turn, and Caminita continues after check raising the flop. Barrels for 90K. And that is now a raise from Berling. Quick fold from Caminita. Next hand.
It's nearly 500,000 chips in that pot, James. That is a big one.
Yes, AD Rock, that was indeed a massive pot. Rene Mathis would have loved it.
Wrong timing.
You said it.
I knew he was firing.
All about making the right move at the right time.
It became dangerous.
Mateos still has not played a hand since coming to the feature table. Cortolazzi got a double up earlier on, now has King 8 of spades. Folds. Folded to the short stack. Henning Andre, he's out. Berling's passed. Dinesh Alt is on the button. And has the snowmen's. Num num.
Num num.
That's 20.
And King Queen suited in the small blind for table chip leader Demetrio Caminita.
Small blind situation.
Whew. Caminita shoves from the small blind, gets the fold from Kurtz. And Alt calls all in, and here we go, flipping the coin. Classic race underway at the feature table. It is Dinesh Alt, Nasty Minder, who is the at-risk player with the pocket pair. Caminita, the slight statistical favorite here, with the suited overcards.
That's right. King Queen suited powerhouse. He doesn't have many big blinds. Pocket eights is actually kind of a fist bump call here, James.
9-9-3, looking good for the eights. Yeah, all happy with that flop.
No diamond, I'll take it, he says. Yeah, I'd take that too.
Do you have the option of getting them to run the flop again if you don't like it?
If only. Oh, it's a diamond, but it's not going to help him. 7 of diamonds on the turn.
No flush possibilities, and that means Caminita is going to need a king or a queen on the river to eliminate Alt. 5 cards for Alt to fade to get the double up.
Oh.
Queen on the river,
Good luck,
and
guys.
that will send Dinesh Alt to the rail in 72nd place.
Same like the last time.
GG, buddy. Back to crushing online.
Absolutely. Scoop's just around the corner. 12,350 euros. Dinesh Alt cashes out for, and we are down to 71 players.
Dinesh, hit me up. I'm going to buy you a drink, buddy. I just want to get some of that poker knowledge by osmosis.
And Dmitrio Caminita back up over 1.17 million. Playing close to 118 big blinds.
Man, huge stack. Guy's running really good, and obviously stacking those chips. He's looking really pretty for a deep run in this tournament. Cordelazzi now UTG with 9-8 off. No thanks. 10-7 off. No thanks.
Queens for heading Andre. Just draw attention to the fact this guy is the table short stack. By the way, you'll notice there's been a jump in the prize money. All the players have locked up 14,720 euros now.
Yep.
So you made the money jump, may as well go for it.
Yeah, he's actually the shortest stack of this table, of course, as we've seen from those chip counts. He does have enough just to open here. I don't think it's that unusual, especially from this position. If he was earlier, I think it would look much more suspicious if he just opened.
Yeah.
But plenty of opportunity to have an opening range here, no problem. And I don't think it has to be unbalanced necessarily. Now, if he's looking at 10 big blinds, if he's looking at like 9 big blinds, it's getting a little bit closer just to a pure shove. And we're playing at a level here where people absolutely know, and we'll pick up on that.
Yeah, Mateos decided to re-raise enough to put Andre all in. He calls all in. And here we go. Mateos with just the one live card, the ace. Of course, hearts working for him as well. But Andre, the at-risk player, a 2-1 favorite to double up.
Okay, going to the flop.
10-10-6, just the one heart.
We've had quite a few of these, James. Kind of these pre-flop, play themselves, cold deck kind of situations. Deuce of spades not going to change anything, though.
Yeah, and that means Andre just has to fade Barry Greenstein to survive.
There really is no other way for this hand to play out, really. If he shoves, he's getting called, and no good. The queens are going to get the double. Very nice, up to 25-ish big blinds. But yeah, there's not really any other way it goes down. If the queens shove, ace-jack still calls. If they min-raise, ace-jack still shoves. It's just one of those. We've had a couple so far today.
Yeah. It's the first time we see Adrian Mateos play since this table came up onto the main stage. He loses a relatively small pot, handing Andre doubling up to a 26 big blind stack. Mateos playing 400k, precisely 40 big blinds.
I mean, look, if there's anybody in the world that knows how to play 40 bigs, it's this guy. We've spoken about this before on stream as well. It's one of the most awkward stack depths you got, right? If you're deep, you kind of got deep stack strategy. If you're shorter, things become more simplified.
Yeah.
But that 30 to 40 big blind stack is a real tricky one. And absolutely an important thing to learn if you want to improve your tournament game, because so much money is won and lost. So many chips are won and lost at that stage in the tournament, and it's really when you change gears and start to accumulate.
So an opening raise here from Andreas Berling in the hijack with ace-jack.
You got to play queen nine suited here as the chip leader. It's just impossible not to. And you can play it as a call. You can play it as a raise. I prefer the raise. Your opponent's got a lot of big blinds here, though. The initial opener looking at like 71 bigs.
Yeah. So Dmitry Kamenita's made it 65,000 with the queen nine suited. With the button and the blinds folding, the action is back on Berling. And he is calling, so that means these two players go heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 4-3 with two hearts. Top for Berling, flush draw for Kamenita.
Yep, this one is spicy. What a interesting flop here. The queen nine with the flush draw and the overcard, guys. Don't forget, when you've got that overcard, it adds considerable value to your hand because in many cases, when you hit the queen, you will just make the best hand with the top pair. Continuation, about 1/3.
Yeah, 55,000 apiece.
And the turn is the hearts.
Oh. Well, Kamenita has made the flush. Berling is not dead yet, though. Has the ace of hearts in his hand and has a redraw to the nut flush. Berling doing the betting on the turn. 100,000. Kamenita calls. We're going to the river. This pot's getting big.
Yep, this is chunky. Is he going to try and use that ace of hearts blocker? No improvement. So now he just has the top pair and the ace of hearts blocker, and it looks like he's all in.
He shoves the river, gets called, and that will see the elimination of Andreas Berling as the biggest pot of the day so far gets shipped to Dmitry Kamenita. 1.5 million in the middle there.
That is huge. And James, you'll notice when you whipped over those cards, the ace-jack, the first one to be shown was the ace of hearts, and the cards kind of stuck together. Queen nine of hearts, queen nine of hearts, heart must have absolutely dropped when he saw it, but when exposed, ace of hearts no good, and queen nine, the rich get richer. He must be the chip later now. He must be.
Well, Andreas Berling cashes out for nearly 15,000 euros, got the money jump by making it to 71. He is our 71st place finisher in the EPT Prague main event. And yes, Nick, I suspect that Dmitry Kamenita is now chip leader with 1.9 million. Close to 200 big blinds with 70 players remaining on day 3 of the EPT Prague main event.
I mean, Joe picked an apt shirt to wear today. Blockers aren't real emblazoned on the front of his t-shirt, and there you go. Confirmation, Joe had it right all along. All right, queen 5 off. Going in the bin. Adrian Mateos folding 7 deuce off on the button. Again, guys, take note.
A few people commenting on YouTube, not a very good bluff this hand. He has the best hand a lot, so why bluff, lol? Is that move on the river a bluff? Is Berling bluffing when he's shoving there?
Honestly, it's up for debate, isn't it? I would have to lean towards yes, but I agree it's not really a hand that you necessarily need to bluff. You have top pair. You have top pair. The board is paired as well, which kind of is nice for your hand as well because it means your opponent's going to have fewer sets that they might have had as well on the flop. And you've got the ace of hearts blocker, so you can kind of confidently bluff catch that hand quite often. I don't think you necessarily need to turn it into a bluff. Some people suggesting that it was actually for value. It could have been. I guess we'll have to ask the man himself what his read was in that scenario.
9-3. Now a pair of threes.
Attention zeros, Mr. Duthie, please announce all your clothes.
Yeah, Philip Kelleher on Twitch says he was definitely thinking it was value.
Maybe it was a, you know, a bet to try and complete the nut flush, and then on the river he just thought, okay, let's go with it. It's a bit of a weird one. Okay, you win, he says.
So we have an empty seat at the table, and I think we might be getting a new player to fill that seat. In fact, we have 2 empty seats, right?
Maybe even 3.
Yeah, we're 6-handed at the moment, so 2 spots open.
That's right, we are playing it handed.
So here comes the new player to the main stage. Now, because we are using the K Hold'em player management system here at EPT Prague, we can immediately tell you who this is. Every single player has a unique ID number. We can obviously link the ID number to the database. So I can tell you that this is Valentino Konokchiev from Bulgaria.
Great name.
And now we are 7-handed at the feature table.
All right, we got 8s in the hijack, king queen suited here. UTG, the initial raiser. And he is all in, 23 big blinds. AI.
Konokchiev has $330,000 in live earnings. He was the player who eliminated the guy on the bubble last night with 10-5 against 5s. Is he going to eliminate another player?
Nah, it is quite a
That's
lot.
Not a nice welcome. That's not a nice welcome.
King queen suited is a nice hand, but it's a lot of big blinds, especially at this stage in the tournament. Many players are sitting on, you know, 22, 25 big blinds right now. Definitely a very playable stack at this stage. Don't think you just want to be punting it with king high in that scenario. 112 big blinds coming to the table. Valentino, definitely one of the big stacks. All right, coming into hand 92 now. Don't forget, guys, 14,720 for anybody who busts at the moment. And under the gun looks at pocket 5s. One of the huge stacks here at EPT Prague, so going to go ahead and open that one every single time, I imagine.
Yeah, so we posited the theory that Caminita might be overall chip leader right now, and we know that the player who's just come to the feature table, Konokchiev, also is playing a 7-figure stack. So these are the 2 big boys.
They're the big boys indeed, and as we get further into the money, I think we're going to probably see them sort of playing around that dynamic.
Yeah.
You know, avoiding each other, trying to avoid losing big pots to opponents who can take a big chunk out of their stack, and leaning more onto the shorter stacks and applying that ICM pressure.
So down to 68 players now. And a reminder that there will be 2 more levels to play after this one has concluded. We're roughly halfway through the 5K, 10K blind level.
Not bad.
paying players nearly 15,000 euros. In case you missed the prize pool info yesterday or during today's stream, total prize pool is 5.77 million euros, and there is more than a milli up top. We're paying a 7-figure score to the winner of EPT Prague. Plus, of course, they will lift the Champions Trophy.
Do you think if the cash came out to be 999,999, they'd go, come on, let's make it an even mill?
I kind of feel that for the first big EPT main event in more than 2 years, especially when you get a field this size, you've got to have more than $1 million up top.
Yeah, I think so too. We're here for the life changers. Okay. Good call.
Yeah, Cortolazzi racing to 28k with Queen 10 of diamonds, and Beresford flatting in the cutoff. But it's not over yet.
Yeah, he's definitely got enough behind here to make this call profitable. Don't forget, guys, when you're playing with these smaller pair, sevens obviously getting up there towards more of a medium pair, but if you're playing purely to set mine, you want to make sure that there's enough chips behind to merit the times when you're actually going to go ahead and miss, right?
Oh, come on. I mean, could Cortolazzi... No, he literally couldn't flop any better. I guess if they were all diamonds, he could flop better, but he'll take this. He will absolutely take this.
The nuts on the flop is always nice. You know, it's the kind of positioning as well where the cutoff here can have plenty of king-queen, plenty of ace-queen, plenty of ace-jack, all that, plenty of king-jack, absolutely. So I think I would just go ahead and start betting nice and big here. I really like that size a lot. I like that. I like that. I think that's totally fine just to get started. But unfortunately, he has the other kind of hand he's going to flat with here, and that's the pair. And I think they're just about deep enough for him to go ahead and call that pretty much every single time.
I don't know if this is meant to be a sarcastic question from Asquin747. Why is the prize pool so small? In what universe is 5.77 million euros small?
He thought we were playing in yen.
Ace-jack for Mateos. This is the hand that got him into trouble earlier on.
Okay, we're going to see some Mateos action now. Let's do it. Does he want to play this on the button? He does have the stack to play it. We've seen Queen 9 suited be played as a 3-bet in this position before, and I actually like that as well. Yeah. Just a straight standard 3x the open as a 3-bet here from the button. I love it. I think having this hand in your 3-bet range here is going to be really cool.
Oh, I see what Asquin is driving at. Not aware of how prize pools are calculated. So you're right not to include the 300 euros. That is the registration fee. But remember, 3% of the prize pool covers the cost of the dealers. So there's a 3% fee which comes out of the total prize pool, which goes to the dealing staff.
Yeah, Queen 9 suited successfully getting that 3-bet in. It's kind of a, Queen 9 suited is a very playable hand, which is why it's nice to 3-bet it in that position. But, effectively a bluff pre-flop.
Is this a Gibbons from Cortolazzi? He is limped under the gun, and Orencevic has picked up aces under the gun +1.
He's like, why you limp? Okay, I want to see 4x the big blind. Okay, 32 is fine.
Now would be a bad time to make a move with 8-3 offsuit. A wise fold. Folded all the way back around to Cortolazzi.
Yeah, I don't know if he limped to fold here. Seems like he probably wants to be involved in this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Cortolazzi's trying the whole, I have aces, limping under the gun and then re-raising.
Yeah.
Except, unfortunately, the guy you're making the move against actually has aces.
Yeah, James hit the nail on the head here. This is the, I'm going to limp and just see a cheap flop. Wait a minute. He thinks that I'm limping, and it's weird because I did the limpy thing with the aces under the gun thing. Unfortunately, aces are the hand. He calls, okay, just the flat. Very interesting. And obviously, we know in this situation, this is the right line because he wants to keep ace-10 in. He wants to keep those bluffs in. He wants him to connect in a meaningful way so he can take him down. But he is a huge favorite here pre-flop. It doesn't get much better than this, James.
And aces is not going to worry about this board.
No, this is basically the dream. You're going to be up against kings and queens and all kinds of stuff like that. And you're just never going to run into a deuce. And you're never going to run into a 6.
Cut to Cortolazzi. Have to make it look like I still have aces. Fire a huge bet into a pot of 211,000.
Exactly. Oh, slows down. Okay, fair enough. But, you know, like your opponent's never going to have 6s here, right? Like just based on the pre-flop play, you just know that he never has a deuce. He never has deuces. He never has a 6. He'll never have 6s. So it really is the dream. Just a little tickler, James.
A 75K tickler. Woo! I mean, is Cortolazzi thinking of doing another cheeky raise? No.
Oh, I mean, you know, given the pre-flop play, he does so well just to not do any more there, James. I think you're absolutely right. We'll see so many players there continuing to try and rep, you know, maybe trying to get ace-king to fold, ace-queen to fold, ace-jack to fold, jack-10 suited, maybe, that kind of stuff. So, you know, I wonder what the read was, because I think he's done very well not to put any more chips in that pot, especially on a board where, you know, he could still have the best hand. All right, king 6 suited.
Caminita playing the big stack, raising with king 6 of diamonds. Lars Kurtz, ace jack of diamonds on the button. As we see the field reduced to 66 players. Kurtz presented with the red triangle of death as he announces all in.
What cheese? It's 250, a little less, maybe 230, I think.
Yeah, I think this is just for show, James. I don't imagine king 6 suited is ever going to be a call here. He knows that. He asked him for a count, straight in the muck. Yep. story checks out.
Oh, sorry. What did you have? Ace king? You? Ace king?
Hold up, is that the Kerry Jane Craigie watching on YouTube?
Queen, jack.
Hope you're well,
The
KJ.
same hand. The same.
On this flop to your ace king. Jacks are good. Queens are good.
Sounds a little bit frustrated he didn't get more money in on that aces hand.
Yeah. Really, really.
I think he's super confused by the line because he's
Yeah.
basically always expecting a continuation bet. And when it
Exactly.
doesn't come, he's like, yeah, you just check folded jacks, right? You just check folded queens, right? Like, he knows that that's just not a possibility. So he's trying to figure out what kind of a hand he limp raised with and then gave up, right? It just doesn't. He's going to be agonizing over that until he sees it on stream, I imagine, or somebody tells him.
Exactly.
It really, you know, put yourself in that situation and take away the cards up action. You're just going, wait, what? Like, like I played my hand like an absolute beast. How do you not put some more chips in there? That's crazy.
By the way, Kerry Jane, for those of you who don't know, runs the PokerStars live room at the Hippodrome, which is going to be hosting a UK IPT event.
Yes, cannot wait. Cannot wait.
We've talked a few times about the return of the regional tours. We have the Eureka here in Prague, got the UK IPT happening in London very soon. There's an Estrellas event coming up in Madrid.
Yeah.
Exciting times.
I might attend the Madrid one. I gotta say, that does sound like a lot of fun. But UKIPT London coming up first. I believe it's the 1st of April, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I feel confident about that one. And then, if you guys are going to be heading up, I'll probably be there for a little bit.
Well, it's always coming 7. And things looking relatively good for Horencevic right now. Cortolazzi has picked up the straight draw on the turn. Check, check.
2 million.
1-8. 1-8.
1-8.
Yeah.
How much you playing? Because
One
there's 30,000 in the pot, so I just want to make sure I know how much you got. So
it's the 2 players not even involved
I know,
in that.
I
I'd ask
know.
you about stack sizes.
I know. I thought it would be. I thought that would be quite funny though if you guys. Okay, check, 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 check on the river. How much you got? 2 million. Okay, I'm gonna make it 15,000.
Whilst that was check to showdown and a small pot won by Horencevic. Now we've referenced that Scoop is coming. The Spring Championship of Online Poker is coming soon. Now bear in mind there are different series for different parts of the world. So the Southern European series actually starts later this month, runs March 27th to April 17th. The dates for the global series, May 8th to June 1st, right after the next EPT in Monte Carlo. So more details will be announced soon. You've got the dates for now. And as a postscript to that, if we've got anyone watching who is in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan, we are going to be bringing Scoop to the USA as well. There is a series running for those 3 states, March 25th to April 11th. Again, more details coming soon. Southern Europe, what is that? Well, it's a part of the world. It's the continent of Europe. No, apologies for the facetious answer. It's the shared liquidity market of France, Spain, and Portugal.
Special one just for those guys. Man, these guys got chips for days, James.
So many chips, so much fun. Colonel Kurtz, king, queen of spades. Opening under the gun +1. Makes 20,000.
Cortellazzi here, pretty much no decision there. And ace queen of the big blind.
Yes.
I feel like this is a pretty straightforward, aggressive action, especially when Courts is sitting here with under 30 bigs. I mean, I don't think just shipping it is completely unreasonable. I think that's probably okay.
I'll win.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I like to see.
Oh, Kurtz. The horror. The horror.
I don't know. I think he knows that. I think he knows he's probably not going to love the outcome here. It is so pretty though. King Queen is one of those really weird hands. When you're looking at these spots afterwards, when you're studying these situations, King Queen does sneak in there once in a while with the call that you kind of you don't love, but you might have to make once in a while. But I think he is a little bit on the deeper side to be calling it off with King High here. I mean, even if he's doing this a little bit on the lighter side, James, it's still going to be an ace-X combo a lot of the time, which means that you're not going to have the best hand with King High. So
yeah,
I think it's probably okay just to put it in the bin. It's not a spot you need to be worried about, being exploited too often. I don't think that's like going to end up being a leak in your game or something like that.
We've got about 10 or 15 minutes left to play on the level, Nick, before the next 20-minute break. And I think we're going to be sticking with this lineup for the next level.
Yeah.
Kurtz opening under the gun with ace-7 of clubs. Cortellazzi with ace-4 of strawberries.
They look pretty. It almost looks like aces if you squint your eyes just right.
Ace-10 for Henning Andre.
Come on. You could just ship it. It's not unreasonable. He might feel more confident shipping it if it was one of the ginormo stacks that actually made it made the open. Courts being somewhat shorter, not super short.
Oh, hello, Kings.
90.
Looks like a squeeze from the small blind, but Konachiev has the goods.
Yeah, this is a really, really juicy squeeze spot, though, right? He doesn't have to have kings here. He's a guy with a lot of chips. He can apply a lot of pressure here with a very wide range, especially if he's got some sort of blocker combinations. Maybe a hand like ace-5 suited would be kind of a cool one just to squeeze it up here. You probably do get 2 folds a lot of the time. There you go, easy game. But in this case, he did want the action. Unfortunately, none for him this time. There you go.
Yeah, you say you want the action until you see an ace on the flop, and then you're like, oh, why couldn't I just have folded pre?
Button is you can play.
There. Okay, button's there. Small blind here.
Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna bring the chips there, and you just have to.
New player coming in, and it is. Oh wow! I'm gonna try. I'll give this my best attempt. David Vinayagamurthy. Vinay Yagamorthi. Vinay Yagamorthi.
Think you're gonna play a hand on this table?
I don't think so.
A Norwegian player with just shy of 10K in total live earnings.
I probably will follow. Oh, 1 more hour.
Only 20 more minutes.
Fucking insane.
I've got a strong suspicion that even though the default is to normally refer to players by their last name, with this guy, we're just going to stick with David. As we get the raise from Beresford with Queen 9 of Hearts. Raise and take it. Hello, David. Welcome to the table.
Welcome, sir. 20 big blinds. Not too shabby. Plenty of play with that, especially with the slower structure. Okay, hand number 102. Let's get it underway. Under the gun, no good.
It's funny, I guess, having watched a lot of online poker recently, you see 62 players remaining from a field of 1,190. You're thinking, oh, is it the last day today? Final table tomorrow? No. With 90-minute levels, this is going to be a grind to get down to the final 2 tables, to get down to the final table, to play down to a champion. This thing runs until Wednesday. That means you've got 3 more days after today, 3 more days of live coverage.
Yep, that's what I was going to say. On the plus side, we still have so much more action to bring you on the Twitch and the YouTube. So stick around, guys. And as always, make sure you check out our social media platforms as well to keep up to date whenever cool stuff happens.
So, Vinay Yagamorthi all in with ace-queen. Beresford with the decision with king-jack.
Welcome to the table, sir.
Twitch Troll 1790 not living up to their name makes a really good point. Mod's doing an incredible job keeping the chat friendly and happy. I agree. That is specifically relevant to Twitch. There's some chatter on YouTube I'm not liking right now, but I can't do anything about it because I don't have the ban hammer.
Absolutely. Okay, courts with 9-3 suited on the button. He's going to make it a straight min.
Mateos in the small blind with queen jack.
He's going to make a call. Okay, going to a flop. It is jack high, absolutely nada for courts. Checking a check. Picks up a straight draw on the turn though, 19% to improve into an 8 or a king. 2 pair for Mateos though. I mean, if you're gonna do it, I think now is the time, Senor Mateos. Viva España. Okay, 45,000. Chunky one. I really like this size as well. Once your opponents miss their flop c-bet. I mean, it may sound kind of wild, but what if Cords decides to actually raise this turn, representing the turn straight? I mean, Ace-King is not a combo that he's going to always see that here. He could be checking this, and then obviously he still has the opportunity to improve on the river as well. It could be kind of like an interesting semi-bluff spot where he knows that Mateos is basically never going to flat with Ace-King off in the small blind, so you can take that out of his range immediately. I just don't know if he has enough chips to actually make this work. Like, I think you need more chips to try and load up that kind of play.
Yeah. This level has not been kind to Colonel Kurtz. Daniel Donnelly on YouTube asks, any big names left? And a good observation from Optical JW. Depends on your definition of big name. Take David Viniagamordi, for example. That's a big name.
I have good cards. I don't play a hand in 2 hours.
What's the flop good for you? I don't know.
I mean, Adrian Mateos is one of the biggest names in poker, and he is at the feature table right now. I mean, remember when Adrian became the first ever Spanish winner on the European Poker Tour, shortly after he won the World Series of Poker Europe main event at the age of 18. He took down the Monte Carlo EPT in 2015 for more than €1 million. He's cashed in 11 EPTs, including this one. 25.4 million in live earnings, $8.5 million in PokerStars earnings, i.e. online winnings. #1 on Spain's all-time money list, 21st on the overall all-time money list. Cody Pinkham asks, is this actually live? No, thank you for your question. Just a few more hands to play before the next scheduled break. As far as other notable names are concerned, just to give you an overview of some of the players at the outer tables. Got Jack Sinclair repping the United Kingdom. Paul Tedeschi. Tuan Mulder. The Beast online. Plays as Tino Mulder on PokerStars. Spirit of the Horse.
Spirit of the Horse.
Dimitar Danchev, a former PCA champion. Jareth East, another online crusher. Hussein Ensan, Dominic Panker, 2 other former EPT champs. Hussein, of course, won here in Prague in 2015, and then 4 years later took down the World Series of Poker main event. Panker is a PCA champ, so yeah. If you're talking about famous poker players, we've still got a decent bunch.
Okay, Combinator here obviously could go ahead and bet the flop. Decides to check instead. Mr. Mateos is like, cool, give me them free flush draws. That's what I like.
Yeah. Yeah. We were just celebrating Adrian Mateos. I was just reading out some of the stats about Mateos, Nick. And during the break, which is imminent, we are going to relive that classic hand from the Monte Carlo EPT, where Johnny Lodden found himself up against Mateos. And just in case anyone hasn't seen the hand, I'm not going to spoil it for him, but it's a doozy. It's a fun one. You're going to love it.
Yeah, I think Mateos recognizes now it's time to pull the trigger. He can get better hands to fold, and he still has that heart to come on the river potentially.
And Caminita does lay it down. So Mateos hovering around the 400K mark. Blind still 5,000, 10,000 until the end of this level. And we get the inevitable jump.
All right, guys. Next hand, current payout still 14,720 for anyone that busts next. Queen Jack of clubs, UTG +1.
Yeah, 62 players remaining, so we've lost 17 during this level.
Pretty speedy. As James was saying, 62 players online is like, all right, cool. Give it a couple more hours.
Yeah, we're not talking 10-minute blind levels here. We're talking 90-minute blind levels.
Oh, yes. Looking good so far. Ace-5 off on the button. Interesting situation. Ace-5 suited probably is a hand he's going to want to continue with here quite often. Ace-5 off, I mean, potentially could 3-bet it if he wanted to. It's not unreasonable. A lot of times this exact combo is thrown into some of these 3-bet ranges. I don't know if I love a flat, though. I think I prefer a fold or a raise. What do you think, James?
Yeah. I'm a nit, so I support fold, Nick, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I think Ace-5 suited, you can do whatever you want with it, really, but Ace-5 off is a different story. I think this is an easy jam, James. This seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. Less than 20 bigs in the small blind. Not a position that you love to play.
Simples.
Very simple indeed.
Zhao asks, has anyone ever discussed the idea of having a 4-colored deck in poker? You're talking about live poker? I mean, it was, I'll be honest with you, it was actually considered in 2015. In fact, they experimented with it in a few side events. And look, I'm incredibly biased on this subject, so I'll just say what others felt. The general feedback was that it was unnecessary and was too distracting, so it was never implemented.
Yeah, I'm not.
Now, I for one was very happy with that decision. I had very strong feelings and was even more vocal about the matter than the majority.
Yeah, I think I've actually seen PokerStars 4-color decks before. They do exist. As James mentioned, they have been used. I think really it's most useful when you're looking at a whole bunch of tables on one screen, right? So if you're 12 tabling or whatever online, or even 4 tabling or anything, it's just like, yeah, just let me double check, triple check, yeah. But I think live you got enough time to really look at your cards, and these are usually going to be like jumbo index anyway, right? So they're going to be really, really big, characters here on the cards. So it's not hard to see when you're on your IRL.
I like the classic decks.
Yeah. When I was on the Isle of Man visiting PokerStars HQ many years ago, one of the development team showed me his collection of cards. Bit of an aficionado with his collection, and just all sorts, all kinds of stuff you couldn't even imagine, and all kinds of old classic PokerStars decks as well, because he's been with the company for so long. Loads of really, really cool designs and stuff that they tried out, and peak peak hole cards and stuff, where when you peel up the corners, the cards are oriented sort of like, you know, diagonally to the corner of the card and stuff like that.
So Mateos has opened with ace-8. Hrencevich is going to flat with ace-5 suited, ace-5 of spades. And they are heads up to the flop. That flop being Jack 8-4, second pair for Mateos. Plus he has the ace of diamonds, which means he will be very interested to continue with this hand. Checks to Hrencevich.
I don't think Adrian is going anywhere on this flop.
That is 12,000. Mateos calls. 4 of spades on the turn. Now, this pairs the board, and it does give Hrencevich a flush draw.
Yeah, I was going to say, c-betting this flop, you know, you've got some backdoor draws that are going to give you a little bit more opportunity to continue barreling. I would be surprised to see Hrencevich here slow down, excuse me. I think he's going to want to continue here a bunch. There's loads of hands I can think of that he's going to probably, Adrian's going to have to fold here on the turn. Pocket 5s, pocket 6s, pocket 7s. An 8 once in a while, especially if it's a weaker 8s. Some flush draws.
Yeah, so it gets chunkier. 46,000 now, but Mateos calls again, and we are going to the river. 181,000 in the middle. That river card is the deuce of diamonds. Mateos still good.
Mateos obviously with the ace of diamonds blocker as well, which is quite meaningful. He's got too much showdown to actually turn into a bluff, though, as we've discussed already with that situations where you've got a pair and the nut blocker, or the nut flush blocker, excuse me.
Is Hrencevich going to make some move here? Bluffs at it. Well, look, if there is anyone at this table capable of calling this bet with just a pair of 8s, it is Adrian Mateos. 110,000.
I mean, he's got the kind of combo where, you know, he's blocking the flush in a meaningful way where, you know, I guess that's one of the strong hands that he's trying to represent on this river. So he definitely has a decision here. And it's like if Hrencevich had like Queen Jack or Ace Jack without the diamond, you know, he's probably going to slow down on this river because it looks like, you know, Mateos might have actually called with the flush and then got there or something of that nature. So I think we might see the hero call here. If he doesn't have the ace of diamonds in his hand, maybe a little bit less so, but he should be more inclined to call, and he'd be absolutely correct in this pot.
Mateos buying himself extra thinking time. Each time bank card gives him an additional 30 seconds.
Oh man, that clock ticking down, so stressful, especially in spots like this where you really have
He's called.
Call. Let's go. That's why he's the best.
Great hero call from Adrian Mateos. And that's going to take him up over 600K. And I think we're going to be able to squeeze in one more hand before the break. And a reminder that we will stick with this table for the penultimate level of the day. Continuing action from day 3 of EPT Prague. I'm not sure what's going on in the PA system in the background.
It might be the mystery bounty.
Oh.
It might be drawing, I'm not sure.
It does have that bingo night vibe to it.
It does, and I love it. I'm here for it.
After this, will the table... After this, will the table break, or do you think we'll stay on the same table?
I think we stay the same table.
Okay, but just go there, yeah.
Maybe stay one more level here, or maybe go back.
Mateos knows the deal. He's a veteran. So folded to the button, and Konakchiev is going to raise with 4-3 of spades. Hello, David. Ace Jack for Vinny Agamordi. Oh wow, they've actually brought in an MC to host the mystery bounty announcement.
I love that, yes. I mean, it is so much fun. I was witness to many.
Joe, I'd have worked with your agent if I were you. How the hell did you not get the call for this gig?
Yeah, mystery bounties in Vegas were a whole lot of fun, very exciting. Something to share, you know, it's great too.
That is going to take us to the break. And a reminder that these guys will be coming back to the main stage in 20 minutes' time. We will stick with this feature table. 62 players remaining overall. 2 more levels to play. And let's check on the stacks of the players we've been watching over the course of the last 90 minutes. Dmitro Kamenita, we think, could be the overall chip leader with 1.8 million. Mateos has chipped up, has an above-average stack, 52 big blinds. Those blinds, 6K, 12K, when we come back. Both Andre and Kurt on the short side. Nick, thank you very much. We'll catch you tomorrow. Maria Ho's going to join me and Joe when we come back in 20 minutes' time with more action from the PokerStars European Poker Tour in Prague.
Well, Johnny's putting a lot of pressure on himself to do well here. How about we share some of the burden? How about we sweat with Johnny?
All right, I'll allow it.
Pocket fives under the gun. He raises to 160,000. Adrian Mateos calls in position on the button. Muhyiddin Ferez in the small blind. Also calls.
I don't need to be rude, but I'm not super worried about Ferez just calling out of the small blind.
Hadi Al-Azmar, our qualifier, is in the big blind.
Yeah, it's fun. Everybody's in. You see, when you don't 3-bet, so much more. Now everybody can win.
Set, please.
Family pot. And an ace-9 3-flop. Ferez checks. Al-Azmar checks. Johnny checks.
Free card? Huh? What do you say?
No dice. 275,000 from Mateos. Ferez calls. Al-Azmar folds. He completely missed the flop.
So calling would be pretty weird here with a bet and call in front of us, and I know what I would do, but folding's never really been Johnny's thing.
Remember, those black chips are 100K apiece. This is a check raise to 715,000.
Aha, all right. See, now Johnny did raise under the gun, so he can rep an ace here pretty realistically. We're repping an ace.
Action back on Mateos. He calls. Mohedin Ferez folds. He had a 9.
Well, we got rid of one hand, and it was better than ours.
So heads up to the turn. Four of clubs. Having raised flop, Johnny checks the turn.
We're definitely taking an interesting line. Usually we're supposed to keep betting there.
So Mateos bets 650,000.
Now this says to me that Adrian is not too worried about what we've got, but if he had a really big ace, maybe he would have 3-bet before the flop? No?
Johnny calls. And this hand's going to the river. With nearly 3.7 million in the middle, Johnny only has 2 million behind. The ace of diamonds pairing the board.
That makes it tougher for us to rep an ace, but also it makes it tougher for Mateos to have one.
Johnny checks again.
All in.
And the chip leader shoves on Loddon.
Oh, boy. Calling here and being right is the kind of thing legends are made of, but calling here and being wrong is so stupid and obvious that when you do it, you pretty much die of shame. I think this is a super easy fold, but for some reason, Johnny doesn't agree with me. Johnny knows just how aggressive Mateos has been. I can't even imagine the amount of dynamic and leveling that has been going on for Johnny to be even thinking about calling here.
Clearly a tough decision for him.
Now that Johnny's so suspicious, I kind of want him to call.
Johnny folds. Mateos shows a bluff, jack high!
Oh, he didn't have to show it.
Sykt ikke stoler på instinktene, skal være blikksynere. Jævla dårlig!
Via con Dios.
No ace and I snap out. Because then it makes no sense what he's betting if it's not an ace. Ace you can easily bet. It's a queen, I snap out.
I don't even know how you even think about calling there.
As Withers
Oh boy.
is having a lovely day with ace-king, but just limps.
Use me, baby.
And Easton limps with aces. Leonard limps with jack-10.
You guys, this is the grand final.
Atlani limps with 8-3. Tony G limps with queen-9.
Greg's gonna attack us now. Never seen anything.
Greg
You know
Raymer.
why, James?
Zero. I was just hoping.
They all think they're much better post-flop players.
Greg Raymer limps with 10-3. Valo limps with 9-deuce, and the graphics are getting smaller and smaller as we try to fit every player at this table on the screen. And
Oh my
Kafelnikov
word. He's gonna fold.
checks his option. It's a family pot. We've got 8-way action. And don't ask me who's got what.
I think I like 8-3 of clubs here. Although 9 deuce of clubs is...
Okay, so a couple people got top pair, 10-3, Jack 10. Ace is still in, 2 flush draws. Unbelievably, 8 people to a flop, and about 5 of them have something.
Don't forget the backdoor flush draw for Withers Easton.
Tony G frustratingly folds Queen Deuce.
Okay, so just to be clear, Easton bet for 200, Leonard raised to 400, Raymer has called, Valo has called, Easton has called, 4-way to the turn, deuce of spades.
Oh, please tell me the 10 tray of spades is what gets there.
So somehow Ace is still ahead despite letting 7 other opponents see a flop. 3 of them see a turn.
3 splits 500.
I think it's Easton who's bet here. Yeah, 500, and Ken Leonard has called.
And Greg calls.
Greg Raymer calls.
What's that all about?
This is scary.
Valo calls as well. So still 4 players as we go to the river, which is the 6 of spades, which means Greg Raymer gets there.
Martin checks.
Skill game.
Hey, at least poker was always fun.
Okay, Easton's still betting, Leonard's still calling.
I just want to remind everyone, this is the grand final.
It's only a 10,000 euro buy-in as Greg Raymer moves all in for around 6K.
If this gets called by a worse hand, I'm working on a time machine.
Doesn't. The other 3 players fold, and Greg Raymer will add a decent percentage to his stack.
He even got up for that, Andre.
Can't reach the chips. Found the energy
I
there.
can't reach the chips from the chair. It's like this chair like tips forward because it's got the rounded edges. It's your button, right?
Action at the feature table is on Dan Coleman. Pocket 4's under the gun. He raises to 45,000. Finger and Trinovsky are folded. Seidel's on the button, and we haven't seen his hole cards.
Come on, Seidel. Grow a beard. Also show us your hole cards.
Well, whatever he has, he thinks it's worth a call on the button. Martin Jakobsen in the big blind has ace-7 offsuit.
You've probably got no choice but to defend a medium ace here, even though you can't love it.
He calls as well. We're going 3-way to the flop. And that flop has a 4 on it. A set for Coleman.
What's Martin doing? He should be checking here. This is bad timing.
He leads the flop for 77,000.
I like a flat call here from Coleman because I think Martin's donk leading this flop with a bad hand way more often than a good one. So if Dan raises, he probably gets 2 folds way too often, which you don't want. You want Martin to keep bluffing.
Coleman does just call. And side out, folds. We'll never know what he had. 10 on the turn. Jakobsen now with a gut shot.
Martin's probably never going to get a fold here unless the board runs out so badly for fours that it makes his hand actually win.
He's betting again with just 9% equity. 155,000.
There's not much more reason for Dan to fold now than there was on the flop. 7-8 got there.
Once again, Coleman just calls. 627,000 in the middle. One card to come, and that card is a king. A set of fours are good.
Yeah, I don't think Dan's ever folding. Hopefully Martin just gives up.
He bluff shoves.
Or he just blasts off. Probably not going to work.
Quick call from Coleman. And Jakobsen's out.
Yeah, you probably got me,
Let me just calmly take a second before exiting this 50K tournament.
That's not.
Martin Jakobsen, the eternal bridesmaid on the European Poker Tour.
Good luck, guys.
He'll be off to Vegas in November to compete at the World Series of Poker main event final table.
That was nice.
Huh?
That was a gift.
It was sick. Sick. I've never seen him doing something like this.
Yeah.
With 19 remaining, we're heading over to the secondary feature table, where Elke is going to the flop against two opponents, Douglas Souza and Raffaele Sorrentino.
Seems like between the three of them, they've got all the interesting flops covered.
Well, that is a very interesting flop. Top pair for Sorrentino, flush draw for Souza.
Should be seeing some action.
It's been checked to Souza. He was the pre-flop aggressor.
And now he's going to semi-bluff.
He continues for 74,000.
74?
Sorrentino calls. Elke folds his sevens.
Once again, forced to fold what was the best hand pre-flop.
So heads up to the turn, which is a 3. Sorrentino still ahead with top pair, top kicker.
I guess 10-9 of spades has got to keep betting here.
Another semi-bluff from Douglas Souza, 148,000.
So he's really hoping for a fold, which won't happen here, and then I guess spades is the backup plan.
Once again, Sorrentino calls.
Some smooth passive play from Sorrentino.
651,000 in the middle. Sorrentino's got less than pot behind. Souza did not get there on the river.
Calling.
So he bluff shoves. It's all in to call for Sorrentino, who has got the best hand.
This is a very serious call to have to make. But I think ultimately you have to. Souza is going to have some worse value hands, but a lot of flop draws bricked, mainly spades. So this is a prime spot for a bluff shove. But I will admit, ace-queen is right on the line.
You're never bluffing in this end, right? You don't have any bluff here. Yes, son. You sure if I fall?
Time table.
Who called time? Yeah?
Okay, so you got 1 minute to make decisions starting from there.
Once again, we see the clock called.
You like ace-5 or deuces? You show ace-queen? Sometimes.
decision for his tournament life.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good call.
Great call.
Really great call.
And he knows it.
What a rush.
Nice call.
Thanks.
Souza's taking it well, and Sorrentino is raking it well.
Up to 1.5 million. Fantastic hand.
I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sukanik to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. But what about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At Kings Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making Kings Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at Kings to become a part of poker history.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 3 of the main event continues as we come back from break for the penultimate level of the day. That's right, 2 more 90-minute sessions of poker to be played tonight. And we are keeping our same lineup on the main stage. We have been watching the Monte Carlo champion from 2015, Adrian Mateos, do his thing. And Mateos continues to headline at the main stage. But these are the chip leaders coming back from break, and confirmation that Demetrio Caminita is not just the biggest stack at the feature table, he's the biggest stack overall, 1.85 million. Gab-Yong Kim, the second biggest stack. David Husbecker also among the chip leaders. I'm joined right now by Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are both joined live via satellite by Maria Ho.
Hi, I'm glad I showed up at the right time. It's a little confusing, this whole daylight saving stuff.
Oh,
you
my
know?
goodness. Please.
It's confusing, Maria, when one side of the Atlantic doesn't do it and the other side does. I hear you. Also, to be brutally honest, Maria's joining us via the internet, but I think it still sounds more impressive when you're doing a live broadcast. Say someone's joining you live via satellite.
So did you qualify for $1, $5? You got in via satellite. What was your path?
It was a complete free roll, guys, believe it or not.
Maria, good to have you with us again. We are getting deeper into this main event. 62 players remaining. Interestingly, Mateos not the only former champ still in the field. Panka, Danchev, Ensan still alive. The player I'm most interested to see, actually, and hopefully he will make his way to the feature table at some point, is Tuan Mulder. Because Tino Mulder, Spirit of the Horse, has dominated so many of the online events we've covered in the last 2 years. It'll be great to see him play live.
That's Tino E. Mulder. I knew the second I pulled up here at the casino, I saw that horse parked outside. I was like, that's Tino Mulder's horse. Let's go.
A new meaning to horses in poker. 6,000, 12,000 the blinds, and Mateos opening under the gun with King Jack.
What a treat, huh? Get to peer into the hold cards of one of the game's greats right now.
Every time I see Mateos play, he just does work.
Vinaya, we got the first half. Gamorthy, Vinaya Gamorthy, easy. Ooh, look at those sevens, huh? Curvy.
I just call him David. I find it simpler.
It's easier for me to read that name on screen than to remember the word David.
I'd love to say that's a bit, but Maria, you and I both know that that is a genuine reflection of the state of Joe's brain.
Joe Burgundy.
Yeah. Joe Burgundy.
So Vinaya Gamorthy and Mateos going heads up.
And great flop for Mateos. King, queen, queen. Horrible flop for the sevens.
I would like Maria to explain how Mateos does this. Raises a hand.
Flops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Raises
Flops
a hand
well.
Yes, please. Go on.
Yeah, Stapes, I think that's something you've yet to learn very clearly. It's just not a part of your repertoire yet, but you'll get there.
I got to put the
It's
work
the hardest
in.
part of the game. Yeah. Get back in the lab.
So Mateos has continued for 26,000. Gamorthy calls, and we're going to the river. And oh my word, it is coming 7.
We're playing the games with the flipping, and the 7 is those coming.
David, river's a full house.
Yeah, no doubt this is extra sneaky because for Mateos, he probably thinks that, you know, there's a small chance that perhaps he continued with the flush draw and checked back the flop and called the turn with a hand like that. But Mateos does have the jack of clubs in his hand. So he does feel like since he checked the flop, he wants to go for another street of value here on the river. And you can't blame the guy. This 7 that appeared out of nowhere, he will have no idea how hard that hit David's hand.
68,000 is the bet from Mateos. And are we about to see a raise? Potentially a raise all in.
I thought he folded.
Me too.
Time bank card played there.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, this guy's reads. You'd have to give him credit for following a live read that hard.
How much?
This is weird.
He said 200, I think.
He did. So it's a virtual all-in. He's going to leave himself 21,000 behind.
The thing is as played, this line just does not feel like a bluff. But obviously, Mateos understands that the flush coming in on the river is a pretty natural scare card for a lot of the hands that he would check flop and then bet turn and bet river with. So just depends a little bit on how capable I think Mateos thinks his opponent is in this spot to perhaps be raising without it.
I mean, Mateos is a thinker, but comes to the correct decision rather often.
Yeah, I definitely want to mention that for all the times I've seen Mateos make big calls on the river, it's because he was right and his opponent was bluffing. So I think that he will be able to sniff this spot out, even though he is used to making big calls and being right.
Mm-hmm.
So Mateos has played a number of time bank cards, each one buying him an additional 30 seconds on the clock. Little Bernard inside that grey box doing sterling work all day. And Mateos calls.
Ooh.
And that is a near double up for David Gamorthy.
It's okay if you want to say nice river.
Huh? You guys are good on this thing. Really? Yeah.
Who was the former one?
Me.
What did he come with?
Look, not that good. 1.3. Yes.
That's good.
Now up to 553k, a 46 big blind stack. And a bit of a blow to Adrian Mateos, who's now playing 31 big blinds. Equine Spy.
God.
Not sure why he called that.
Can I venture a guess? He thought he had the best hand.
Oh my God.
Maria, do you agree?
Yeah, I think that that's a pretty good reason for why he made that call.
Cool. We're all in agreement. I think it's also kind of a compliment to David to think that someone would be capable of making a river bluff with worse than a pair of kings there.
Absolutely. I mean, I know that as an exploit, there's definitely people that I have played with that if they took that line, and maybe this is them exploiting me, I would just never call because I just never, I just would never, ever give them credit for taking that line as a bluff.
David back in action, racing from the cutoff with ace-queen. Mateos with 5-3 offsuit in the big blind. He wants revenge. He wants his chips back.
That's right. It's the only reason he's playing this hand. Vengeance. I am vengeance.
Well, it is an ace 9-4 board. So it's top pair for Vinny Gamorthi. It is a wheel draw for Adrian Mateos.
I mean, you gotta see one more.
Yeah, especially when you're against a late position opener, you just don't give them as much credit for having such a strong hand as David actually does. I'm going to get to pronouncing his last name at some point, just not now.
It's easy if you do it as two separate words. Vinaya, Gamorthi.
I just like David.
It's just you have such a fun word to say.
David.
Not David.
Well, the bet on the turn wins it for the Norwegian.
Do you think that Adrian Mateos feels frustration at this point? Or it's just another hand?
I think probably closer to the latter than the former.
Right? That makes me mad. That frustrates me. Feel something.
Mateos in the small blind for this hand. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Do you think one day we'll have to change the name of the small blind because it's a little insulting and it'll have to be the blind and the double blind?
That option sounds so stupid, I hope it never changes. So Konechiev has opened with sevens. Chip leader with king 6 folds. Colonel Kurtz gives up the button. Mateos with 9s.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a little bit dependent on how active Konechev has been up to this point. But there's a couple of ways that, Adrian could proceed. He decides to move all in, and that's fine. Sometimes somebody would flat against perhaps a tighter player that is only opening from early position with really strong hands.
Did this guy really get a sweatshirt at the gym at PCA?
Someone must be buying that stuff.
Right? I mean, that's a sick flex. You can even afford to go to that gym. Maria, if
This
you
is just
if you think that you are likely to be flipping here, is this a call?
in the sense of, yeah, I mean, I think that you don't perceive Mateos to be light here, and you do have the chips to call with, right? It's not going to be a huge portion of your stack. It's not going to put your tournament life at risk, and you'll be crippled after if you call and you're wrong and you're not flipping. Unfortunately, in this situation, he actually is dominated.
You don't even lose a decimal point.
But the red triangle of death sits alongside Adrian Mateos' hand. He may be ahead right now, better than a 4-1 favorite, but he is the at-risk player, and there is a saying, it's always coming. 7.
And the 7 already got Mateos. Did
Queen,
most of the damage.
5-3 on the flop, 9's holding. 2 outs for Konakchiev. Turn card is the 9, and that'll lock it up. Adrian Mateos is going to double up.
So cool. See him spread those chips?
Inconsequential 10 on the river. Mateos back up, 674,000. Playing 56 big blinds.
Nice. Maria, have you had the chance to listen to my poker lesson from Andrew Brokos yet on the Poker in the Ears podcast?
No, but I saw you hyping it up on social media. I just haven't had a chance to listen to it yet. But I think, did you call it perhaps the best podcast ever? Or did you say something about the best strategy podcast? I don't remember your exact wording.
It's
but
one of the best episodes we've done, but it's probably the best strategy-themed episode we've done, although it's a very narrow field in that department. I think that when you listen to it, Maria, I think you'll be nodding along a lot with what Andrew said, and probably will go, yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you, idiot. I mean, maybe.
So are you saying that? So are you saying that you don't listen to me, but now you're going to listen because Andrew told you?
Well, I mean, technically, I was getting paid while Andrew was talking to me. Oh my goodness, take a hand off, buddy.
Yeah, Henning Andre has opened under the gun with ace-9, but Mateos has woken up with kings on the button. And a re-raise from Mateos, free betting to 65,000.
Mateos just really hoping that Andre's under the gun open here is going to be strong enough to get the chips in. I don't think ace-9 of clubs is going to do it.
Can't blame him for trying, though. I mean, under the gun open is typically a little stronger than this.
Mateos takes it down uncontested.
It's like that 7 on the river never happened.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. 50 is coming.
Last orbit has kind of cancelled itself out.
Thank you. We're done this. We're done this as well, yeah. Gigante.
It's kind of how I feel about the NBA. They score, and then they score, and then they score, and then they score, and then they score. Let's just fast forward to the last 30 seconds.
Caminita has the snowmen's. Num num.
Kamanam num.
Raises to 26k. Ace-10 for Cortellazzi. 2 Italian players at the table potentially going to the flop. What if Cortellazzi plays the ace-10?
Yeah, I would say maybe facing, you know, a hijack cutoff open. I would definitely be in there with ace-10 in some form or fashion, but it looks like he wants to take the extremely aggressive route against Caminita.
Well, significant difference in live poker experience between these two players. Andrea Cortolazzi has 1 recorded live cash. That was 2 years ago for just $4,000. Whereas Dimitro Caminita has 98K in live earnings and has already cashed 3 events at this EPT Prague festival.
Is all of that 98K from those 3 events?
Nope.
Okay. It's funny because I could have sworn this blonde guy looked more familiar. Must be thinking of a different Italian player.
No, Chad. Chad didn't do.
Maria, what's happening in Los Angeles? What do you got? Give me the best coast update.
What do I have for you? Well, the weather is nice, but did you expect anything else from the best
No,
coast?
I just wanted to hear about it.
The weather is nice. I had a delicious breakfast burrito, which is also a very SoCal thing, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not a low-cal thing.
No, not a low-cal thing.
Looks like Adrian is at it again. Queen 8 suited in the hijack. What are you going with here? Hrenchovich? Doesn't matter. Fold
You're
it.
definitely asking James, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
James
got
is doing
nothing
my
for ya.
research for me right now, though, so. Because I think he also remembers a different Italian blonde guy that looks similar
Well,
to
no,
him.
we've had a few comments, and there's one person in particular. It's Viabus pointing out that Cortolazzi finished 12th in EPT Barcelona 2016. And interestingly, that is one of those players whose name has been eradicated from history. If you go to all of the official records of EPT Barcelona, an unknown player finished in 12th place in that event. So I'd have to go and check the tape. And to be honest with you, I can't be bothered. So let's just assume that, yeah, he has had some deep runs in EPTs.
Okay, so that number might be a little off. That number of 0. It gets a little bit better for Konachev. It's pretty cool of the Hendon mob. I don't know what is they're obliged to do or not, but if you say, hey, remove me, and they're like, cool, no problem.
I think they have to.
Do they?
Yes. And this is something we were referring to earlier on. It was the change in data practices in Europe a couple of years ago.
I know I've had to, every website I go to on my phone when I'm here, I got to accept or reject cookies. Who rejects cookies? They're delicious.
Konachev does get there on the river with the flush. Luckily for Mateos, though, he checked back the turn when he found a little showdown value, and I think this might be somewhat easy to get away from just because, again, one of the most obvious draws from the flop got there, and just hard to imagine that, you know, even if your opponent's value betting a king in that spot, which they would, that you're going to be beating very many hands with that queen 8.
James, when you get that alert in England, does it ask you if you want to accept biscuits?
One of my favorite cartoons is Cookie Monster and Oscar the Grouch sat next to each other at a computer, and one is about to click on the button that says delete cookies, and the other one is about to press the button that says delete trash, and they're both going, no!
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
That is very funny.
Excuse me. Hi. We don't have the
Action has been folded to Hrenchovich. He gives up the 9-5. Oh, Dolly Parton. Armin Pox asks, is Lex Veldhouse still in? Who's he?
I mean, he might still be in whatever he's playing.
Not aware of a player by that name here in Prague. We have got a pair of threes here for David.
This was a limp pot pre, so I don't really mind in position David deciding to just deny equity to what is always going to be, you know, 2 overs to this pair of threes, and most of the time your opponent probably won't have a piece of it.
Disagree.
So I'm guessing in this strategy episode with Andrew, he didn't teach you how to flop better because you're still asking.
He went a little
what the
bit
secret
deeper.
behind that is?
He went a little bit deeper into the mindset stuff that you've been trying to get me to, and gave me like a real tangible way to change that mindset rather than just.
What's
and I don't mean to,
way?
you know, to. His tangible way, and I would encourage people to listen to the podcast for more details, but is to keep score in my head of every time I think I have made a good decision and let that be the only thing that I keep track of. Not wins, not cashes, not chips being stacked, just did I make a good decision here? Okay, I get a mental treat, a +1 in my scorebook.
You could give yourself a physical treat. If you want to have a cookie every time you get a +1, I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah, well, my genes are.
Blind v blind. David in the small with 8-6 off. And chip leader Dmitrio Kamenita in the big with 8-5. Suited in strawberries.
All right, well, it could all go in here. Oh, no.
King 5-4. Domination rotation in Kamenita's favor.
Dmitrio Kamenita sounds like the kind of name that someone would slap a dossier down on the table in a movie. Dmitrio Kamenita pairing. Oh, no. Dang it. Already paired the 5.
Yeah, and now David pairs his 6. Domination restoration. And as a 89% favorite, he bets the turn for 13,000.
Yeah, and I
Gets
think in
called.
these limp pots in a blind versus blind situation, you expect your opponent to take stabs when the flop gets checked around. So not surprising to see Kamenita call.
Okay. So it's always coming 7. Both players now have the straight. Maria, we have been perfect on every single performance so far. However, we are now introducing a rogue element.
I'm going to do what I always do, which is start right after you say.
Absolutely. The
Okay.
delay is minimal, but I think we
Ready
can make
for
this
it.
work. And bear in mind, we can see you. So we will also have that visual cue.
Oh, okay. I'm not nervous at all, guys. Okay, I'm very, very
Should I
nervous.
be aiming to do it the exact same time as Maria?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will not be looking at chat after this.
Come on, Kamenita, call already. People expect a performance.
Oh. Tanky
Yeah,
time.
Kamenita deciding, you know, even though doesn't have the nuts, but again, you're up against the small blind limping range. It feels like the 8 high straight could be good enough to raise with. Just depends on, you know, how often you think your opponent is going to be betting 2 pairs for value and things like that.
I mean, I know that he technically is blocking the hand he's up against, but you're blocking the nuts too, right? So raising seems pretty safe.
And that's
Yeah, definitely.
exactly what he's done, raising to 200,000.
I mean, obviously blockers aren't real.
David definitely seems a little startled by this raise. Wasn't expecting that, especially when he himself has the straight, but I think this should be a pretty quick call. It's not really a spot where I think you can bet fold.
There you go.
Okay, so this will go to showdown. Both players have a straight. This is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Was it that? I'm not sure. Why do you have to... Oh,
Sounded
dare I
like
keep
Maria forgot the words.
That's kind of how I felt.
Really?
I don't know why I'm so hard on you during this, but every time I'm like, maybe Maria just doesn't know the song.
I don't think... I mean, I feel like what the numbers I see coming in is not that bad. So...
Wait, what?
I don't know.
I will walk off this set right now. Chris, you delete that. Our director said I shouted? You want to hear shouting? You're about to hear some shouting.
Maybe it
clear,
was you, States.
Chris is producing the stream. I'm not sure he necessarily wants to take credit for the direction.
Oh, producing, sorry.
Update from StatTrick on other former champs out in the field. We've got Adrian Mateos on the main stage, but at the outer tables, we've got Dimitar Danchev, PCA 2013 champ. He's got 970K right now. Hussein Ensan has 580K. Dominic Panka, 510K. And Piotr Nazinski, winner in Barcelona in 2018, has 200K. So 5 previous EPT winners remain, including Mateos, who's currently at our feature table. Oh, look.
Oh, boy.
Arincevic with ace-king, Caminita with ace-king. If this goes the way I think it's going to go, Maria, you're going to get a chance to redeem yourself.
Maria, just real quick, can we check that you know what the words are?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Did I start it too late?
Is that right?
Or did I start
I honestly
it?
think, okay, and I'm not trying to bully you here. I honestly think it's not when you started, it's the length of time it takes you to get through it is different than our length of time.
It's dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun quick.
Yeah, I'm with James on that one. Emmeline. Let's see, we got live diamonds for Arincevic. And hearts, spades for Caminita.
Yeah,
I
of
just
course.
actually want someone to hit a 4
nastiness.
flush, just so I don't have to say it again.
Maria actually has a vested interest in sickness occurring.
Ooh.
Okay, so now Caminita is free rolling.
At what point are you allowed to start shaking your head at this? When the spade hits the turn or right now?
Beautiful.
Oh, no.
I'm going to feel really awful if it comes.
You did this, Maria.
All
I
your
did.
fault. You were so selfish.
You did this. Why do you hate Arincevic?
It's the ace of hearts. Thank you, Barry Greenstein. So this is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Yes,
That felt
nailed
better.
it.
That felt better. That felt better.
Guys. Should
Claps
I
for Maria,
excuse
everyone.
myself
Claps
now?
for
I feel
Maria.
like it can't get better. I couldn't do it better than that. So.
Do you think the audience is hearing something different than we are? Because we're getting a lot of very mediocre reviews here.
Like I double up.
Now they said I'm far behind, but I started right after you. Oh.
Is the audience hearing something different to what we're hearing?
I
Because
think
that was
so.
in perfect sync for me.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, great. Now they want to complain about my pitch, guys. It's my speed. It's my
You're a little
start
pitchy dog. Little pitchy
point.
dog.
I don't. God. Should I get a pitch pipe out? Should I like do the whole, like we're in an a cappella group and just blow on the pitch pipe right before we're supposed to sing? Make sure we're all.
Someone I trust has sent us a GIF of us nailing it. So, and I trust this person. Twitch chat is not to be trusted.
Comes to something when that's the person you're trusting.
I know, I probably shouldn't, but.
We love you, PJ.
Konakchev, the opener here. Looks like we're on Buenos dias, Adrian.
Kings again?
Yeah, and unlike the time when Mateos had kings against an under the gun opener who had ace-9 suited, in this situation, I think Konakchev has to assume that Mateos can very easily have some 3-bet bluffs here, considering Konakchev opened from the hijack. Mateos, obviously an incredibly capable player to attack these late position opens, but I get it. I wouldn't want to mess with him either.
Thank you, Scott Brawner. That song needs to go platinum. Hashtag PokerStars TV.
I don't disagree with the quality, the creativity, the epicness. I just disagree. It's a song. It's not a song.
Well, Joseph, the other week I was listening to the Hit Parade, and there was some noise in the top 10.
Noise.
I'm saying that what qualifies as a song these days. There's this chap, I'm not sure if you've heard of him, called Edward Sheeran.
Oh man, that is Maria is gonna crawl through the screen right now.
What?
I asked Maria, weren't you on the stream when I asked Maria, like, you know, I told her how much I spent on my Super Bowl ticket, and I was like, what artist would you spend that amount of money on? And first words out of her mouth were Ed Sheeran.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I was just, I honestly don't have an issue with Ed Sheeran.
Oh, you did that on purpose?
I just did that on purpose, yeah.
I have to check the card first.
I was going to say, the way that you felt when you were waiting for me to give you my review on Jaws was what I was feeling just now when I was like, don't you dare finish your sentence, James, about Ed Sheeran.
Maria, the one thing you have to agree with me, though, is that song he's done with Taylor Swift with all of the awful, awful card metaphors is horrific.
I don't think anything Ed Sheeran's ever put out
Oh,
is
come
horrific.
on. Yes, that's right, Paul. We're talking about the Game of Thrones guy.
Yes, he's lesser known for his music, but, you know, I really still do like his songs.
I mean, I feel the same way about Taylor Swift that you clearly feel about Ed Sheeran, and I cannot listen to that song. It just is horrific.
That Ed Sheeran cameo in Game of Thrones was more distracting than the time Grimes showed up in Downton Abbey.
Heshi, the song is called The Joker and the Queen. Do yourself a favor. Do not let it come within any distance of your ears.
Well, it looks like my line is going to be obliterated.
Yeah.
Which is probably a good thing.
To ensure that we're not still here on Friday playing down to a winner?
Yeah.
Was it 54 you set the line
54, yeah.
And we're already at 57 variety of poker player. Have you heard the Jeff and Brent bit reacting to your song? To what is Jane Windsor referring?
Probably the song, not the Chop Pot song, but the As She Ran Taylor Swift song, I think. All right, Caminita in there with ace-4. Frenchevich with queen, tray of diamonds.
Diamantes. And there's a 3 on the flop.
Depending on how aggressive Caminita wants to be with this post flop, obviously it would be really tough for just a pair of 3s to get to showdown cheaply. I think that if there were a diamond, perhaps, you know, with that backdoor flush possibility, it would be a little bit easier to continue. But if you call here, you're only hoping, you know, to hit trips or perhaps 2-pair. But even 2-pair, you know, a queen coming out wouldn't necessarily be the best card. You know, your opponent clearly can have king 10, etc.
En español, por favor. Hames. Well, so far it is happening somewhat cheaply. Might be tough at this point.
Is it bad that I'm just assuming that person is American?
No. No, that's what we call making a read in the poker business. We did get a cheap showdown.
Yeah, I think that Caminita just felt like the board run out favored maybe that big blind continuing range a little bit more. And I haven't seen Caminita play too much, obviously. And even though he does have the chip lead, you know, not everybody proceeds with the chip lead with their foot on the gas the whole time. You know, some of these players, this is a big spot for them, right? They might be more concerned about holding on to all their chips and not taking some spots, even though they do have a lot of chips to push other players around with.
Dirty Bird Chirp asks, what is the payout for first? I saw the next payout popping up, but don't know what first place pays. More than $1 million. 7-figure score for the winner. The million and change plus the trophy for the main event champ here in Prague.
That change I would gladly take. It would be my biggest win ever.
Yeah,
I think
33,520 on top of the million. Yeah.
By about tenfold, actually. The change.
So, Konachiev opens under the gun with ace-queen suited. Caminita wielding that big stack, 3 bets to 80k. Cortolazzi folds 6s on the button. The blinds are out, so back on the original razor.
I think that ace-queen suited with that stack size, you're definitely deep enough where you should consider calling pre.
Heshi realizing that he should have listened to me. I listened to the first 54 seconds of that song before canceling my Spotify subscription.
Domination.
It's
rotated.
not that bad.
No, it is, Maria. It's really bad.
I don't know this song, but I'm guessing maybe that's good.
Oh, Joe, you have to, for research, you have to watch it.
Should we do a deep dive on the song on the podcast? Should that be content?
It's hard to do it, right? Because we can't actually play the song. I guess we can analyze the lyrics, but... Yeah, rotation in Caminita's favor becomes an 85% favorite. And looking good for Caminita, now 93%.
You know you're at a bad place in your poker mentality when, like, just watching this hand, I'm frustrated. that the 9 hit. I'm so mad.
Just be grateful there isn't an ace out there as well. Caminita bets the turn. There's 310,000 in the middle. And he makes it 150K.
Yeah, and this is definitely the point where I think it's just a matter of if Konechchev thinks that Caminita has very many bluffs. If they 3-bet pre-flop and they fire both flop and turn, is ace-queen ever going to be ahead? I think that if you give your opponent a lot of credit for having strong value when they 3-bet, then you would probably fold ace-queen. But if you feel like your opponent could be up to no good, and obviously Caminita having so many chips, I think you just have the understanding that they will 3-bet light sometimes. Looks like so far not a believer.
And how often do you have enough chips to be able to call down with ace-queen? Let's do it.
Right.
This would be me after this hand. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this having a nice hand.
That is
Nice
a
hand.
not insignificant pot, by the way, and it is going to push Caminita over the 2 million mark. And this, I believe, is the first time a player has crossed the 2 million threshold. Consolidating his chip lead with 57 remaining, 2.1 million, 175 big blinds.
Oh, sure. Give Caminita a real hand right after he had to show that he 3-bet with ace-9. That's fair.
Opens to 26,000. Cortolazzi with 4-3 off. Now. King 10 of diamonds. That's a flat from Beresford. Ace-8 for Konechchev. No doubt looking for vengeance.
Seething behind that mask.
I wonder if he's going to buy a hoodie at the gym here.
I mean, if you wanted mementos of all the places you visited on your poker travels, it's not a bad line to take. I'm going to get a hoodie from each fitness facility at each hotel I stay at.
I got a hoodie from the gym at the Best Western in San Remo.
There was a gym in that hotel?
I mean, there was a brick that was propping open one of the doors, and I would lift it over my head a few times every morning.
Bad timing for Konechchev to really try to what he thinks giving Caminita a taste of his own medicine, but up against queens this time. This 3-bet is not going to get through.
Ill-timed. It's like the hotel employee that tried to use that door after I moved the brick. It is not getting through.
Show the bluff. One time. No?
Caminita not bluffing and up to nearly 2.3 million.
King queen, he said?
No, I just made a guess.
Down to 56 players now, and we have the chip leader at our feature table. Andreas.
Hello.
Sorry, Demetrio Caminita, 2.28 million. It's Adrian Mateos who's the second biggest stack now with 744K. Colonel Kurtz has been quiet this level.
Oh, Colonel Cowerts is what you're saying.
You have a dirty stack, like 1K between the 25. There.
Chris, who asks, is Bowie effect still in the tourney? I'm going to answer your question with a noise.
He was eliminated on one of the last hands of the night on day 2. Made the money, though.
It was a pretty spectacular hand.
Oh, frustration. What would they say about him? That he was a kind man, a wise man, he had plans. Maria?
Yes.
Have you seen Apocalypse Now?
No.
Okay, don't. I'm not saying don't see it, but it's not like a priority like Jaws is.
Fair point.
It's kind of a slog, to be honest.
So is today like the opposite of good recommendations day? It's just telling people what they shouldn't watch or shouldn't listen to?
No, Joe's analysis of this movie is incorrect. It's a masterpiece in every version.
It is a painfully long masterpiece.
I think it's pretty safe to assume that I haven't watched most movies. So I think it's just fair to be like, Maria, you should watch this or you shouldn't watch this, but you never really need to lead with have you watched it.
Okay. I think that's a fair point. Redux version is too long. The theatrical cut and the final cut are both pretty solid.
Don Pre asking, what is the film The Deer Hunter like? Also a painful slog.
I'm not a fan of The Deer Hunter. I'm sorry. I know it's a Best Picture winner. I know for many people it's one of their favorites, but...
It's that year's card counter.
I think even in The Deer Hunter, Michael Cimino exhibited some of the self-indulgent traits which would really come to the surface when he made Heaven's Gate, that is a slog, Joe. You want to talk about a long movie that's tough to get through. Heaven's Gate, the 4-hour cut.
Ugh.
Hold on, is somebody in chat saying that the Two Towers is painful and long to watch? Because
yeah, I was going to let
disagree.
that go, but I'm with you too.
No, I can't. I've got to call that one out.
It's the most watchable of those movies. I don't really understand.
Ban them.
Giaspera says, you don't enjoy 60-minute wedding scenes? I don't enjoy 60-minute weddings.
That is exactly what Heaven's Gate has. 45 minutes of it is dancing.
Isn't there a really long wedding scene in Deer Hunter also, though?
There might be, you know.
There's only one 4-hour movie in my book, and it's Justice League, the Snyder Cut. Did you see there was an article came out? I'll send it to you. I haven't seen it where one of these sites, Collider, Mashable, somebody ranked all the Batman movies.
Right.
Marginov in chat. Marginov, why don't you reveal to everyone your real name, what people would know you as? See if anybody recognizes it. Beresford, Queen 9 of the suited variety. Uh-oh, more 9s.
Yeah, and just off of 132K, I think it's pretty clear that you've got to be putting it all in here.
I'm with Wanst on the Snyder Cut, and I enjoyed it for what it's worth, but I didn't enjoy the 4:3 aspect ratio. I don't like watching movies on my telly with borders at the sides.
It's kind of annoying.
Classic movies, fine, because that's how they were meant to be made, but why would you make a film in the modern era that's a box?
To be different.
Yeah, thanks for that, Zach.
More like a comic book like that? I don't know.
I think you're not going to be doing well against the range that's willing to 3-bet shove just about, 11 big blinds off of your open. So I think Queen 9 clubs just too weak. Also, you've only got 446K, so definitely not the spot to see a run out with a speculative hand like Queen 9 of clubs.
You got to make him sweat it out a little bit, though.
Do you?
Maria, I realize you might not be able to conjure the exact one, but what's your last memory of making a day 3?
Oh, I made a day 3 at the World Series of Poker in November.
Very good. And day 3, can you describe what your sort of mindset is on playing a day 3? Is it any different than any other day? Is it the same?
I mean, no, it's definitely not the same. I think we were down to maybe 3 tables at this point. So obviously it's a whole different ball game, first of all, when you can actually see every single person that's left in this tournament. Usually when you start a tournament, right, the field is a few hundred, 500, 1,000 players deep, and when you look around, you can't make out faces, you can't make out people, but when it's down to a few tables, you can literally see who the rest of your competition is going to be, who is standing in the way of you winning X amount of dollars, X amount of glory and trophies, et cetera, et cetera. And so that feeling just already gives you a sense of, okay, like I can do this. It almost feels a little bit more attainable, more feasible. It puts a lot of pressure.
Is that kind of dangerous sometimes to be able to see the end?
Yes and no. I think it helps you kind of formulate your game plan going into the day. You have to have a good sense of what stage this tournament is at, but there's also an element of it where you can't buy into it too much, right? You can't just you can't be thinking about what you're going to do with the money already, right? You can't be making a list of like, this is what I'm going to buy, this is what I'm going to do. But I think it's still important to have some semblance of the gravity of the situation at hand and just understanding how you want to navigate it.
Makes sense. Obviously, I can
When's the last time you made a day 3 stage?
I don't think I've ever made a day 3. I've only needed a bag twice in my life. Now, granted, I haven't played a ton of multi-day tournaments. But let's just say the last time I needed one, I had to have someone show me how to use it. That's funny, Chris. Every time he's in commentary, Maria. I've made all the day 3s. Kurt's shoving from the button over the top of the raise from Caminita. Relatively short, but Caminita unlikely to call with Jack 9. There's at least one other player to get through. 2.2 million. That's a stack, huh?
Big blind. Yeah. 3 buck.
Thank you.
Free is your change, and we thank you.
No problem.
Maria, do you ever read poker tweets that people try to say something about the game of poker? Like, the game of poker requires blah, X, Y, and Z, and then you're like, what a blowhard. Like, wow. And it's got like 400 retweets, and you're just like, this is not actually good advice. Do you ever see those?
Yeah, on occasion.
Now name names.
You know, I just roll my eyes and keep scrolling.
Oh, like, she's mouthing the words Jason Kuhn to me right now.
What?
Wow, that is rude.
No.
I'm just kidding. Mateos on the button. King 7 off. Gonna take the opportunity to raise.
We've seen Cortellazzi get a little bit aggressive with that ace-10 when he had about 30 bigs effective. And here, you know, when Mateos raises from the button, yeah, I'm not surprised to see him take a very similar line with an ace-X type hand.
You know, the Cortellazzi is my favorite item on the secret menu at Starbucks. Maria, have you ever seen The French Connection? Space is Fake is asking.
No.
Probably not, right? James has stepped away momentarily. Space is Fake. The first time I saw The French Connection, I would rate it a 3 out of 10. The second time I saw The French Connection, when I was much older, I would rate it a 6 out of 10. Not my favorite. Schneehund asks, are there also smaller buy-ins at the EPT? What is the lowest one? There are definitely other buy-ins. There are definitely other events. Now, it's not technically the EPT, but the Eureka main event, for example, was massive. And I'm looking for the numbers, and I don't know if I have them in front of me. I think the main events for, like, the local tours are much less than 5,000. Someone's going to tell me. Statrix on it. 1.1 euros. Not 1.1 euros, 1.1 thousand euros. So 1,100. That's about as low as you're going to find, I think. The Eureka Tour might have smaller buy-ins that aren't the main event.
Mateos taking a bit of a light 3-bet spot here from the cutoff with ace-8 suited. And, you know, it feels like people are messing with Konnikchev a lot, right? It kind of feels like it. It's a small sample size, but I think that's how he feels. I think he was very frustrated by that ace-9 3-bet against his ace-queen suited. And now, of course, he has a hand that he's going to, again, continue against the 3-bet. But he's like, man, why can't I just get an open through?
10 high flop, 10-5-5. Just to put a pin in this, thank you for your help. One false step. There are some non-satellite 220 and 330 euro events. Much appreciated. They just shipped me in for the main this year. It's our first stop back. Thank you for helping me out with that info. Get back into the swing of things eventually. And what a dream, huh? What a dream for Pocket Jacks.
Yeah, of course, there's always going to be that nagging voice in the back of your head that says, well, if he 3-bet me with the value part of his range, then of course he could have bigger overpairs than me, but you certainly can't be folding jacks.
You just need to stop the turn and river.
Yeah, you definitely want to see a continued clean run out. And the 5 is a pretty good turn card.
Bracelet says 1K still a bit too much. I think you can satellite into Eureka events online. You used to be able to. If they're not going now,
195.
I assume you will be in the future able to do that.
Mateos sizing up now and feels very clear based on SPR that he's planning to shove the river. I think he's gonna try to go for it. You know, keep telling that story that he's 3-betting with the premium part of his range. And if that's the case, then of course that includes queens, kings, aces.
All right, well, that's Adrian's perspective. What about Konakchev? Can you ever seriously considering folding jacks?
I think you have to know that at this point, if you call the turn, you're most likely going to be faced with an all-in on the river. So bearing that in mind, of course, you just have the understanding that you're kind of saying that you're committed, right, with 5s full of jacks, and you're not giving your opponent credit for 3-betting you with just the value portion of their range, that you believe them to have some 3-bet bluffs, those type of hands that 5s full of jacks is going to do very well against.
Mm-hmm.
So far, he's hanging in there.
So you don't, and that is a pretty clean run out, 6 on the river. So you don't shove there with your jacks because you're just getting snapped if you're beat, right? So you just,
yeah.
If you think you're ahead,
absolutely,
you call.
I mean, I've seen Mateos empty the clip here a lot of times. You know, of course, your opponent can have 10s full, but they also have these hands like jacks, perhaps 9s and 8s, and getting stubborn, and hands that you can get them off of if you want to continue to rep these big full houses.
And Mateos does wave the white flag.
And trust me when I say that Konakchev is very, very happy that they did not have to face another decision on the river.
I mean, they were happy until they saw the hand. Now, Konakchev wishes Adrian had followed through. Once you see the hand, it's a little different. What do you think of this comment from FabGG77? Snap call Mateos always. True or false?
Big right.
Maria's puking into a garbage can right now at that statement. She won't even answer. Queen 6, that was a hand, a major factor yesterday in multiple hands. Hugo Poker. Can't fold jacks here on the river ever for half pot. He is towards the top of his range. If he folds jacks there, he's getting exploited brutally in those spots. Okay. Calm down. Nerd alert. Blind on blind. Oh, wait. What's happening? We have an all-in. Small shoving on the big.
Call as well.
Yeah, it was a call. Andre shoving King Trey for not too many bigs. Snapped by Ace 5. %36% chance Andre survives. Henning Andre. And both players miss, which means Ace high is riding high. Andre looking for a king or a tray. Now only can hit a king to win after Konakchev pairs the 5 on the turn. No king, no Andre. Eliminated. He's gonna walk with $17,780. Solid. Solid, but this is probably a pretty disappointing part of the tournament to go out. You can see those big payouts. You can see there's just a few tables left. And everybody else is one step closer to those big payouts. Valentino Konakchev up over 100 big blinds. Did I say dollars?
I don't think
All right,
so.
guys, take it easy. All right, relax.
Did you?
I guess I did.
Uh,
Great.
It happens
Really?
to the best of us.
You're all geniuses. Caminita raising under the gun with Queen 10. Monster stack. Kurtz, another shorty. All in with ace queen. He's gonna take it down.
He seems so frustrated just to pick up the blinds in the antes. He's like, ugh.
Yeah, it is a little frustrating. It's only
Yeah, I mean, it's
frustrating
obviously tough.
once you win, once everyone folds, you know you had the best hand. So of course you're frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, you have the chip leader, you know, acting right before you, stealing all your open spots. I know that it's tough when you're a shorty because you have to be patient as is, but you also have to be extra patient when you don't even have any unopened spots before it gets to you. But again, mindset, it matters.
Ray is asking, how many levels on day 3? Playing 5 levels today. Konakchev gonna raise in position with Queen 8. Caminita gonna defend 10-7. This hand should end relatively quickly. Let's see. I feel like this wide button defend thing is eventually going to go out of fashion.
Really? You think that people shouldn't be defending as wide from the big blind?
I'm not
Especially
saying-
against button opens, or just generally speaking?
I'm not saying they shouldn't be. I think that the meta is going to come back around again and people are going to tighten up on the button, excuse me, on the big blind.
I think one of the biggest mistakes that I'm seeing with the trend, if you will, of people thinking, okay, I got to defend really wide from the big blind, is that they're not changing their defend range based on their effective stack size, which, you know, when you're shorter, you shouldn't be defending as wide, depending on, you know, where the raise is from and things like that. But just
that
as
comes
a general
back around
rule of thumb,
again. Does that come back around again when you're super short?
I'll just say this because, again, it's so hard to generalize in
Yeah.
poker because every situation is different and there's so many variables that come into play. But, you know, there's certain hands like, say, Jack 8, where you might be a little bit more prone to defending those type of hands from the big blind if you were a little bit deeper. But if you are up against an early position opener and you have about, you know, 15 to 20 big blinds, that's a hand that you could fold, and it's not a mistake.
One of my
Whereas
recent...
people are like, oh, I'm up against a min raise. I like have to defend this, right? And that's just not true if you kind of look at defending ranges off of different stack sizes.
Yeah, one of my recent bust out hands. All right, we got one shaping up here. Let's not talk about me. Let's focus on this action. Under the gun raise from the all-time money leader from Spain, Adrian Mateos. Frenchevich flatting in the hijack. Vinaya Gamorthy calling also on the button. Ace-10 suited. And Kurtz in the big blind. Short stacked. 2 paint cards.
Yeah,
both of them live, we assume.
It feels like a good squeeze spot if you had maybe a slightly
little more,
stronger
right?
hand.
And a little
Yeah,
more
it
chips.
just- But again, you know, you're facing Mateos, who opened under the gun, and you're going to give him a little
There it
bit
is.
of credit sometimes. But yeah, I think now putting it in, you would expect.
There's the overshove, I think I heard from Frenchevich. Yep.
Yeah, that the ace queen is going to definitely be in there now.
And Kurtz is drawn live. And we saw other queens. I don't know if we saw queens folded. We saw another ace folded. Saw clubs folded. Kurtz at risk. I don't see any paint there, do I? Nah, dog. 10 high. Still no paint, no faces, no letters. Gonna need to see a K or a J. Nada. Maria, you know what REM says?
What?
Everybody Kurtz. Sometimes. Lars Kurtz, that is. Busto. 17,780 euros. Euros. Or euro. Sometimes people say euro without the S. Whichever one. I don't know. All right. 53 players. So my line on today, Maria, I thought we were going to end the day with 54 players. So we're gonna miss that. Churros, says XCOM. Do you know that my boss once banned me from using the word churros? Because I incorporated them in way too many of our episodes. No more Mexican food references. A very sternly worded email. Oh no, is GG asking, what is that gray box next to the dealer for? That's actually the dealer's emotional support lizard inside that box.
Emotional support lizard.
Yeah, and there's a timer on it to let the dealer know every 30 seconds to give it a treat. Frenchevich opens to 24,000 with pocket eights. The snowman, nom nom. And Vinaya Gamorthy is 3-betting Queen Jack. QJ and the CO.
It definitely feels like some of these players are, you know, starting to maybe just get more comfortable at the table, but really finding some of these looser 3-bet spots, and perhaps it's targeted towards certain opponents. And, you know, for David, he really hasn't gotten too out of line from what we've seen, from what the players at the table have seen. So certainly going to get some credit just from that regard.
I mean, I guess this really is the point of the tournament that separates the really skilled players, right? Players that find these spots, players that know how to get creative, but also aren't just doing it at random.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I think
we're gonna
for
need
what
a new mask.
I think for what David has behind, it's too much to get in with eights. I think it's really just about, you know, do you want to call pre and maybe see what happens, or are you just going to give this person a whole lot of credit and just give it up? Yeah.
A whole lot of credit going on. Nice hand with Queen Jack. Maybe the worst hand in poker.
I feel like you have a lot of hands that you think are really bad hands because they've done you wrong, just from history.
I mean,
just from personal
where
history.
do we begin? Should I start?
You're like aces,
Let's just
terrible
start,
hand.
let's just start alphabetically. A.
Awful.
Terrible. You either win a small pot or lose a big one. Next. AK. Looks good but never wins. AQ. Always dominated. Did I miss ace? Actually, I like ace jack.
I mean,
choosing to ramp up here.
That's what I'm saying. Just a UTG +1 open with a 10-9-0. All right, get after it then. I have seen this happen where, you know, a player will build up their credibility throughout, you know, a few levels, and then their frequency for 3-betting or for opening gets a little bit higher. You know, their VPIPs go up, and it's sometimes them just feeling like, okay, I can maybe now try to exploit the table image that I've built up, or, you know, I've been playing really passively. but Cortolazzi definitely has shown that he's not afraid to put it in with a pretty wide range of hands.
You might have a really great live read. It sort of reminds me of, and I'm not accusing David of this. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Do you guys know who this is? Get out your saddles. Get out your blinders. Champing at the bit. Please welcome to the table. You may know him better as Tino E. Mulder. 2 in Mulder.
With the star.
And is going to waste no time bossing this table.
Good start.
Yeah. I don't like it when players don't look anything like their avatars.
How do you feel when someone sits down and you've been there all day and you've been folding every hand, and then they just open the first hand they sit down?
I don't have a ton of experience
like
with that, but I do have a bunch of times I will get moved to a table, and my very first hand under the gun, I'll get ace-jack. And then get 3-bet and have no idea what I'm supposed to do.
Are you seeing this? David is on a roll. Third hand, just being a little out of line.
Yeah, so
Does he know who he's doing it against?
I was about to comment on this. Do you remember back when you and I started on the poker scene? And
Welcome.
Welcome, let's see what they're saying.
Did you win something?
When you and I started.
Did you win something?
No.
I thought you won something.
Finish fifth.
I mean, he's won a lot of things. Maybe nothing in the last 2 days. Back when we started in poker, nobody really had any idea what they were talking about, right? Like, people were just kind of like I was talking about with Twitter. Everyone's strategy was all over the place. Nobody really understood poker to the extent they do now. And there was this theory that you would gear up and gear down, that you would choose like a certain time frame to get more aggressive.
Right, and it was purely based on feel, right?
Yes. Yes. It's like, okay, this feels like a good game flow moment for me to like get real hot, quote unquote, for the next couple hands or maybe even a level where you decide to play a little aggro. That's what this reminds me of. And by the way, I'm not accusing David of this, but this sort of like burst of aggression is reminiscent.
Yeah, and that's not to say that there's not like a little bit of rationale behind it. There certainly are things that you can pick up in terms of the way that the dynamics are at the table that you're at, where you can make some decisions based on game flow. But nowadays, obviously, players are just a little bit more methodical when it comes to the type of hand that they should have if they want to, 3-bet as bluffs versus, 3-bet for value, et cetera, et cetera. And it's not so much of like, oh, I haven't raised in a while, like I'm going to open it now. It's more like, okay, this is the type of hand that I should open from this position.
Poker Chef says game flow and feeling like acting a certain way are not the same thing. Cool. Thank you for your comment. 3 clubs on this flop. Both players with a big club in their hand. And both players now with a gut shot to Broadway. King on the river is top pair for Mulder. There it is. A lot of chat pro comments flying around right now. Sorry, we're going to focus on this hand. Hopefully some of them scroll off screen before I have the chance to ban all of you. Bet and a call. Yeah, 2 top pairs, sorry. Top pair, better kicker for Mulder. And welcome to the table. How many hours left of playing on the day? We're going to finish out this level. It's going to be done in about 10 minutes. Then there's going to be a 30-minute dinner break. Then there's going to be 1 more 90-minute level.
Is he bust?
Okay, sorry, everybody. I said top pair, the best pair. You got me again, everybody. I meant they rivered the top pair of all the people that had pairs, which is both of them. I really did mess that one up. That one's on me. I can't annoy my way out of this one.
You know what, though? You're going to be feeling rejuvenated and refreshed after your turn at the buffet. It's going to be
Definitely
all
not.
great.
I'm going to come back more
that.
sluggish and obtuse than ever. Itchwin says, are you able to run down the players left and let us know when somebody gets knocked out, or is it too early? It's a little too early for that, but I can let you know there are 51 players left in 52nd place. Disappointing. But Dominic Panka fell. 52nd place for $17,780. Euros.
80,000, right?
700.
Euros.
5K.
Thank you.
Frenchowitz. Vitch. Okay. You know what? Ace King suited on the button. Konakchev going to defend Jack 7 with a pretty healthy stack. Hits the 7, which is not top pair. Also has a straight draw. 2 overs for Prince. 2 pair now for Konakchev. Top 2 pair, that's right. Poker Co, damn it. And Ace King, frustrating run out. Ditches it on the turn. Death Sponge, I will not have your babies. But that's only because I'm anti-baby in general. Otherwise, I'd entertain it.
Do we need to finish this?
There's going to be a new
day
feature
with the
table
timings?
after the break.
Do we get new timings?
I think 5
Yeah, you
tomorrow.
get new.
Yeah, you get new.
But you get
But
to
you
keep
can-
them if
You cannot keep them, I think.
Yes,
Oh, they
yes.
told me you can keep them.
Yeah?
You usually keep it, yeah.
Okay. We have those time banks from. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
So, Maria, what do you want to know first? You want to know who's on the new feature table? Or do you want to know what the break content is?
I want to know who's on the new feature table.
All right, here we go.
Raise.
2 and Mulder raising. In position. King 7 off. Carl Shaw. Manuel Labou.
Gaucho. Gancho.
George Chirac.
Come here.
Mohammed El Reis. That's a cool poker name. El Reis.
3 minuti, pausa.
Alexandros Colonius. And my real dad, Hossein Ensan. Former Prague champion. WSOP main event champion. All around charming fella. Pair of 7s on the turn for Mulder.
Yeah, David defended from the big blind with ace-8 suited, and it went check on the flop. And, you know, David not only has ace-high here, but of course got the gut shot working as well. But enough showdown value perhaps just to check it on over. And I think Mulder, you know, after checking back that flop, can certainly think about putting in a bet, hoping to get called, you know, from the 5x, the 4x.
Is that 2 in Mulder asks Pamu? Yeah, Pamu. Believe it. I'd recognize that horse anywhere.
We've seen David really ramp up how active he's been in the last couple of orbits. And, you know, you're facing a button open. You have ace high in the spot. You also have some equity with that potential straight draw. So,
Oh, baby.
gonna get aggressive with it. I mean, it does really feel like David has kind of shifted gears in this last 30 minutes or so. And
He rolled high.
just, yeah, not sure if it's a product of him feeling like he's been playing too passive or just getting more comfortable with the players and understanding what his table image is.
Vanega gonna get aggressive. Oh, Mulder, though. Oh, man, you did not know what you were in for. By the way, yes, I can pronounce Vinaya Gamurthy. No problem. It's just letters.
Now we've seen David get aggressive and not have to face much resistance. You know, the times when he 3-bet, they folded. But now, you know, he has Mulder calling his check raise. Is he going to be able to follow through? Certainly does have the 8 blocking the straight, can rep 8-6.
And Morthy using a time bank card, not sure if it's necessary or if it's part of this overall strategy.
We won't play the next hand.
Is he going to follow through with the story that he was telling, you know, perhaps trying to rep that straight on the turn?
I'm sorry.
When
Do we
you think
play-
about hands that, decides to give up.
Gives it up.
And you never know if it's just because Mulder's pretty intimidating or if David was willing to be aggressive when he wasn't going to face a lot of resistance, but when he does, just not sure if he could follow through. Either way, you never want to see that guy stacking more chips.
No, you sure don't. Well played by Tino Mulder. In the few hands we saw, these players are going on break. During this 30-minute dinner break, we're going to delve into the film The Card Counter one more time. As Poker in the Ears, that's our podcast, is going to chat with director of the film, Paul Schrader, and producer of the film, Lauren Mann, my friend. There is a new feature table. After the break, these chip stacks are headed back out into the field. That new feature table containing Alexandros Kolonius and Hossein Ensan. 30-minute dinner break. Poker in the Ears coming at you. More action right after this.
I started to think, you know, what kind of person would want to live in limbo? You know, a person who hasn't committed to living yet and hasn't committed to dying yet, and is looking for a way to sort of exist in between.
Why cards? Why blackjack? Why poker? Why gambling? What attracted you to that particular world?
Because it's just numbers. You know, the person who sits in front of a slot machine for 8 to 10 hours a day is not that different from the person who sits at a card table. Obviously, the person at a card table is much more proactive. With slots today, you don't even have to pull the lever anymore.
Yeah.
And you don't even have to collect your coins anymore.
Yeah.
So you just sit there and watch these colors flash by. Whereas with blackjack and poker, you actually have to play. But when it comes down to it, it's still a number system. And if you're really playing by the numbers, like a top poker player, every so often there'll come a moment where your intuition and your skill come to play, but mostly it's your number crunching ability that's coming to play. You know, you're going through the odds. His percentage of getting what he wants is such, I suspect. My percentage is such. Do I stay or do I go? And so that aspect of it, the sort of numbness, the repetition, the hour after hour sort of sedation is what drew me to, I was saying, you know, what kind of person enjoys this sort of level of sedation? You know, they're not getting paid for it. I used to go to the club rooms down in Gardena, and there was always the same crowd. And, you know, they would just spend hour after hour there, and it was a kind of warm sort of passing of the time. And you know, occasionally somebody would make money, but you didn't really feel that it was, they were all there to go home rich. They're all there to be there. And so that's what sort of intrigued me. And I started to think, you know, what kind of person would want to live in limbo? You know, a person who hasn't committed to living yet and hasn't committed to dying yet, and is looking for a way to sort of exist in between. And so that's when I started coming up with this idea of a man who has so much guilt beyond which society demands of him. He's paid his debt to society, but he hasn't paid his debt to himself. So he's just waiting. And he's waiting around to see whether this is going to be life or death. And it's like the minister in First Reformed. The first thing he writes is, I've decided to keep a journal for a year. Well, what's going to happen to him after a year? Well, he's going to have to make a decision whether he wants to live or die. And it's the same thing with this character. He's spending this time in these wrapped rooms waiting for something to happen that will give his life a direction. And in this case, it's a young man who walks up to him and gives him a sense of direction, a sense that if I can turn this kid around, maybe I can forgive myself.
Blind's now 61-20. Perez has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Perez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Perez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Perez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three bet coming. 2.675 million.
Perez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as, which I am totally on board with.
All in.
Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle to fold now.
Perez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as-9. Doble stopper, sí.
Perez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So Perez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river. He's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Perez the win. It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double-up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muhyiddin Perez. And his friends and fans know that we are on the verge of crowning the first ever Spanish EPT champion. Back to the action. Mateos, commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Perez with ace-6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8. He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up. One player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it.
He doesn't need an ocho. He just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the ocho!
That is just about gonna do it. It might finally be Ferez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Muhaddin Ferez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
Three-way action on our secondary feature table. Isabel Baltazar has raised from under the gun. Daniel's just flatted out of the small blind with kings. Anders Ottensen will also call in the big blind with queen 7 off.
Ottensen appears to have wandered in here from the marina.
And there is a 7 on the flop. Hope he doesn't do too much here. Check, check to the razor. Baltazar bets, 1925.
Insta-bet. I think now Daniel's forced to fast play, even though it will likely give away his hand.
He raises, makes it 4,000 total.
Time to catch and release that pair of 7s.
Ottensen folds. Baltazar, understandably, with an overpair to the board, will call.
Daniel might get his chance to slow roll her. You think he does it?
The turn is the deuce of clubs. And having check raised the flop, Daniel will now lead the turn for 6,600.
When Daniel comes out firing, it should set off some alarms. I still don't see how he can fold queens here, though.
She does.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. Then he has 2 kings.
Yeah, what else could it be? That was an absolutely sick laydown.
Back at our secondary feature table, it's Rafaela Jerby against Phil Gruesome. 2 pair for Gruesome, Broadway for Jerby.
This is going to be a shame.
Jerby checks, Gruesome bets, 40,000.
Here comes the raise. He throws that bet in with some force. Try to Jerby your enthusiasm, pal.
115,000 total.
Phil Gruesome looks a little nonplussed and maybe even a little suspicious, though I don't think he can ever lay this down on the flop.
115, right? Yeah.
He calls.
When this goes 3 bets pre-flop, you just can't fold there. Jerby's allegedly friends with Dario Minieri, but I don't see them cruising around on Dario's moped together.
6 of clubs on the turn.
All in.
Jerby shoves.
Check raise, then the open shove. That's going to look pretty strong.
Now I need a call. Exact call.
It's all in for my friend Umberto, just for him.
It would be all in for Phil to call. Phil is likely going to have to think this through.
He's got top 2.
Wowzers!
What a fold!
Iken has sick laydowns?
Let's get back to the action at our main feature table. Elke looks down at king 7 suited, under the gun +1, and raises to 3,500.
And Daniel's new hair makes him look permanently surprised.
He's got pocket 5s and he calls. Paul knew he's got pocket 4s in the cutoff.
Another Maschnefli millionaire.
He'll call as well. Silverman folds the button. 8-10 suited for Jonathan Duhamel in the small blind.
Everything pretty standard in this hand so far. Even Jonathan calling wouldn't be too out of the ordinary.
He has called, and Gruesome will call out of the big blind with king 10 offsuit.
Of course he's defending. He's got pot odds, and they're good.
5-way to the flop. Full house for Negreanu. Trip 8 for Duhamel, who checks.
Well, this is pretty coolery.
Gruesome checks as well. Elke was the pre-flop aggressor. No c-bet. Action on Negreanu. He bets 10,000. Knew he's out. How does Duhamel respond with his trips?
Jonathan could call or raise.
He raises. It's a raise to 30,000. Gruesome and Elke get out of the way. Action back on Negreanu.
You have red ones?
The reds are worth 25k each.
When Jonathan raises, I think he expects Daniel to be semi-bluffing a lot and probably doesn't want to give him a cheap card. Daniel's gamble has paid off, hoping someone out of his 5 opponents he just bet into is going to wake up with an 8.
Negreanu 3 bets. He makes it 65,000.
Daniel knows his rep is to not bet into 5 opponents with nothing, so Jonathan's not going to be raising him very often with nothing. So when Daniel 3 bets in this spot, he's going to have pocket 5s and ace 8 a lot. Jonathan knows this, but pretty much no one knows it hard enough to lay down an 8 on this flop.
You say that, but Duhamel finds a fold.
Wow, he knew it super hard.
Great laydown.
It's a good bluff.
As we head over to the secondary table, action is on Olushemian. Ace-6 off in the cutoff, and he raises to 30,000. Steve O'Dwyer has a better ace on the button.
Don't want to do that again.
If Steve's playing this hand, he should probably 3-bet it because this hand plays pretty poorly in most situations.
He decides just to call.
Sir Watt's getting annoyingly decent pot odds for his hand.
He calls out of the big blind. 3-way to the flop. Deuce, tray 4 with 2 diamonds.
At first glance, it looks like Shemian and Steve O'Dwyer have the same gut shot, but far from it. Watson's got a total air ball.
Shemian was the pre-flop aggressor. Action has been checked to him, and he continues for 58,000.
Given this flop, Steve's probably going to peel at least 1 street. Allah's got a huge range, and ace-8 is ahead of it.
There's the call from O'Dwyer. And Mike Watson will fold his queen 9. Heads up to the turn, which is a 5. Both players with a straight. Shemian's is better.
That card is dirtier than most casino chips. Not the EPTs, of course. I know. I have to wash them after every stop.
Check, check on the turn. The board pairs on the river.
I really like Steve's check on the turn. Keeps the pot a little smaller in case he's beat, and it gives his opponent the chance to bluff the river. Although Allah is not bluffing.
He is value betting 129,000.
I think most players are pretty much snap calling here, a crying snap call possibly. Steve knows he's losing to a 6 and lots of baby pocket pairs, and a flush draw just came in. Still, I don't see how he folds this.
He does fold. What a fold!
I think he thinks he's losing to a flush more often than a 6. Still, great fold. Coming up, 50K super high roller champion Timothy Adams, what a stud. Japanese poker player and vlogger Masato Yokosawa, adorable. And world famous bubble coverage begins and ends. All in today's daily roundup of EPT Prague. Hello, my babies, and welcome to your daily recap from EPT Prague. I'm Joe Stapleton, and as always on day 2, the real star of the show is the world famous bubble coverage. But before all that, let's take a look at one of today's most interesting hands featuring the walking, talking video highlight himself, Czech local Martin Cabral.
Good luck to you.
Good luck to you.
I need it?
Probably, yes.
I am not depending on the luck.
And that could potentially scare someone out of the spot. This is not guaranteed to get to showdown.
This poor guy. He is us right now. This is every normal player in the world. Calls once with Jack Seer, folds to the second bet. Maybe we'll get to showdown.
Well, if this goes check, check.
Can I bluff you?
No.
No?
No bluff.
No bluff?
That sounds like yes, actually.
Then it's tough to win them.
Old life reads McGee over here.
Andrea, I have to give it a shot. You
Like
want?
that.
You want?
Oh.
It's not possible because if I like put this, then you fought, so it's not possible, you know?
Hey, didn't we miss live poker? Did we miss this? Did we miss this unnecessary chatter?
I'm having the absolute best time right now.
So there is a bet from Cabral into a pot of 36,000. Cabral
take the
makes it 5-6.
Yeah.
Gets called, and this is going to be a chop pot, and it's been a while since we've been able to do this in person, fellas.
Nice.
You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
After watching him torture the feature table for what probably seemed like hours to them, we asked Martin to explain the method to his table talk madness.
Yeah, I'm talkative because I'm like, I want to enjoy myself, and it's pretty boring game, especially on day 2 of main event because it's so deep. You have nice double peanut stack. You know what? I give you a chance. People are scared to bust now before the money bubble. So yeah, I'm like, I like to talk, I like to meet people and like just having a fun.
Another player worthy of a mention is internet sensation Masato Yokosawa. We asked him about his experience so far here in Prague.
This is the second time to visit Prague for EPT. For me, I love the city and I love the people here. The poker is not so popular in Japan yet, but you know, we are making it more popular right now. Actually, this is my first time to play on the feature table in my life. You know, European people is always tough, you know, aggressive and tight, and they know how to play, like, you know. It's also really fun for me because it is always good to play against a good player, and it's really exciting for me.
More than just the main event is happening here at EPT Prague, like the 50K super high roller taken down by one of Canada's best, Timothy Adams. Tim does his best to explain to an idiot like me the difference between online crushing and playing live poker.
I haven't played very much live poker in the last couple of years, and I really missed it. I really love the dynamics of live poker and the social component, seeing friends and seeing staff and stuff like that. It's, you know, there's just a different vibe to playing kind of isolated at home on the internet, for instance. So I really miss it, and I'm very happy to be back. The craziest run out I saw today was I was just all in with pocket fours versus ace 10, and essentially it came ace 4-2, so I flopped a set. I almost flopped him dead. Then he turned a flush draw because he had a 10 of clubs in his hand, and then he made a flush, but I made a straight flush. So yeah, I ended up winning the pot, and it was a bit of a dramatic run out.
Despite this miraculous river in the main event, Adams didn't last much longer, busting shortly after on day 2. He'll have to cry himself to sleep on the $700K he won in the super high roller. Perhaps the most notable bust out of the day happened on the Bubbles Bubble, involving a stomach-churning slow roll, and you guessed it, Martin Cabral.
Like a James Bond. Wow.
Fortunately for the collective blood pressure in the room, the real bubble burst a couple hands later. We spoke to the unfortunate Bubble's soul, and somehow he hadn't quite lost his spirit.
I was in the big blind and I had 2 options. I had the 14K before the start of the hand and the blinds were 2-5. So I had to put 5 in the middle and 5 in the big blind. I could fold and I'm standing with 4K, then I have to put 2K in the small one. Or I could go in and win 25K. I'm not sure about that spot, never studied that spot, but I had a decision to make and I make my decision, and I had pocket 5s and he had 10-5 of clubs, and then it comes a 10 on the flop, and it was like I had 1 out and he didn't come, but I'm happy with it. Okay. I'm never gonna play that spot again, so yeah, no problem.
Among the notable names advancing to day 3 are Hossein Ensan, Adrian Mateos, and Dimitar Danchev. Less fortunate, but still notable at least, were Neil Farrell, Ola Shemian, and Koray Aldemir. They did not make the money, whereas Davide Katai, Sebastian Malitz, and Nicholas Ashtet walked with small cashes.
Tomorrow on day 3, live coverage continues with the post bubble bust out bonanza. Be sure to check out our YouTube channel for all of the coverage. And let us know in the comments who you're rooting for. Thanks for watching.
There is your chip leader, and he has 2 10s. Good hand that. Good hand then, good hand now.
I would say that its nickname, Spraggy, was even more relevant in 2004 when a few people still remembered who Paul Daniels was.
Yes, yes.
The guy that played C3PO.
Bonomo is shoved with ace-queen. Looks like Olsen has the same hand.
I call.
Wow.
Carl announces call. 164,000 bid from Justin.
Ristine folds back around to Brandon Schaefer.
Comes back to Brandon.
What a loser. The only guy who didn't get a hand here.
We've got 3 players, 1 player in and got a side pot.
Wow, we could have action on the side here with Schaefer calling as well. Bonomo all in and at risk.
It really sucks when your 10s don't hold here.
And again, pretty unusual because I think in 2020, you're going to see like a re-isolation shove, right? Schaefer opened as the chip leader. You'd imagine that's wide. So Olsen typically in the modern day would be all in, but we're going to see a contested side pot post-flop.
Flop comes 9.
Fortunately for Schaefer, the board is 9 high.
Carl is first to act. He checks.
And this is the problem for Olsen. He's already in for, I think, about 164,000. Didn't have too much left. He's missed the flop.
Both players check. Board pairs on the turn.
Really rooting for the 10s here.
And check. River card.
10s hold.
Check.
You're not going to think they did till they table them.
Yeah, this gets checked to showdown, and that is the end of Justin Bonomo's run in the EPT Deauville main event. Season 1 of the tour back in 2005. Bonomo's first cash, a 4th place finish for 31,500 euros.
No Mo Bonomo.
This movie probably would not have existed if it were not for Joe Stapleton. And I know that sounds, I can say that with...
Clip that!
Having risen up the ranks and having met Joe Stapleton, what a perfect collision of events in the universe that you should get involved in the production of a movie that features the game of poker, knowing someone who works in the poker industry, and gifting Joe with this amazing opportunity.
Oh, it's amazing. No, I actually, this movie probably would not have existed if it were not for Joe Stapleton. And I know that sounds, I can say that with...
Clip that!
It's true. No, because I originally met Paul on a different movie, and he's spoken about it publicly, called 9 Men From Now, which is almost like a modern Sicario Western. I was totally obsessed, but it was a lot bigger. It was twice the budget. And Paul is so smart. He knew that that movie was taking forever to try to set up, and in the meantime, wrote a smaller film that just, you know, budget-wise worked, and it was more contained, and he gave it to Oscar. And just while this other movie was kind of like, it was very clear it was not happening, Paul's manager was kind of like, oh, like, have you read this other project that Paul wants to do? And it, you know, nobody's attached but Oscar Isaac. And I was like, yes, what's it about? And he's like, well, it's kind of in the poker world. And I'm like, oh, well, I am tied to that in a way, and I've been around that world because of one of my closest friends. And I actually read the script in Vegas, like the summer of 2019. And actually, Joe was my business partner. I immediately gave it to, and I was like, this is actually better. I like this film better. And then I immediately sent it to Joe, and I was like, you're never going to believe this. I'm dying to work with Paul Schrader, and, you know, here's this new script, and, you know, poker is heavily featured.
And am I right in thinking, Joe, the sequence of events was, having read the script, you felt compelled to write a series of notes, not realizing that Lauren was then going to send those notes uncensored, unfiltered, to the desk of Paul Schrader?
Yes, and I've told that story many times, basically, that I just thought I was writing them up as a favor to Lauren, that one day she could look really cool on set and be like, hey, this is how they really do it, and she just hit forward to Paul and all these kind of harsh notes got sent in. But what I've never actually asked Lauren is, Lauren, did you take a calculated risk in sending that, or did you just be like, I'm like, this is the best way to deliver it to him? Like, what was your thought process in doing it that way?
Well, you know, I knew that kind of what is special about Paul's movies is, you know, they're very similar storylines, but they're set in different worlds. And, you know, there was enough poker in there where I knew that if we got it wrong, and that would just be so embarrassing, Paul needed to hear. I mean, Paul's a genius, and oh, can I say?
Yes.
And he, you know, what he kind of knew on his own was impressive. But also, I feel like it would be a major disservice to the film if I went through and made this and did not step in. And I just was incredibly lucky that I had Joe, you know, that I trusted Joe. But I don't think I didn't really care at a certain point what Paul was going to say, because he needed to see that, you know, there was another layer of vetting that we needed to do with all the poker content. And obviously, knowing Joe so well, I never had any doubts about putting Joe on the phone in the room with Paul. And what I was like, the most pleasant thing was that Paul ended up, Paul likes Joe more than he likes me, more than he likes most people. Paul, he ended up, because they were had their own little bromance, and I was like, this is awesome. You know, there were times on set, if Joe disappeared for a moment, he would instantly, you know, it would be in the thing Poker Joe, because there were multiple Joes on set. We need Poker Joe. I mean, so it was the coolest thing was to see Paul leaning on Joe and knowing that was the most invaluable resource.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. After an extended break, we are back for the final level of day 3. More action from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague as we continue to whittle down the field. Into the money now and playing 90 more minutes of poker with a new lineup on the main stage. A new feature table for you. First of all, I'll introduce myself, James Hartigan, and my co-commentator, Maria Ho.
Hello. Where's Poker Joe?
Poker Joe is eating his dinner. And I think, Maria, he'll feel like he's missing out, because I know he is a big fan of Hossein Ensan. We've hyped up some of the former champions we have in this field. Hossein Ensan ticking 2 boxes for us, a former Prague champion, and of course a former World Series of Poker main event champion.
Oh, not bad play, yeah? It's like your 23 table, right? It's first time for everyone, and you're just
So these are the payouts for the top finishers. Prize pool here in Prague of 5.77 million euros. A first prize in this tournament of more than $1 million, but we've got a few days to go till we pay out that money. The final day of this main event will be on Wednesday. That's when you'll get to watch the final table. If you want to continue following the action over the next few days, 12:30 Central European Time is when we go live. On that final day, they'll play for the trophy and that 7-figure score. And I have mixed feelings about the change of feature table, Maria. Obviously, we've got to know those players. We want to continue following their stories. But equally, I like the fact that we get to see some new faces and pick up the action of Ensan, a player we were following yesterday.
Yeah, I feel the same. I kind of wish we could have seen a little bit more of Mulder play. He had just gotten moved to that last feature, maybe for a few hands, and we saw him already boss it up in the last hand before break. So would have liked to see a bit more of him, but, you know, definitely Hossein Ensan always one to watch.
So we come back with the blinds at 8,000, 16,000 with a 16K big blind ante. After this level, the remaining players will bag and tag and return for day 4. 49 remain from a starting field of 1,190. That includes re-entries. EPT main events being single re-entry affairs. So we have an all-in from the button. Carl Shaw from the UK. Now the player in the 1 seat I recognise, Alexandros Kolonias. I believe he was at the final table of a super high roller we covered in Barcelona back in 2016. Ensan is the table chip leader. He has 1 million right now. I mean, Maria, two-time EPT main event champions don't come along that often. There have been 2 in the live sphere, and of course we have run 2 EPT online main events, both won by the same player. So officially, I guess there are 3 two-time champions. But for Hussein Ensan to potentially win the same EPT twice, that's special.
How many did you solve today? How many did you solve? You start with 5. Okay, I've only used one all day.
Yeah, and I think sometimes you see past main event winners sometimes take a step back from the game after they win the main event, or, you know, perhaps that ego, that extra confidence that you get from winning a lot of big majors makes you feel like, oh, I've got nothing left to learn. I'm just going to keep playing my style. But I feel like he continues to evolve as the game evolves, and that's what keeps him so competitive.
Now, obviously, during the break, we had that snippet of the recent podcast that Joe and I did about the card counter with Lauren Mann. Daniel Donnelly saying, James, what is your professional opinion on the card counter? Asking that question on YouTube. Daniel, I know this is a cop-out, and it just sounds like I'm shilling, but I do encourage you to listen to the episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast where I share my thoughts on the movie, because I can't get into it here. We're covering live poker. I can't go into detail, so please check out that podcast. Oh, aces.
Yeah, Szymanski would just slightly north of 20 bigs. Facing a button open, you know, you usually don't expect them to have a very strong hand, and you really want to maximize your potential to get paid with aces. Sometimes, you know, players might elect to slow play, but of course, you know, putting in this, what looks like a re-raise, is just going to scare off most of the button opening range.
So the re-raise is to 112,000.
To be honest, off of that stack size, it almost looks scarier to 3-bet than just to shove against the button open, right? It feels a little fishy.
So Matt Szymanski winning that one. And down to 48. We're back from the break, and there's been an elimination from one of the outer tables.
That's fine. I don't really use them very often anyway.
So Elise has been called because Carl Shaw thinks he's missing one of his time bank cards. He doesn't seem to be overly worried about it. Says he doesn't use them that often. But they believe that they did transfer stacks and cards when these players were transferred to the main stage. So Care Teddy thought we were going to play down to the final 2 tables today. Nope, that's what we do tomorrow on day 4. Then down to the final table on day 5, and down to a winner on day 6. Alexandros Kolonius, a player who is #1 on the Greek all-time money list, winner of a World Series of Poker Europe main event.
35.
Raising with the Grafton, Maria, 10-9 suited. Ensan with a dominating hand, ace-9 in the big blind.
How much can I lose? 1, 2, 250 something.
Yeah, about 15 bigs effective for Kolonius, and Ensan decides he wants to see a flop.
10-8 tray, so top pair for Kolonius. So Hussein Ensan only started playing poker at the age of 39. I remember his first appearance on the EPT when he won the first ever seniors event in Barcelona in 2014, and then went to go on to final table the main event that year, finishing third for more than 650K. How are you responding to this continuation bet with ace-9? Is it a trivial fold, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to give Colonia some credit. Of course, you know that they're very capable. They don't need to have connected with the flop. It's usually going to be a pretty standard spot to c-bet most of the time, but you also don't necessarily need to get tangled up with ace-high there.
Well, empty seat at the table is being occupied.
Good to see you.
This is Jelle Murner from the Netherlands. And he cannot be dealt in until the button is passed, so he'll just observe from the sidelines. I can't remember if we've talked about this already, Maria. Have you had the pleasure and privilege of playing against Hussein Ensan?
Yeah, I have a few times, and I remember the very first time I played with him prior to him winning the main, so 5, 6 years ago maybe, and I had never seen him before, and it was at an EPT event, and I remember having to text a few of my European poker friends to be like, hey, who is this? And everybody's like, oh, he's a boss. Like,
that's right.
Don't underestimate somebody that you've never seen before.
We did talk about this last night. We've been following Ensan for the last couple of days. Obviously, we've been following Ensan for several years now, and he's raising small to big with ace-queen. And it's raise and take it.
1,000? Not good for me.
Yeah?
Yeah. But not too cold.
Yeah, of course not.
Dr. Fleisch confused. Dinner break already over? Not officially a dinner break, because we only play 5 levels today, finishing around, well, just after 9:30 p.m. local time. So players will have the opportunity to go out and eat afterwards. And remember, in the real world, play finishes 30 minutes earlier than we see it because of the delay.
When you say go out to eat, though, James, there's not a whole lot of options outside of King's. So it's really, you know, maybe stay in and eat.
Are you kidding? We're in Prague, Maria. There's so many options. I mean, not to say that the buffet at the Hilton is not very nice, and there is a steak restaurant at the Hilton, but if you walk out the building and walk into the center of Prague, there are plenty of nice bars and restaurants. And have not had the chance to get out there yet because we've had some busy days, but I'm hoping this evening, even if it's just to walk around the town, even if it's just to grab a drink, we will get the chance to leave the building today.
So I know it's been a while since you've been on a live trip, but usually do you try to come in a few days earlier, stay a few days later? I know you have a whole family to get back to, but
yeah,
do you still try to build in some of that time?
No,
or not really?
I arrive on the day that I'm needed to work, and I leave on the day that I can go home. So I flew in on Thursday, yeah, and I was basically checked in and was immediately working from the moment I walked through the door, just getting stuff set up for the stream on Saturday.
How many Holland guys still in?
But over the years, during my various trips to Prague, I've had the opportunity, even on work days, to see some of the city. And I'm really intrigued to see it at this time of year, because every other time I've been to Prague has been Christmas. So there's been the Christmas market, there's trees, there's lights everywhere. Whereas, obviously, it's very different in March.
But it's not really quite warm yet either, right?
No, it's not.
Like
No. To be honest with you, during a break earlier on, I went outside today and just walked down by the river and didn't need a coat, but I imagine this evening I probably will. In fact, I have an app for that. Current temperature in Prague. Let me do the actual feels like, because that's more accurate. Yeah, it's basically around 1 degree, so talking about like 30, maybe 34 Fahrenheit, Maria.
That's good. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for converting that. I appreciate it.
How big was that? Yeah, that's good. It's such a lot you do it.
Godin Hod says nobody cares about Fahrenheit. America, dude. America. Heshi and ABC. I think, Maria, you're confused about King's Casino in Rosvedov, where there isn't a lot outside.
I said that just for a second. I said, yes, I had a quick brain fart because I was thinking Kings, but yes.
Check, check. Polonius with the ace-king wins the pot. Well, guess who's finished his dinner?
Hello, my babies. Do I sound satiated?
Did you have le boeuf?
I had le boeuf, and I had le fish, and I had le quiche, and I had le pasta.
Did you have the Black Forest Gâteau?
I do not eat dessert in general. No, I did not have the Black Forest Gâteau.
It's a lot easier just to ask Joe what he didn't eat.
Yeah, what did you skip over?
What did you pass on?
I ate a healthy portion of carrots and green beans.
I'll have the lot, all mixed up in a bucket with the eggs on top.
I do tend to mix my food together, yeah.
That weirds me out. You got to keep everything separate, nothing touching, separate bites.
Yeah, you're a weirdo. Do you know what? Maria and I shared a hotel room recently in Daytona. She did like a line in the room with masking tape to keep me separate. And then she also made me wash up every time I came in. She'd be like, go straight to the bathroom.
I'm not ashamed of that for 1 second. You tell the whole world that when we come back inside, I make you wash your hands. I'm sorry if that's the worst thing I did, Stapes.
Joe, I don't think you're in any position to call Maria out for this. I wouldn't share a room with you, full stop.
What do we got here? Queen High versus... Hey, don't you have isn't one of your best friends have this last name, Maria?
Yeah.
Sure.
Tracy.
Tracy Shaw.
Tracy Shaw.
Tracy Shaw.
Play Poker 2 says, good hand. Thank you for your comment.
So, with 48 players, he says, trying to do the math, that's 6 tables?
6 times 8?
Not can you?
I can.
Will you?
Chris asks James, will you be at any live event in the UK this year? Possibly. I know there's a UK IPT at the Hippodrome next month. I don't know if I'll be able to go.
You know what I was thinking is that obviously I can't work in the UK, but I could go play a poker tournament.
Absolutely.
Maybe I should do that. I think I should do a big European tour this summer. Hit up Edinburgh before Barcelona. Do a little time in London before that.
Hussein Ensan opening from the hijack with ace-jack. And here we've got Manuel Labous with pocket fives. And he announces all in. Is this too much for Ensan to call?
Yeah, it's just about 20 bigs. You know, I think that it's pretty close, but I think most players would elect to call. I mean, if you have some very specific information about your opponent that perhaps they are going to shove 20 bigs a little bit tighter, then yeah, you could potentially let it go. But I think standard spot is you're going to be folding ace-10 but calling ace-jack plus. Definitely, you know, cutoff versus button, hijack versus button. Just slightly different, but not too much.
Ensan's going to take the flip. He's got the overcards, ace-jack, Labous the player at risk with the pocket pair.
Like the Bloods versus the Crips, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Labous needs these fives to hold. We're down to 47. A player's been eliminated from one of the other tables. Queen 7-3, fives holding.
Good luck.
Post flop, good luck.
Aces and jacks, the cards that Labous has to fade. Six cards to dodge on the river. And it is always coming seven, so fives are good. And Labous doubles up and will now out-chip Ensan. He's down to 600 odd K.
Ooh.
45 bigs for Manuel Labous.
Manual labor.
The classic race underway.
I was going to go with how loose is your Labous.
That was better, to be honest.
Ensan now playing a 40 big blind stack.
A31 asks, are there any Dutch players in the world? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Maybe it's just like a post-dinner break lull, but there's not a lot of conversation happening so far at this table. Real quiet bunch of folks here.
This happened yesterday around the same time, too. And yes, I think there's a dinner element, but I think it's just everyone knuckling down and just, you know, really digging in to make it to the next day.
I think it's a trend that we've always seen in EPT main events, that during these mid stages, the last level of the day, everyone kind of goes into survival mode a little bit, and everyone's kind of almost over it and just hoping to bag chips and come back for the next day with a fresh perspective and a new table draw.
We'll call it focus.
Okay. I will allow it.
I recently played a tournament, a live tournament, where they didn't give us a redraw between days, and I was like, huh. This is interesting. Unorthodox.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah. I did not like that.
Sorry, I missed that, Marie. What was that?
Are you being serious?
No, I checked out for a second. What was weird about the tournament?
Oh, I played a 10K event in LA where they didn't redraw us between day 1 and day 2.
Ooh. Was that explained at all?
Yeah, and it wasn't a great explanation.
Was it we forgot?
We couldn't be bothered?
The official response was that they felt like players like it better this way because players build up reads throughout the day and they want to be able to use them. And I'm like, wait a second.
No, that is
I have a couple
definitely-
of things to say about that.
That is definitely, we can't be bothered to do a redraw.
I think it's we forgot. Now we need a reason.
Too much hard work. Got to put their names into Excel, do a shuffle function.
Maybe they just didn't know how to use Excel. I've many times started an Excel spreadsheet and been like, I have no idea what I'm doing. F this.
I'm always impressed when people even know how to use Excel. Like the shortcuts, you know, the whatever you do to add up all the columns, or I'm like, huh?
Yeah, the
How?
main reason people use it to do formulas.
Now, Carl Shaw. Any relation to the Shaw brothers? Another one of Helen Mirren's kids by any chance?
The Shaw brothers, like from Fast and Furious?
Yeah. Maybe Carl Shaw make an appearance in Fast and Furious 38.
I'm kind of embarrassed. I haven't seen F9 yet. If I see one spoiler in chat, let me tell you.
I'm afraid I'm going to give you one spoiler. At some point in the movie, Vin Diesel says, family.
They drive a car. What?
Szymanski seems interested in maybe perhaps squeezing in this spot, which one wouldn't blame him for considering the position that the opener is from and the flatter, but it looks like he is just gonna call.
Just not used to hearing Maria talk about a Szymanski that isn't wearing a bikini on a boat holding a dog.
Queen 9-3 on the flop. So, Shaw has the best hand? Yes.
Definitely people gonna be asking for her Instagram handle when you put it that way.
I'm sure she's fine with it.
At this point in the franchise, because I haven't seen F9 either, the Shaws are now on the same side as Dominic Toretto and his family.
Both Shaws? One of them's dead, right?
Is he?
Doesn't they kill the first Shaw who wasn't as big a star as Jason Statham, and that's why Jason Statham comes on the scene?
No, he goes to visit him in hospital. And I'm pretty sure that in the last one, the one with Charlize Theron, both Shaws were in it and their mother.
Oh, okay. Wait, are we talking Hobbs and Shaw or F8?
F8.
The Fate of the Furious.
That one.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of the other Shaw. The one who's the main villain in number 6. I can't even remember the name of the actor who plays him.
He's the English guy. The one with the face.
Luke someone?
That sounds about right.
Pretty sure he was still alive.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I can't remember any time that I've ever been right in one of these situations. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Luke Evans is the actor. Thank you, Andy Gibbons.
Andy Gibbons from downtown.
Shaw, who had the best ace, ends up making a pair on the river, and it gets checked around.
Hang on, wasn't Deckard Shaw? Is that Jason Statham's character?
F9 is the best one since the original. The original isn't the best one since the original.
Which Shaw is Deckard Shaw? Is that Jason Statham or Luke Evans?
I think that's Jason Statham.
So what's the name of the Shaw who's the villain in F6? Am I going to have to get IMDb out here?
I think his name is Jaw Shaw.
Okay, we're going to IMDb, people, because we're not getting anywhere.
Lucas Shawson.
Fast and Furious 6. my God, that was 2013. Luke Evans played Shaw. That does not help IMDb.
Maybe his name is Shaw.
Okay, now we're going to Fast and Furious 8. So there's Jason Statham as Deckard Shaw.
Yeah.
Helen Mirren, I know. Owen Shaw.
Owen.
And he was still alive in F8, and Helen Mirren played the mother of both of them. Wow, that was...
Almost as painful as Fast and Furious Part 2.
El Reyes decides to take the ace-8 as a shove with not a lot of fold equity against an opener, so can't see Shaw folding a suited Broadway in this spot.
Family.
I mean, he does look like he could be another brother.
So if El Reyes wins this, do you think the other two are going to appear and take him outside?
I mean, who's going to win? This guy's literally got the word race in his name.
Let's see if El Reyes survives. It is a king high flop. Shaw's taking the lead. Turn card is the 4 of hearts. So Mohamed El Reyes is going to need Barry Greenstein, ace on the river required to survive.
Good luck, guys.
Nope.
Thank you.
Think about it, Joe. Was there ever any doubt that someone connected to the Fast and Furious movies wasn't going to win a race?
Absolutely not. He lives his life a quarter pot bet at a time.
And Mohamed El Reyes is eliminated. We have to issue a correction, and I apologize to all fans of the Fast and Furious franchise listening. Joe did incorrectly refer to the second movie as Fast and Furious Part 2, and it was indeed titled Too Fast, Too Furious.
Describe the audience leaving the theater.
I mean, I stopped watching after that one, so if that tells you guys anything.
Best contribution of the day comes from Heshi on Twitter because it includes a picture of a cat, and I like cats. Yesterday, Heshi's renovation workers were watching the stream and slacking off, it would seem. Today, Heshi's cat has been watching since the last level. Heshi's cat looks engrossed.
Can you give me some chin, please?
I think it's a little disrespectful to open the button with Queen 7 into Enson's big blind, but that's just me.
Don't worry, he's going to find it disrespectful too. And he is going to lay the smackdown.
By calling and then outplaying him post. Or flopping a flush. One or the other.
Okay, Queen 9-8 with one club.
I would imagine that Szymanski is going to bet this, and of course, you're going to get called by the 9x, the 8x, and of course anybody with a jack or a 10 in this spot will probably continue against a reasonable sizing.
Oh, classic Hussein Ensan turn card.
Hossein in the membrane, Ensan in the bran.
I can't imagine Zemansky's happy with this board now.
No, and when you check back the flop, of course, you probably don't expect that your opponent's going to put you on a hand kind of as strong as top pair on the flop. And so because of that, you know, Ensan does end up checking this turn. But if Ensan leads, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that he has to have a big hand in that spot. He could easily be stabbing, but here gives Szymanski the opportunity to check back and keep the pot small.
Well, poor prediction from Big Deal O'Nelly, who thought that the jack was going to come on the river.
Ah, what a dodo. What would a jack have been? Just a pair of jacks?
It would have been a chop pot.
Oh.
And we would have had a sing-song. And
he
everyone would
gets-
have loved it.
And he gets paid.
Yes.
Has anyone ever seen it? And I know that Hossein Ensan is a good player. He's capable of bluffing. I don't know that I've ever seen it, though.
I think we definitely saw him change gears during the heads-up battle here in Prague. Good God, 6.5 years ago
Okay,
now?
so it's been a little while.
December 2015 was when he lifted that trophy, when he became the winner of the EPT Prague main event. And I guess a lot of people watch these streams, Maria, to try and learn things. And I think what we've all learned here is that if you do disrespectfully raise Hussein Ensan's button with Queen 7 offsuit, you will get punished.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's bound to happen.
Don't disrespect my real dad.
Ooh, lots of clubs here. Jack 10, Ace 7. Under the gun +1 raise from Shaw.
One more is a flush.
Colonius. There's Ace 7. It's folded it, so it's rounds the blinds. Hussein Ensan in the small, gives it up. And George Shiriak has 10-7 off. .45 players remaining. Halfway through the final level of the day.
That was like a end boss squeak.
Thank you to Ragattack for answering Ridium's question, is it just one deck? And Ragattack correctly answers 3.
Three decks, 9 suits, 15 ranks.
Ensign aware that Colonius is opening off of a shortish stack, so flats with the 5's gonna see what develops post.
Ace 6-4 with 2 clubs. Labuse checks his flush draw. Colonius with queen high.
Good line from Only Bet the Nuts. Of course I got rivered by Region of Turnips yet again in the 3-deck game. Always coming.
And now actions on Ensan, who has the best hand right now with 5's.
Looks like he's gonna try to rep this board and hope that he folds out, you know, hands like King Queen, Queen Jack.
Why is there a rogue Flaming Barry?
I don't know, someone's just discovering their emotes for the first time, messing around.
I don't like the incorrect usage of it.
Maybe Barry showed up at his house real mad. It's a cry for help.
Velvet Red says Labuse has the best hand, not Ensan. In what world is Jack High a better hand than a pair of 5's?
I think what they're talking about is maybe the equity was in favor of Labuse before the turn card.
Okay, statistical favorite is one thing, but pocket 5's was the best hand, and we get to the river and 5's is still the best hand.
Yeah, but if 5's are the best hand, explain that river. Not 8, 9. Oh, never mind.
Labuse shows up here with the missed flush draw. And considering Ensan did check back the turn, yeah, I think Labuse decides to give up. But, you know, there's definitely a world in which some players might try to bluff the river in that spot. And I think he feels like he might have missed that opportunity.
Philip Kelleher asks, isn't Ensan the lad who did the world's worst angle shoot, or am I mixing him up? You are mixing him up.
I have never heard any stories of Ensan being anything but a classy gent at the tables.
Your younger brother, Joe.
My younger brother is anything but a classy gentleman at the table. He got kicked out of a pub game.
I'm saying that Ensan is now the younger brother you wish you'd had.
Oh,
remember?
right. No, he looks younger than me for sure.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Evolution of Ensan has gone from being your dream dad to your dream younger brother.
Yeah, totally. In another couple of years, people are going to think I'm his dad.
So Labuse called in the small blind with 8-7. And Shaw has raised to 68,000.
That is such a Shaw move.
Yeah, just attacking the part of Labus's range that cannot withstand a raise. And obviously nowadays you're going to see a lot of players limping quite wide from the small blind and not really able to continue. I think Labus has some plans with this 8-7. How loose is your Labus? Loose enough to limp re-raise with 8-7 off. I definitely don't mind this play because I think that limp calling with 8-7 off against a raise is probably the third best option, and this is a better option than that. Some players might just fold, and I wouldn't blame them, but certainly like limp re-raising better than limp calling.
Shaw wins the pot. Luke, thank you for sharing your photo and your story, and I'm glad that we can provide you with the laughs and distraction that you need today.
For the camera.
I like your choice of name for your cat.
You'll see later.
Cat.
I have to check the stream.
If it
Get this on now.
helps at all. My old friend Norm
You
McDonald,
can show the frame to your grandchildren.
his cat's
like a
name
still frame
was
of
Kitty.
11 back 70 soft, 125.
Zemansky with ace, queen of diamonds. He raises to 32,000. We are at the 8-16 blind level. Snowman's. Num num.
Yeah, this is interesting because Szymanski opened under the gun off of 20 bigs, so it looks like it should be a pretty strong range, so it's not necessarily a spot where you want to be getting 20 bigs in pre with pocket eights, but being able to call and seeing a flop with it in position is obviously a much better option, can lead to better outcomes.
Ooh.
So we're going three-way to the flop, which is Jack 10-7.
Huh.
Eights still ahead.
Yeah, the same.
Do you remember we was on...
With cover. Yeah, a new cover, yeah.
Remember we sat here in 2019 on a feature table, me and you?
You?
Yeah. We was on a feature table together in 2019.
Yeah?
On here, yeah.
Oh.
Seven.
That is a big
9,
card.
10.
Yeah. I was there, you was there.
Jack.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It was a 19, yeah.
2019.
Maria, I know why it's a big card, but maybe you want to tell everybody else. I mean, because I definitely know. Yeah.
Labus has a straight right now, but Szymanski has a flush draw with a double gutter. King would give him the best possible straight, of course, and an 8 would give him the queen high straight instead of the jack high straight, which Labus currently has. So you see him betting a whole lot of equity.
46. Yes. You remember now, yeah.
And of course, Labus has to be afraid of king-queen here, right?
Small talk on the table, you know.
Yes, you're pretty happy with the straight. Yes, you feel like maybe it needs a little bit of protection, but also you don't have the nuts. King-queen can, of course, be in Szymanski's opening range from under the gun.
Well, Mini Cooler feels you're burying the lead. Colonius just made third pair. Oh, and he folded it.
Or as I would call
sorry.
it, top pair.
Didn't mean to just assume that Colonius was going to fold as well.
Szymanski does not get there.
Szymanski decides to give up and not try to rep king-queen in this spot, despite having the queen in their hand. And now Labuse feels like it's safe to go for some value.
Bets 83,000, gets a fold. Ensan still the table chip leader with 883k. Colonius the short stack with 237k. Lines 8,000, 16,000. We will see out the level, and then the surviving players will bag and tag for day 4.
Day 4 is when the real poker starts.
Day 4, we play down to the final 2 tables. How many of the former EPT champs chasing that elusive second title will survive? As things stand, we still have Ensan. Danchev.
Okay, cool.
Mateos.
Ooh.
And I think that might be it, because we lost Panka before the break and we lost Nazinski before the break.
So it's three of the biggest names.
3 former EPT champions remain. Ensan, Mateos, Danchev.
Do we think one of them will make the final table? We'll set the line at 1.
Wow.
Well, what are their stacks? The ones that
Or
outside
0.5.
of. Okay.
None of them is among the chip leaders right now.
Hodlink asks, has the Duchy played a single hand? I would assume so if you made it to day 3.
Yeah. I mean, you can't fold your way into the money. You can't fold your way to the end of day 4.
I think at least one hand, so thank you for your question. Another fun little flop here.
Yeah. George Chiriac betting top pair. 26,000. Szymanski with the gut shot.
Yeah, definitely a reasonable size to allow Szymanski in with this type of hand.
Return.
6 of diamonds. 6, 7, 8, 9.
It helps if you count sometimes.
It does. Szymanski now open-ended.
Chiriac still betting, you know, a relatively small sizing, you know, about 35% pot or so. And I mean, the problem is you just don't have that much back if you're Szymanski, if you call here. But you still want to take your chance and hope that those implied odds are going to come through for you on the river.
Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a straight.
Whoa.
He did it.
You can
He
make
did
a
it.
straight in this game. Check, check.
And that's kind of the problem, right? When you call the turn bet, but you don't get any value on the river, then sometimes it makes that call on the turn just a little less profitable because you didn't get the rest of it in on the river. But, you know, it's nice to not have to fold equity and get there.
Yeah, it'd be cooler if you could make your hand and then put more money in on the turn.
Matty Szymanski, he's for people like you.
Amazing.
Nine, 6 of diamonds for Chiriac.
Fribble asks, guys, where to check who are the remaining players? I would start with your phone, a tablet, laptop. Those are all good places to check, I'd say.
Well, this is blind v blind.
Szymanski trying to sneak in there with the bottom of his range and does get to see a free flop.
And that means Myrna's playing a hand.
Myrna. Out in the streets, they call it Myrna.
7, deuce, deuce.
Both players flop one straight card. Welcome to Jam Flop. Nice one. Big deal, Neil. The hammer coming down hard this hand.
Yeah, I think the flop was definitely a little bit too early for Myrna to start stabbing, just because you expect Szymanski sometimes to have traps from the small blind when they limp off of the 20 so big blind stack. And so it looks like Szymanski is going to try to stab and rep perhaps a stronger range than he actually has.
Captain stabbing. And it worked. Hey, James, Super Tom wants you to know it's pronounced like Mooney. And I would just like Super Tom to know it's pronounced ya band. Thank you for your comment.
I wouldn't worry too much about how to pronounce his name, as we've established he doesn't play any hands.
What's his first name? Is it any more straightforward? Is it like David, perhaps? James? Tom?
Actually, it's pronounced David. No, I actually don't know.
Well, it's Yella. Jelle.
Ooh, no, not any easier.
They call
We'll
him
call
Mr.
him
Jelly.
Mo.
Had an under the gun raise from Chiriac, who has ace-10 of diamonds. ace-10 offsuit. Carl Shaw will get involved.
Yeah, not a lot of respect for Chiriak's under the gun opening range.
Yeah, how dare you? It's the year of Romania.
Always wanted to hit an embarrassing shitty gut shot.
80? Free?
Sorry? Always wanted to hit an embarrassing shitty gut shot on TV.
And Chiriak calls the re-raise. We'll have to play the hand out of position. Son's betting lead. Ace, ace, tray. All the aces have come out to play.
This could be trouble for no one.
Just be grateful for the shot clock, because this hand...
You're right.
Yeah, that's true.
could take 20 minutes to see the pot divided.
Okay, guys. I'm ready for the song again. I'm ready to take the heat.
You ready? Are you ready for it? Baby, let the games begin. Let the games begin.
I mean, why even sing the song? We got wildcard in the Twitch chat saying 15 out of 10, so I feel like it's a done deal.
Yeah, but when you reduce that down, that's only 3 out of 2.
Down to 43 players. Right, let's get it all in on the turn so we can get on with our lives.
No, you gotta play this doucement. You gotta play this slowly.
I love True Lies. What a great movie. I mean, when we look at the stack to pot ratio here, it feels like they've got to put it in on the turn. He's got just about half pot.
Okay, cards go on their backs. The river card is irrelevant because this is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot!
Yeah? Yeah. You didn't like the shove.
And you didn't like the shove.
I didn't like it.
I like the shove more than he likes it. Yeah.
All right, we should just cut the stream now. I think we're good.
Ooh. This is exciting.
Next one.
Except one
Now you guys
person
know
who
what
said
it's like every
cringe.
time I make a joke. I say something, it's perfect, and I just wait for the praise to roll in.
Praise him.
Do you guys want to release me early today? You think we should just end on a high note? Literally?
No. Nice try.
What else are you going to do on a Sunday?
Church, James.
Are you doing 2-a-days these days, Maria?
2-a-days. Yep, I do 2-a-day workouts and 2-a-day
I'm still
church.
thinking your hand.
I'm living my best
Oh my
life,
God.
you guys.
My friends would be
Is there
so
a
angry
Peloton
if I
instructor
folded the
that
gut
does
shot.
mass
Oh
at the
my
same
God.
time?
I can't do it on TV. If you were there,
That's
I would
actually
fold the flop.
not a
But I
bad
can't.
idea
Genius.
Nothing
when
out
you
of the
think
TV.
about it.
Can't fold the gut.
And instead of writing to pop hits or R&B, we just do worship songs all day. Bring
just get-
on the Hillsong United.
Exactly. Just get down to Amazing Grace.
Fishing for Fishies wants to know when the lizard will be let out of the box. Wednesday, when this thing's over.
Okay, I'm being serious. I really would like somebody to clip that last Chop Pot song because I felt so good about it, and I really just want to know if you guys are being nice and generous because you guys can tell that it's really hurting my feelings, or if it was actually that good.
Read.
Chiriac raising from the big blind. And Dutch guy folds.
He wasn't involved in the chop pot, was he?
It's not fair. No, exactly. Your fault. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm not gonna get it the next time. I hope so.
Elephant X says, wait, is this in Rosvedov?
Wait, is this in Rosvedov?
I don't know, the huge sign behind the players that says Prague makes me think that it's probably not.
Open ender, I guess, on the turn. City open ender.
Yeah.
It's 40, like.
They're
8 or
different,
something,
right?
I have to call.
There are two different cities in the Czech
Okay.
Republic, that's
I don't
right.
have to- I
Rosvedov,
wanted
not
to.
strictly speaking a city, but
I wanted
yes,
to
there
call
is
him
more
my
than
gut
one
shot.
place
of
in the
course.
Czech Republic.
Okay, cool.
Like everyone.
And a pair could be good too, you know. 7 could be good, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Not bad here from DYFC. Peloton plus mass equals holy rollers.
Yeah, I was just reading that. It's amazing. Thank you, Tom.
You know how like there's more than one horseshoe casino in the USA, and how there's like multiple Grosvenor casinos in the UK?
Grosvenor, yeah.
There is more than one King's.
Cool.
I know, and I had a brain fart earlier because of that.
This is King's Casino Prague, not King's Casino Rosvedov.
So you're saying the McDonald's outside is not the same one that's around the corner from my house in LA?
Nope.
That's messed up. The food is identical. It's crazy.
But is it though? Because in different countries they change the menu up for the local.
Barely. I mean, look, maybe if you're like in Asia.
Yeah, I was literally just gonna say, have you been to any in Asia before? It's pretty different.
It's on my bucket list to go to McDonald's in Asia. I have actually. I've been to McDonald's in Tokyo. I ate McDonald's in Tokyo at least 5 times, and I ate sushi in Tokyo 0 times.
I was gonna say that is just so tragic. And
I'm in Tokyo.
not
I'm an American.
And my
Not
friend Lauren,
surprised
who
at
you guys
all.
just saw on the break content, who we interviewed about the card counter shoot. I was there with her, and she threw a fit because they told her the McFlurry machine wasn't working, and I was like, "You're actually embarrassing me now. We're going."
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
I did have a lot of ramen, Risky. Plenty of ramen.
35.
Chiriac has raised the button with ace-jack. Carl Shaw, a player with more than 800k in live earnings, won a 5k World Series of Poker event in 2019. He's defended the big blind. It's ace 7-3. So I think I'm right in saying that whatever Shaw's other card is, he is currently behind.
Okay, this narrows it down a little bit. Perhaps 7-4 suited, maybe even ace-4, maybe 6-4 for a gut shot, 5-4.
Bet on the turn gets it done.
We closing in here or what? Did they draw for hands yet?
Nope. Probably will do that in the next 5 or so minutes, though. We're coming towards the end of the day.
22 minutes and it's over. Finally.
Finally? You're not having fun?
For the whole week.
You're very deep in a very big tournament.
Oh.
One more hand with attempted Myrna.
Just the blinds to get through. 8-3 of diamonds is going in the muck. Alexandros Kolonius also folds.
I think you'll definitely start seeing, you know, towards the end of the night, there's usually a trend where the players with the bigger stack will start opening a bit wider, just because they know that a lot of players are starting to tighten up, really want to make it to that 4th day, and not really willing to play too many hands unnecessarily.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. At least people can see that you don't have anything. Side player, side player. Side player. You have proof on tape. Yeah.
Maybe date card.
Snowmen's, num num.
32,000.
Snowmern? No, it doesn't work. Oh, hold on. Nope. Snowmern.
Oh, oh. Are you ready to flip a coin?
Yeah, something along that line. 250, 325. Okay. 335.
Thanks.
I'm feeling good about the ace-king here, Joe, and not just because it is the year of Romania.
Do you have a rationale?
I'm just feeling it.
Okay.
Feeling it in the waters. And that's all you need in poker. Everything else is overrated. Oh,
okay.
Jacks.
This is very, very interesting. I mean, you have Myrna opening from under the gun with about 24 big blinds to start. And now you've got Chiriac, who's not going to be 3-betting against that stack size from under the gun, very light. But of course, Jacks is a very strong hand. Just finding it here when there's already a 3-bet to you. Effective stack size, you know, 24 bigs for Myrna. Chiriac has about 40 so bigs, and certainly Jacks is the type of hand that normally you'd be pretty happy to get in for 40 bigs or less, but when it comes to it being 3-bet before you against some pretty strong ranges, how will Labuse choose to proceed?
4-bet.
Looks like gonna effectively signal to the other players that he's ready to go with this against either stack.
Yeah, 175,000. 8s have already folded.
Attempted Myrna.
And you know, where Chiriac had a very easy 3-bet get in against Myrna stack, he feels a little bit uneasy having a cold 4-bet come out of Labuse. Even though, again, with about 40 bigs effective, you'd be happy to get an ace-king and just close your eyes.
Maria, I know people say serious question when they're trolling, and I promise them. Oh, never mind. No time for it.
Oh, we're going to the flop. We're not flipping yet.
Oh, 70.
Yes, I can do one.
That's right. So I have to coach?
50 back.
How should we proceed?
I think this is a really fair way to do it. I mean, both players get to take a look at the flop, see what they like after that.
Okay.
Estevez calling for the queen high flop.
Well, the flop is 6-5 deuce. Looking good for Jacks so far.
If I had jacks here, I would be fist pumping myself out of the room.
But do you ever consider the fact that perhaps when somebody just calls your cold four that they could be trapping with aces or some type of hand as strong as that? Just wondering. But yes, I mean, clearly this is a safe flop for jacks, and you can't just be afraid of the monster under the bed at all times.
Get your chips in. I meant all of them. I mean, you could legitimately shove on your opponent here. They've got less than pot behind.
You know, it feels like Chiriac gave himself an out to potentially get away by just calling pre-flop and seeing a flop.
Yeah.
And now that he's whiffed, you know, it feels like unless you just think Labuse is so crazy, which I just don't think that was the spot for a cold four bet without having it, because again, Myrna opened off of 20 or so big blinds effective from under the gun. So it was very clear that Labuse was prepared to get it in against that stack size. So I like to see that, you know, Chiriac proceeded this way, saved his tournament life potentially. You know, we don't know what the other two cards are, if he had moved all in pre-flop and just saw the whole run out. But either way, I think as played, I definitely don't mind the fold.
I thought that was 125.
Since 92.
Yeah. What was that for the bet?
175.
Oh, okay.
175, you didn't call?
What?
175, you didn't call?
Yes, I called it.
Yeah, I know, but...
yeah,
if you know.
I'm probably not.
Yeah.
I was surprised for the 125, but...
Oh, sorry.
Good talk, Dad. See how he can gently correct you? I mean, what's not to want in a pops here?
I raised 92. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Impossible.
Yeah, so it's 152. Or...
Yeah. I know. No, but I had ace king. I have to make the call.
Or you can shove.
No, I don't like to shove against.
Sure has raised from the cutoff. Myrna with ace king in the big blind.
All in?
Side call.
So this is ace king versus
Something like that. Yeah, no?
ace king.
It was a flip.
Yeah.
But, I
Okay, Maria.
So
Yeah. Nah, but
I hope that we don't regret not letting me go after the last song.
When I did
That's all I have to say.
Well, if you screw up this performance, we might be letting you go.
Permanently.
Oh, yeah.
Diamond.
Easy win.
Diamond.
Yeah, I vote to replay the last one as well.
You know, compilation YouTube for sure.
Okay, never happened.
Right.
I'm happy
This is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Just a tease.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Now, if I show you...
A diamond on the turn would have been nice.
Yeah.
But just for the adrenaline, you know.
I have jacks, so...
And then you'll have to wait 30 seconds for the go for the next card.
So they have paused the clock, and they have drawn for the last few hands to be played this evening, and the number is 3. 3 more hands to be played tonight.
That's awesome.
Let's play this hand.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Sorry, who's the mighty and who's fallen?
Sure.
Okay. This one is the first of the last three. All right.
Okay. Perfect.
Don't pay
Sounds good to me.
The squeak approves.
Yeah, I'm coming now. You know what time it is?
Ah, no,
9. It's good. It's good time.
It's good. That's good.
It's Chico time. You could get delirious if you take life too serious. It's Chico time. Right now we're at 42 players. Will we be coming back tomorrow with 42?
Well, I was only off by like 20%.
Cool.
Myrna. Moona. And Ensan. And 1 of 3.
8 tray deuce on the flop.
Myrna checks.
I kind of feel this is a potentially backhanded compliment, Maria. Old Soldier writes on YouTube, as much as I love Maria's commentary, I wish she was at the table. She brings a certain element of chaos to the game, which I find quite enjoyable.
Chaos.
Chaos. Maybe he meant to say okayness.
Chaos. What are you doing, knocking over chip stacks?
Flipping over tables when I get bad beat.
Yeah.
Maybe he's kind of referring to my occasional taking shots at the table. I was going to say shot taking, but I didn't want it to be taken the wrong way.
Right. Maybe he's talking about the fact that you make everybody wash their hands when they enter the room.
Oh, I mean, I'll tell you right now, if somebody's at my table and they sneeze into their hands and they're not wearing a mask and they're about to go back into their chip stack and look at the cards, I will just bust out my handy-dandy sanitizer. No shame.
I think you're going to bust out a flamethrower. We need to take care of this hazard.
If it's really gross, she'll just bust out. Full stop.
Right.
I still like that.
Wow, somebody... I think this was a charitable fold from Jose and Sam, if I want to be honest.
I had options.
So, 2 more hands to play today.
Possibilities.
Yeah. Yeah. 16K for my friend. Spend for tomorrow. Yeah.
It's very welcome.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You know she made me drink hand sanitizer.
Okay.
No, she didn't.
Yeah. Sorry.
I am sorry that somebody I share a room with has to have a modicum of
I'm too short to pay you
good
2 times.
sanitary, hygienic habits. I apologize deeply.
All right, we're going to play a little cover one eye poker for the penultimate hand. And Sam with a nice suited Broadway against a fairly early raise, but it looks like Shaw's maybe getting a little loosey-goosey, trying for a last-minute steal.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
George has
This
got the
stack.
ladles.
Yeah, and off of his stack size, just an easy spot to put all the chips in the middle. You know, he saved his tournament life earlier with the ace-king, and now he's found a good spot to get all of the chips in there pre.
That doesn't look like an all-in.
It is a re-raise, though.
He's got real nervous all of a sudden. Okay.
Bully. Ah, you'll see it after.
There we go. Show him the hooks.
All right, now that they can stall for a half hour, they have that information and get a read on the last hand.
Will I keep my blind?
Perfect. Probably.
Last hand, you know, probably not. Yeah.
If this hand takes 30 minutes, you know why.
I have to make it for you.
All the 1K chips are being bought up by Hussein and San. Assume they will be raced off at the end of the day.
Who's the lucky guy?
40. Yeah.
This is me right now. Please no hand. Please just give me like 8 tray.
Well, Matt Szymanski has opened from the hijack with ace-jack. Hussein Ensan folds the button. Queen-jack for George in the small blind.
Let's get a big hand in the big blind here. Shut it down. Nobody falls for this last hand, give it up easy stuff anymore. This ain't 2006.
No, it's kind of like when someone raises the last hand before break and they just expect everybody to fold because people want to have their whole break. But it's like, no, I'll stick around and win this pot. I'm just going to fold.
I got an app on my phone for going to the bathroom. I can stand here all day.
Relaxation.
I think given that fact, but also without it, if I were Szymanski, I mean, definitely ace-jack is a hand I would have just gone with pre, but looks like he at least is sticking around to see a flop, and this is going to be a good one because you would expect Chiriac as the 3-better to continue to rep this board, but also he has some equity, of course, with the Broadway draw, but Szymanski is going to get a couple more chips if the pair of aces hold up.
Yes, because Queen Jack does have the gut shot straight draw. A bet of 52,000
You don't think there's any shot Chiriak can play this hand in such a way that Szymanski ends up laying down ace-jack?
No, I mean, and for Szymanski, it's just if he wants to just call or even put in a raise here. I think either one is fine. Looks like he is just going to call, though.
Okay, now Szymanski's not folding. Now, but only now.
Szymanski a 92% favorite with one card to come. This is the last hand of the day, and you can hear all the hubbub on the floor as players bag their chips at the end of the day.
Oh yeah, you're time bank card rich.
We do see that Szymanski has less than pot bag. So Chiriak.
Oh, wow. 110,000, that's a
Wow.
third of his chips, Maria.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, I want you in there, right? I want to keep you in there. I recognize that this is almost half of your remaining stack, but
Yeah.
I don't want you to fold.
What happens if Szymanski shoves here? Does Chiriak have to call?
No, because I think there's a chance that he could be drawing dead, right? I think there's a chance that Szymanski could already be there if he decides to shove on the turn, but he does end up just calling. And yeah, his hand is just too strong to fold at this point. And certainly, I don't know if Chiriak is going to be willing to put in that last barrel for just, what, 125K remaining into a pot of 526K, but either way, it's not going to work. Certainly, if Szymanski wasn't willing to fold top pair on the turn, he's not going to be folding when he makes a flush.
It's so hard to even follow through here. What's your opponent calling you with without a big spade?
Follow through. Why did I have to play Queen Jack from the small blind in the last hand of the night?
Give it up.
And that pot will go in the direction of Matt Szymanski, and that will bring day 3 of the EPT Prague main event to a close. "42 players will be coming back for day 4. That's the day we play down to the final 2 tables. And Maria, you'll be back with us tomorrow for one last day?
Yes, I will be seeing you guys, quote, seeing you guys tomorrow.
Cool.
We will speak to you then, Maria. Thank you very much
You would call and
for
you know,
today.
Sorry? You would call and push.
A river? I mean, I have like 100 left.
Yeah, I know.
And I
50.
have to call.
Ensan continuing to buy up the 1K
Yes,
chips.
I have one.
Ensan, one of
Yeah, that's
3
why I didn't make it.
former
it's so little
EPT
left,
champions
like, I
still in
don't
the
think I can
field.
fold, like,
The other 2 being
yeah.
Dimitar Danchev.
I mean, there is a pay jump in 3P. I just can't fold. Like, it's too.
No, I know.
Yeah. Nie wiem. Teraz w ostatniej ręce wygrałem. Nie wiem ile
And
mam.
Ensan
Zobacz.
ends the day with a 38 big blind stack. That's at the new blind level, 10-20. Manuel Lebu, the chip leader at this table. Alexandros Kolonius in the danger zone. Adrian Mateos being the other former champion remaining and coming back for day 4. Well, if you want an overview of what happened on day 4, if you want the stacks of all the remaining players, head to the PokerStars blog. You'll get live updates there from the main event and all other tournaments at EPT Prague. And of course, we are going to be streaming day 4 tomorrow, 12:30 Central European time. Please join us then. We look forward to your company. Thanks for watching today. For now, from Maria Ho, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Prague.
Don't forget to put them in your bags, please.
Can I keep it as a souvenir or do we have to give them back?
Well, the thing is that they are yours to use.
The same are used the next day.
However
Okay, I
you like,
understand.
so
Yeah. Okay.